generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
I was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by CTUHLU. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, Technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
Mid-City, Los Angeles. Your cover centigrade on the keyboard. Working away. Focus, you got subtitle. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition. Place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell. Where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off from under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it for me. Come on, how to work for me. I've got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, compare work for me. Come on,
Executive order 11002. The reason you know me, but I don't know you. You really wanna know what crime is? Let me show you. Keep it in mind, this is just one point of view. Crime is living in a third world country, fucked up but hungry without no money. Crime is trying to adjust to the circumstance, missing more than one leg or more than one hand. Crime is being chased off your land by a funny looking man in a suit that works for the bank. Crime is what's happening to the ecosystem and the animals it feeds. That damage the trees, the rainforests that get destroyed annually. Damage to just me who cares about the air that we breathe. Crime is the nuclear threat that we live with. One bomb and everybody's dead, that's some sick shit. Crime is HIV statistics, the infected person that you might have sex with. Life goes on, but crime is living with the afterthought that maybe you could have prevented it. Crime is imminent, comes in other forms. The sick pedophiles who support child porn. Never mind the offenders, think about what the victims go through, what the fuck they gotta live with. Crime is the prince of population. Some belong there, but also some belong on probation. Crime is not being able to change one thing, cause the system you live in says you ain't shit. Crime is corporate scandal. Crime is a handful of COs playing you for the damn fool. Crime is being a millionaire, but you gotta recoup half the budget from your 10% share. Crime is having one too many women, even though you always need to spare one swimming. Crime is dealing with your jealous impulses, learning how to hold it all in with no emotion. Crime is blind devotion. Crime is having your deepest secrets exposed in the open. Crime is having your heart broken, and the person who broke it doesn't even motherfucking notice. Crime is trying to carry the burden all by yourself on your shoulders, and it don't exist. Crime is being falsely accused. Crime is the latest news. Crime is what gives people clues. Crime is a tool you can use to distract the enemy so they can never improve. Crime is fear of devils and fear of God. Crime is a long, hard tech support death job. Crime is the life of an up-and-coming actor, rapper, athlete, or building contractor. Crime is a rookie cop calling for backup. 3-strike perpetrator, this gang tatted up. Drama is the spin zone of a politician. Drama is K-Solo when he said the rhyme did it. Drama is the struggle of change. Drama is inevitable, there is no other way. Drama is what drains life force out of you. Drama is negative when drama can empower you. Drama is love, drama is pain. Drama exists in everything, every day. Drama is the yin, drama is the yang. Drama is the innate nature of man. Drama contracts, drama expands.
Yeah, this is the poisonous, venomous, killer bee, queen bee connection, live and direct, Salin, BK, QB, boogie down, wherever you found. Yo, deadly venom, that's how we end them. Master Vincent, no friend to him, bend him in half for entering. My camaraderie, move like tight security. Known to tear the club up, plus the after party. On the battlefield, catch a body with no fair warning. My queen bee connects, swarm on him. Primate, hold your mic straight before you challenge me. You're lightweight and only force me to cause casualties. Battery backs, can't match mine with the solar power. They get overpowered. Shower with rhymes, it's like white lines of powder. Louder madness, I'm being solo with the counter.
Taking no shorts for sure. I'm coming through smashing my through the floor. Whoever wanted war, yo, bring it. If you got the sword, I'ma swing it. Slither back to the pit when my phone started ringing. So come here, what's up? Bobby the stuff. Running through the chamber, they ain't giving a cause I'm deadly. I'ma set the pace like a method. Relay, who can have been a relay?
Nice, make heads crack like dice. Give them a double order, a manslaughter. On the tape recorder, the law and order tape muffled and distorted. All you heard was murderous shots, the rest was pre-recorded. The jury boarded, I'm a free venom. Hitting niggas with the momentum, even villains wanna get a venom. The feeling deviance from the previous, but the way we leaving this is sure to make sense.
FBI, the most high, fly, robbing fly. Keep a close eye on Johnny 5. I'll be coming live from New York. It's Saturday night, so it's only right I step to the phony type. See him in the party acting hard, but they hardly a threat to the vet. Once you start me, no stopping. No pardon me, no copping. The plea, I beat you in the head. 3rd degree, what's the science? The 411 can't do me nuts. Still ghetto, I rhyme ghetto. My brother's ghetto, never say die and never settle for anything less than what the devil possessed. I'm like MOP to the death. Now who is Johnny Blaze, Mr. Meth?
Hitting fever, come with the raw. Deadly venom with the rule. With one more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaboration, set the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation.
Something vicious, rolling with the devious clan. I got a master plan of the blast your man. Getting lyrical, hurting your feeling deep in your mental. Like a pistol blow in your brain, killing your spiritual. Be a vision now, fishing out, rolling with a bunch of criminals. Street gunner, finish strike like thunder. Gotta stop your hunger, ready for war. Let me let you get a taste of the raw. Coming through with the clan so you won't get far. Battles and scars, all respect due to the God. And my queen killer bees is collecting that cheese. Overseas getting ready for the year 2G. DV.
Pillage, yo, I'm a great commodity to see me, the unchained magnetic. I release my y'all, I piece mine together. To the 3rd power, hit y'all like the Mayflower scandal. Slash 3 felonies and be the 1-6 vandal. From Park Hill, Shaolin put the work in. From dusk to us dawn, Lebanon dawn, don't sleep on the adversary. Midtown, stalk y'all out on the ferry. You got trapped in between pillage and the venoms.
Yo,
Cherry heads a minimum.
Process of elimination with Jackson like Rhythm Nation. Got your heart speeding like you drag racing. Be lab replacing. Try to avoid the confrontation. You kinda mixed up like Tiger Woods with that combination. I ain't calling no names. Here's a hint with no brains. Guarantee things gon' change. Dudes admire the visual. About the coolest Carolina individual. Everything digital like Bobby. I'm loving on them kung fu flicks. Poison the hottie. My crew be known to run through clicks. Quick, fast, in a hurry. When I smash, leave your vision blurry. Trying to make the bill like Murray.
Hitting fever, come with the raw. Deadly venom meet the woo. With one more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaboration, set the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation.
One of Prince kids got my blood hotter than. Did you ventriloquist? talking out shit like this, cause I insisted you the one to show the tape for the hit. I told you quit showing the tape like King. Take a trick, wanna violate, rape, woo and venom, annihilate. Don't hesitate to push the rhymes like weight and shake, shake.
Yo, PLO, when the guns blow, using no show. Posing like a scarecrow with no dough. Street pros move through the metro rapidly. My faculty quick to blow the boost out your battery. My African queen bees is back at me, shutting down your salary. J Boo, twist another daiquiri. Ricky Steamboat float on this scenario. Hydro, door, lick off like a calico.
Get it on, mics get blown when you step into my zone. Heads get flown for trying to clone. I'll take that, now you got one to grow on. So go on, baby paw, hold on while I flow on. I keep it tight with 4 sides to a square. You ain't seen no thugs like these nowhere, I swear. You wanna test me, how can it be? I'm rolling with the fam, Wu-Tang TV.
Yo, I dead MCs with this poisonous venom. Return and send them, whack, it's his venom. To secretly analyze this is live. I see the allies trying to stalk the beehive. Forgot the deadly stinging was major bell ringing. Too strong for with eyes closed and swinging. Major point, spot your target and zoom in before it's too late. Saw the snake through his handshake. Aiming your darts at a click you can't handle. Attack with the pace those that travel on camel. A warm side that you cross the barrier. But my storm side that destroy your area.
Hitting fever, come with the roar. Deadly venom meet the woo. But one more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaboration, set the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation.
Hitting fever, come with the roar. Deadly venom meet the woo. But one more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaboration, set the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation.
Greetings. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. What's going on, guys? How you guys doing today?
Yo.
Yo, yo, yo.
Hope everyone's fine.
It's all good here.
Also in the chat, hope everyone's fine. Lindsay Smith, blessings. Green Diesel, blessings. Leopard Smith. Tech Talk, sorry. Yeah, I think my mic is turned down. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me figure this out. Automatically adjust. Okay, let me turn this up here. There we go. Probably went on one of these shows and they turned my mic down or something like that. But yeah, blessings. You know,
probably.
Yeah, and yeah, thank you guys for being here with me. I really appreciate it. Obviously, Joe Mills, thank you, brother. You know, yeah, moved to Ohio. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll be going out there this week just to, you know, get the lay of the land here, and we'll figure out what's going on. But yeah, blessings. Rubber Duck, the suspicious character here. I don't know what this is about. Hopefully nothing consumers suck. Indeed, Dr. E. Indeed, Dr. E. You know, thanks for watching. Domenico, thanks for watching. Dominic Tersini, the OG. Came before the storm, another OG. Don't meet strangers off the internet. Stay safe, y'all. Too late. I already met them. I swiped their card and they swiped my card. It is what it is. It's all in the past now.
Now we're all.
Let's go. Indeed. Blessings. Got lots of stuff going on here, you know? No, thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me. Blessings, right? Thanks for being here with me, guys, right? There's lots of trash. There's mountains of trash. I witnessed, went around. I've been watching these shows, watching all the shows and all the non-shows and all the various tales, tall tales that have been erected recently. Definitely, fascinating. We did we did catch some people talking about us, but yeah, we will address that at the end. 10 minutes at the end. So yeah, people looking for that type of drama clips. Clip it at the end, but we can only dedicate about 10 minutes to that sort of thing. It's not of a high caliber of people just sort of bitching online when we didn't really say anything to them. So that happens a lot, right? It comes with the territory. Opening up the camera and talking about issues and themes, right? So that's good, And I got purple today, right? The Cheshire Cat, you know what I mean? So yeah, blessings, and we got Zephyr, with the Halloween, styles, you know what I mean? So yeah, it's all good, blessings, and yeah, thank you guys for being here with us. We're doing a continuation of our, sort of look into, and we've looked into some of these ideas, but it's not our main item here that we're fascinated with here. And I appreciate the people joining now. We're gonna get started here. The idea that we're moving along with is looking at the myths of different cultures, geographically speaking, right? So many different shows, you'll notice they'll play videos, and they'll be usually YouTube videos of other people's research, right? So this is a lot of what you see going on, and it's sad because videos of people talking are not authoritative sources, right? So it's really sad, what I mean, right? That's the level that most people have been relegated to look at information on, right? But there's almost no discussion of primary sources. There's almost no original ideas in dealing with that material that's being presented. It's just stale reactions, reiterations, reformulations, what I mean, right? It's never anything original, So many people will play other people's shit and then simply feel free to just comment freely on it, like chitter chatter, all right? And it is simply nauseating. All right? It's nauseating to listen to. It's nauseating to listen to the emotional reactions of people that are engaging, with other people online, strictly online, it's strictly online activity, right? So we see that this median itself is deforming our emotional, template or state or whatever it is, right? So that's going on a massive scale, right? Mass psychosis, right? Cyber psychosis is a meta obstacle, but robo opticals are metacraft, right? So we got many,
cyberphreniacs.
Yeah, cyberphreniacs and technophiles, technophiliacs. People engaging in love with the assistance of machines, right? Okay. And there's a mythos of Mechanos, You know, this show wasn't really about the mythos of Mechanos, right? But we are talking about several architectonic themes, right? There's a southern myth, right, that we came from Africa. There's the northern myth of Hyperborea, right? There is the Western myth of the Judeo-Christian European nexus, right? And of course, there is the Oriental myth of the East. We are now fascinated with and dealing specifically with the Oriental myth, right? Where did this Oriental myth arise, right? And we talked about the origins of the scientific worldview and of Western learning, right? Okay. And as you would have noticed, right, we presented our own research and study about the Bible, the works of Plato, the works of classical liberalism, and other ideas dealing with occultism and all of these, right? Original, okay? Original, okay, right? Research and just looking at primary sources and just basically just giving commentary. And then also we opened up discussions so that we could talk to a range of people who looked into these things, right? Okay, on their own, right? And we did engage in open discussion with the populace in general, right? We provided a open panel, right, in order to deal with some of these topics. Now, some of those interactions were worthwhile and some were not, right? But the point of this show is not to, you know, create an open panel or, you know, a public discussion that's of value. No. But it's to chart out certain themes and variations of the architectonic, right? In dealing with both the archetypal, right? Okay. Okay, now the word archetype comes from the word arche. It's not a concept that came or that was invented by Carl Jung, right? But it's a concept that's much, much older, right? And arche means ruling principle, right? That's why in the Greek text of the Bible, as I pointed out, right, it says in arche kai hon logos. Okay? Meaning in the beginning, there was the logos. Okay? Now, many people don't understand, right? Logos or arche, or why these words would be in the prologue of John, or that these words even were in the prologue of John to begin with. People don't even know that. There's Christians who don't know this shit. Okay, we've been trying to talk to Christians who don't even know this fucking shit. All right? It's fascinating to me to think about the idea of a ruling principle that governs the universe, right? It's fascinating to me to think about logos as that ruling principle that governs the universe, right? Okay, the prologue of John, whoever wrote that, right? We have no idea who wrote it. The bottom line is, right? Okay. Okay. Sometimes I talk to a bunch of Christians, right? And they'll tell me it's John the Baptist who wrote the Gospel of John.
That's facepalm.
That's categorically false information. Okay, it's categorically false information, right? It could not even be possible, right? Because during the course of the narrative, John dies. John the Baptist dies, right? So how could that even? So it's impossible. It's got to be a different John, right? A different John that they're referring to. And do you know how many people in the area were named Yohanan or John? The actual word is Yohanan. The name John comes from the name Yohanan, a Hebrew name. Bet you guys didn't know that. You thought it was some white people who made up that name. Okay. This is how ignorant most people are, right? Okay. And I'm just playing around with people at this point, because, that's just square one for what people don't even begin to know or realize about what's going on, right? But architectonic, right? Techne, meaning skill, right? Archi, meaning ruling principle, right? Okay? Tecton, meaning crafting, right? Jesus was referred to as a tecton, right? Meaning a carpenter, right? Okay? See, we're learning, it's the Greek, right? Right? So this Greco-Roman nexus, right? In which the Jewish and the Christian understanding rose out of, right? It did not arise in a vacuum, right? It arose within Hellenistic society, right? And what did Hellenistic society achieve? A merger between East and West. A merger between Eastern knowledge and Western knowledge, right? That was represented in the Library of Alexandria, right? Okay. So knowledge had already spread from east to west. Civilization had already spread from east to west, right? And from west to east again, right? Everything had come full circle, right? Okay. All right. Already. Okay. And this is why, Christ was talking about the world government, the world religion, the world powers. Okay. Because he understood about this global age, that this had already come to pass, that this itself was a sign of the apocalypse, right? That between Jesus and the apocalypse was like the blink of an eye compared to the whole of human history. 99.9% of human history is already past. It's gone. We are living in the end times, my brothers and sisters. All right. Make no mistake of it. The sign of it is the world technological system. Okay. How did this world system come about? Right. Well, I just told you. Same way it came about in the past. Through an ideological merger between East and West, right? Okay, by technologies that spread from East to West and from West to East again, right? Okay. Now, arche, tectonic, right? I just explained what that means, right? Okay. Now, to sum it up, summarize it, arche, ruling principle, tecton, crafting, right? Crafting of arche, ruling principles, right? Or symbols, okay? Okay? Okay. Not language, right? Not writing, right? Okay. Those are techniques, right? Okay, the architectonic, which is the art that creates all other arts, the technology that creates all other technology, the technique that creates all other techniques, right? Right? Okay. The activity of symbol making, right? Man is the symbol making animal, right? Okay. All right. All right. Now, this architectonic, right? This idea comes from the past, right? All right. Okay, but it's also about how we perceive our future within the futuristic, right? Within futurism, right? There's several concepts, right? Such as, okay, law of the coming of a new age, right? The coming of the kingdom of God, right? The singularity, right? So on and so forth, right? Right? Within the idea of the present, there's ideas where the past and present intersect, and the future and the present intersect, right? Right? There's the idea of lost futures, right? Okay. There's the ideas of futures that are basically created of man's idea about the future, right? In the present. Okay, there's also ideas about the past. Okay, more advanced ages in the past. Okay. Now, when you go to the various worldviews, okay, in the archaic revival, there's ideas about the archaic revival, right? About us going back to an age that was in the distant past, but where humanity was much more advanced, right? You have different myths in terms of that, like Atlantis and Shambhala, right? Okay. Recent ones, they're trying to construct like Tartaria, right? Okay. All right. The idea of archaic revival, right? Okay. Bringing back the technology of the past. Now, the flood myth is contained within every world religion we've seen, right? It's contained within the Zoroastrian religion. It's contained within the Hindu religions, right? It's contained within the Babylonian traditions and religions. Okay. 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 Where human beings are created by Marduk, right? By using the blood of Kingu, right? After he kills the dragon Tiamat, okay? The Tiamat's body is used to create the earth. Kingu's blood is used to create the humans, right? All right. Okay. Okay. And the ideas of Hinduism, there's King Manu, right? Whole idea about the flood, right? Okay. You have it in the Norse traditions as well, right? You have Ymir, right? The whole story of a giant who dies. Okay, and the death of this giant causes the flood, right? Okay. And you have some types of ideas of flood myth. Okay? Extrapolated in the Zoroastrian tradition as well. Right? Now, out of these different ideas, right? There's three in particular, right? Which can be linked to the Oriental, right? You have the Persian, okay? Or the Zoroastrian, you know? You have the Indian or the Hindu, right? Okay? And you have the Chinese. Okay? And in the Chinese we'll put it as Confucian, right? Okay, you have these three systems that are ancient. All right. And by ancient, I mean that we see reference to them around 400 BC, and they make reference to traditions that are 1,000 years older than them, right? Okay. Okay. So we're looking at things that are purported to have their origin around 2000 BC, right? Okay. Now you could look at the Persian civilization. Okay. You could look at the Persian civilization. It was an empire that stretched from Africa to Asia, right? At one point. Okay. Ancient Greece was a vassal state of it, right? The Jews were liberated by King Cyrus, right? We read some of this last time, okay? Some of the history, all right? Okay? Of the kings and the ideas, all right? So go to the last show and if you're wondering about that sort of thing, right? Okay? Similar to what we looked at with Hinduism. All right? And you could look at the influences, right, of the Persian Zoroastrian religion, right, on a world scale, right, that still exists today. Okay, through many, many forms, right? Many forms, right? Okay. Now we discussed that there's not that many Zoroastrians in the world today. And that's really inconsequential to this concept or idea, right? Because the ideas of Zoroastrianism, right? Okay, and the cult of Mithra, right? Really influenced the ancient world in some very interesting ways. They influenced Orphic Pythagoreanism. They may have influenced the writings of Plato, right? Right? Okay, and it's stark dualism. Okay, between spirit and matter, right? Different ideas that were not contained within the Greek religion found their ways into Plato's ideas and concepts, right? Not only the stark dualism, but also the idea of reincarnation, right? Okay. Now we know that in the 2nd century, right? These ideas had already spread into the Gnostic traditions, right? Now, the Nag Hammadi library, for example, contains texts from Plato's Republic, excerpts from Plato's Republic. It also contains writings that are influenced by the Zoroastrian religion, right? Okay, so by the 2nd century, these things had merged together, right? Okay, the Jews had ideas that were linked to Zoroastrianism. Okay. For example, right? You have Sabians and the Mandeans, right? Okay, in the 2nd century, right? Okay, let me pull this up for you guys. This is actually interesting to look at, right? Right, let me look at this and show you guys this little map here, right, of the Mandaeans, right? Okay. And yeah, Mandaeism and the ideas of Manichaeanism, right? They have this stark dualist idea, this stark dualist concept. They definitely seem to be influenced by the Zoroastrian idea, right? World of light and the world of darkness, right? Okay, look at this. Mandaeanism, the world of light is ruled by a supreme god known as Hayi-Rubi, the great light, the great living god, right? The Lord of Darkness, Kroon, is a ruler of the world of darkness, formed by dark waters representing chaos. Okay. Okay. There's concepts such as the demiurge and also concepts of the redeemer, the archetypal man, who's going to come into the world to redeem us from the corrupting spirit, right? Similar to Zoroastrianism, right? You got Saoshant, right? The great redeemer, right? You got guardian angels. You got all of these ideas, right? Okay, that are fundamental, right? Now, you know, Manichaeanism, it influenced the occult. It influenced the early writings of St. Augustine, right? Okay. Some of his opponents argued that his stark duality with the world and developing these concepts such as original sin was part of his early Manichaean upbringing, right? Okay. This idea of the dualistic, okay, representation. Okay. Now, you know, you got you know, the Manichaeans, the Sabians, okay, the Sabians and the Manichaeans and the Mandeans, right? Actually, it goes Sabians and Mandeans, right? Then Manichaeans, right? Okay, around the 3rd and 4th century, right? Okay. Now around the 9th and 10th century, you have these Albigensians and the Cathari, right? Okay. And then eventually you have things like the Baha'i faith, right? Okay, this perennial concept, like combining all these world religions together, right? Okay. They're heavily influenced by Zoroastrianism as well, right? So you got lots of ideas within Persian history. You could also cite some of the philosophy of people like Avicenna, right? Who was really an Islamic apostate, and his philosophy about right how the universe is eternal, right? How God is only responsible for the good in the world and not the evil in the world, right? Okay. These types of ideas, right? Okay, that God can only influence the good. And in that sense, he only influences universals and not particulars, right? These were the concepts that were heavily drawn from Neoplatonism and Zoroastrianism, right? That the evil is just a privation on the good, right? There's no such thing as evil. Evil doesn't have an existence on its own, right? That it's simply just a lack of good, right? Okay, you had different concepts that can be influenced, right? Or traced back to this idea. There's solutions to the problem of evil. We know that Zoroastrians solved that problem, right? Okay. All right. Okay, we know they solved that problem. All right. Along with these Zoroastrians, all right, we got other groups. Okay, we got other groups, right? All right. And those groups would be the okay, well, you have obviously you know the Hindu idea, right? Okay, now India has an interesting history as well, right? Okay. Now within the Hindu idea, right? Okay. You had different classifications and systems going up into the 2nd century, right? Okay. And you got systems that are very ancient, right? So the Hindu system, right? You could look at many different ideas and concepts similar to the ones I laid out with Zoroastrianism. Okay. With the Hindu, right? You have Hinduism, right? Okay. Okay. And you have different systems arising within Hinduism, as we saw. Advaita, Dvaita, right? Okay. There's more dualistic versions, right? That try to deal with the concept of the self, the great personhood of God as it relates to nature and the world and the experience of mind, right? Okay. And we saw that in the Bhakti Vedanta, right, Institute, right, that there's a lot of ideas that try to modernize these old concepts, right? So within Vivekananda and within other modern writers, right, they teach newer texts, right? Like the Puranas and texts that came after the Puranas in order to bolster their claims about what they know, but they don't rely on the earliest texts in the Upanishads, right? To derive their commentaries. Now we know that Hinduism and the ideas of Buddhism, right? Buddhist ideas spread to China, right? Okay. And that's a whole nother bag, right? We'll deal with that in a minute, right? Right now, we're just dealing with India, right? Okay. Now, around the 7th century, India was conquered by Muslims, right? Or I'm sorry, around the 8th century, I think, right? Conquered by Muslims, right? Okay. and they created the Mughal Empire, right? Now the Mughals, right? There was many Mughal emperors or kings who tried to set up a merger between Hindu and Islamic religions, right? Interestingly enough, right? Right? Until you have the Theosophical Society in the 1800s, okay, who tried to merge the Western occult and the arcane practices within some of the Hindu sects, right? There were some Hindu sects, right, that had developed worshippers of Shiva and Kali, practitioners of the Vajrayana and other type of tantric ideas, right, that were considered heretical, right, to the orthodox practitioners, right? Okay. Okay, just as you have the Baha'i religion, right, for Zoroastrianism, you have the Theosophical Society, and both of these occult religions that were influenced heavily by the occult are being used, right, by those who promote the concept of the new age or world religions and all of that type of stuff, right? There's lots of that going on, right? Okay, especially those two, right? Theosophy and Baha'i are like the top two picks for like the elite to like create a world religion. It's always like one of those two, right? that they want to go with. Right? You know, the Baha'i headquarters is in Israel, right? Okay, it's big time supported by the top elites, right? And also brings us to the Chinese, right? Okay, the Chinese have had a rich history, all right? All right. There was Shi Huangdi who unified the warring states and created the China that we know today, right? It used to be different nations, right? That were all unified, and he instituted Confucian laws, right? Now, Confucianism basically ruled in China for like 1,500 years. Okay. So that's why we're going to look at Taoism and Confucianism on its own terms. That's the next thing we'll be doing, is look at Taoist and Confucian systems. All right. So we'll do a whole, I think we'll have to do 2 separate installments, okay? Okay, 2 separate installments, right? Okay. In terms of that. And you know, we'll look at the ideas of Confucius, right? We'll look at the analects of Confucius. We'll look at how he was influenced by Lao Tzu, and we'll look at some of the writings of Mencius, right, who was a student of Confucius, right? He explained and further developed some of his thinking and writing, right? Also known as Mangzi, right? And then you have the ideas of legalism, which then expanded on the Confucian ideas, right? And that's kind of where Confucianism kind of turns into a full-blown political system, and it kind of turns into statism and feudalism and just sort of politics and economics, whereas Confucius sort of saw it as a socio-cultural religious system, you know, that was a lot more holistic in terms of bringing in Taoism and all these concepts. Now, in terms of, you know, these ideas, they morph even all of these Indian ideas, right? And this brings us to the final, the movement that we're going with here, right? Which is the influence, right, of Hinduism on the Buddhist religion, right? Right. Obviously, Buddha, as we found out recently, is mentioned within the Hindu scriptures. Many have argued, right? And asserted, right? Which there's lots of proof for that, right? If you go to the Puranas, it seems like there's mention of the Buddha, right? Now, Buddha was seen as a reformer of Hinduism, just as Zoroaster was seen as a reformer of Zoroastrianism. These things were much, much, much older, right? Apparently, right? Okay. All right. So if you didn't know that, okay, if you didn't know the simple fact that Buddhism and Hinduism do not occur at the same time, they're not similar in terms of how ancient they are. Right? Buddhism is a lot newer than Hinduism, a lot newer. Right? Okay. And that these things like Hinduism, Buddhism, Judaism, okay, Taoism, there were attempts to syncretize thousands of years worth of knowledge that had already came and went. Thousands of years worth of knowledge that had already came and went. There's actually so much missing in terms of this knowledge. All right. Okay. Far more missing in terms of this knowledge than there is actual recorded history for us. Okay. There was more history missing, right? Just at the time of Plato and Confucius. Okay. They had accounts of human beings that existed thousands of years before them. Thousands of years before them. All right. That were much more advanced than they were. All right. All of them had these accounts. Every civilization on earth had these accounts. Right. Okay. That's a remarkable fact. But that these accounts occur from dates that are way more removed from Plato than Plato is removed from us, right, in history. Right, we're closer in time to Plato than Plato is to any of these events that he was talking about, or any of these events that Confucius was referring to. Okay, about these great civilizations that existed way before them, that were way more advanced than them. All right. Okay. They were talking about a collective devolution that had occurred in terms of humanity, right? And that continues to occur, right? All right. Not an evolution, a devolution, not progress, right? Okay. Okay, but a stultifying, right? Human beings being engineered like products, right? By the Moloch of the machine, right? And people consider it progress. They're so duped to consider this progress, right? Right, the ultimate sham, right? People arguing how free they are, right? While they're technological slaves, right? Okay. The movement we're referring to is simply this. Hinduism influenced Buddhism, right? And at that time, Chinese philosophy was already developing through Confucianism and Taoism, right? Okay. Now these things become highly developed, right? Logic and Taoist philosophy. Okay, you had logicians. Okay, you had all these ideas within Chinese philosophy before Buddhism ever showed up in China. right? By the time Buddhism shows up in China, right? Right? All right. It combines with Confucian ideas and Taoist ideas and concepts. All right. And it forms a unique understanding about the world, to say the least, right? Okay. It forms the Zen philosophy, and the Zen philosophy spreads to Korea and Japan. So at the time of Persia and India being great civilizations, right? Okay, Persia and Egypt and India were huge civilizations that existed for thousands of years, perfecting art, science, and philosophy before the Greeks had even thought of anything, before the Jews had even thought of anything. Okay, before they had ever organized one society or kingdom or civilization or anything like that. All right. All right. Now, from the time of all of the events that are mentioned in the Bible, and they don't know how old they are, right? They don't know how old they are, right? Okay. There's almost no mention of any of these events in the time periods that they refer to them. Okay. So they have the dating completely wrong. And I'm willing to assume. Why am I willing to assume that? It's because everything that's mentioned in the Bible is mentioned in other ancient stories. So it's obvious that the Bible's not wrong. The Bible's right about a lot of shit. You just don't see it. Right? But when did this fucking shit happen? Nobody knows. Okay, that's the answer, right? That's the correct answer. The time they're telling us that it happened is clearly not the time that it happened. So, so that's just square one, right? Now, anybody who tells you they know more than what I just said is a blithering fucking idiot. Because how could they gain more knowledge than that? Unless they were expert in areas, many areas, right? And and being an expert in so many areas, I would start to question, okay, why they were talking to me in the first motherfucking place. I'd get really, really suspicious. Let's just put it that way. So for somebody to have come upon information beyond what I've just said, right, would be a marvel, to say the least. All right. But yeah. There's definitely many people. Yeah, so there's a lot of activity in the chat. I have no idea what's going on. I hope everybody's not fighting. See, that's the thing. But yeah, it's the same. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rubber Duck. All right. Yeah, Zoroastrianism. It is interesting, right? We're going to look at some of the texts here, and read some of, explanations of Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, and then we'll read some of technological slavery, and we'll see how many people will join us. And I will be dropping this link in an hour here. So yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll be playing some music here in a minute. And yeah, I mean, we'll see what we can get into.
All day long. All day long.
Yeah, I made some interesting remix items, you know. So we'll look at some of that. Some trying to combine rap with metal, little project I've been trying to do, you know. And some of this is gonna sound noisy at first and disharmonic, but then it kind of works itself out. It's kind of weird, you know. But yeah.
Is that like warning, turn your sound down or some kind of thing?
Yeah, turn your sound down. Also, these are not my ideas. You know, these are not my
If you don't want to blow out your ears.
About the world. You know, Razkaz and me do not share the same historical worldview. So I'm not like racist against white people. I'm not like all that type of stuff. But Razkaz clearly is. I mean, right? But you know, that's just his song. I mean, it's a very interesting song and an interesting historical worldview. You know that
Sad trombone.
yeah, he tried to reverse the views of esoteric Hitlerism and put it in a song. And yeah, I mean the result is fascinating. You know, we was Kangs, right? And we was Vikings. Right?
Like Kingu.
We was ones and zeros.
Just Kangos.
Yeah, we was Kingus. Yeah, exactly.
Kingus. Yeah, down with the picture. Hashtag down with.
We was Tengus.
I don't even know where that intro came from. That intro came literally pulled 100% out of my ass. You know, right? But you know, it contained lots of good information though. You know, so yeah.
Just label it as like spoken word or something. It'd be good.
Yeah, but it's way more than that because it's like who's gonna go? Yeah, who's gonna literally go motherfucking Persian shit where it all went wrong, Chinese shit where it all went wrong, fucking Hindu shit where it all went wrong. Like this is exactly what it is. This is how all this stuff morphed into the world religions I would see today. You know?
Philosophical spoken word.
First
Yeah.
sources like DJ P. Cobbler, like like I wish I was his friend. He like goes to first one, like.
Wait, I'm sorry, Zephyr. Wait, hold on, Zephyr. Your shit is like way too low. But like, yeah, I gotta turn you up, or I gotta figure out. Yeah. Here,
I
hold
gotta
on.
talk in my bar voice.
No. Now you just when you just talk now, you came in perfectly clear. But yeah, say what you said again.
Hold on a second. Got it. What did I say? Oh well, it'll come back. Wait, work.
Yeah, I hate when that happens. But yeah, the your voice is better now. But yeah.
Yeah, you could probably tune it up later. I'm telepathic. Everybody knows.
Yeah, you got to go back and listen to the Zephyr. This is yeah. Your audio is fuzzed up, but we'll figure it out. Yeah.
Is that better? See?
Yeah, I think you got to speak directly into the thing. You know that
do.
definitely that definitely works. Yeah, it's like you're too far from the mic, definitely. But yeah.
Yeah, well, I didn't want it to be in frame. I'm smoking too, but I think.
Yeah, I wish I had like a video I could put on while I was breaking weed down. That'd be perfect, you know.
They did that on a Secret Society. They had
down in the bunker.
In the blunt. They did it all like they paid it forward fast. Cool show. Anybody? Not promoting because I'm not on that show. It's good. The Wednesday night. Wednesday night, usually.
Down in the bunker, reading The Art of War.
Oh yeah.
With the Shaolin sword.
Are they ninjas? It's really funny because my Roku has this like screensaver, and it's got like it looks like baseball players, but one of them is like cut at an edge, so it looks like a sword, and it's just a silhouette of the baseball player. And I'm like, oh, you're just trying to program me to be a
Yeah, let me
Is that too much? I gotta just remember to point towards the mic. Some music.
yeah, I'm trying to see and we will be doing this 10 minutes like shit talking thing at the end. So it's going to be
10 minutes
fun.
is a reasonable amount.
It's going to be fun. People made a lot of like AI renditions of me. So I look at some of these AI renditions. It's funny, you know, people try to put like extremely precise prompts
Did you see
into
the
AI.
picture I sent you? It wasn't
Yeah.
AI though. It wasn't AI. I mean, I
Yeah, the picture.
thought
Yeah, the picture you sent me is funny too. So,
I was like, oh my god,
yeah,
it's your relative. It's a doppelganger.
yeah,
You're a time traveler.
yeah, yeah. But yeah. So we got tons of cool images and stuff. So yeah, you know, we got some of that. You know, but yeah, Dr. K, definitely, we're gonna get into that. You know, get into some Zoroastrian texts. We're gonna look at amalgamated the ideas and concepts inside Zoroastrianism and Hinduism real quick, and then we'll look at the technological slavery book, right? And then we'll move on from there with some other topics. Next time, we'll probably, look at Confucianism. So we've moved from India to Persia, and we're going to be going back to China, and these three ideas, Persian and Indian and Chinese, they're going to contain the major crux of these presentations. You know what I mean? And also the ideas about ancient technology, right? And about technique arising in the East by Elul, right? He's got this weird concept or idea that I'm not really ready to tackle today, but I may do a little mini stream about it at some point. And this Wednesday stream, it's going to be hard to tell if I could actually make it to that stream, because me and Abby are doing a bunch of stuff. So we'll figure out if, we'll sign on Wednesday. I might come on Wednesday, 3 hours with me and Abby doing an open panel with it's just me and Virgo Moon, and we'll talk to you guys for maybe a few hours, and we'll open up a panel, see if anybody wants to talk to me and Virgo Moon. You know what I mean? Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but I know a lot of people have talked about us. Definitely made like entire streams. And we've reviewed them on our show. So we've reviewed entire streams about me and Abby on this show. Hilarious, stuff. But it's funny. But yeah. Yeah, so we might come on Wednesday and do that stream. So look, maybe don't get your hopes up too high, but like it'll just be like a thing maybe we'll do, there's only 20 people here right now, so we'll see if people will come and say hi to us. It'll be fun. It'll definitely be a fun thing for her. Maybe we'll just sit there and just play music for a few hours. Who knows, right? But yeah, little maybe celebration stream on Wednesday if we don't do a show on Wednesday, right? But we're definitely going to do a full show on Saturday, right? So this is already a warning about maybe no show on Wednesday or a short stream on Wednesday because of personal life things that we're doing, right? We'll be hanging out.
Don't feel obligated to. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, we'll be, I've been coming on the internet so many times. There's so many hours of presentations I've given, so just one day, it's not going to be that much, I'm sure nobody's going to cry about it, so it is what it is, I always feel obligated to keep doing this on Wednesday and Saturday. And I appreciate the people who look forward to it, big time. Right? Big time. Right? But, so I will say that, I big time appreciate you guys, and, yeah, the people that are actually watching and paying attention to the presentations. Whew, I know there's a small percentage, but wow, those are my real OGs, big time, but yeah, Persian and Hindu ideas, they're not huge here. Okay, this is supposed to be a special on Buddhist philosophy. See, Buddhist philosophy, because it spreads so much, right? Okay, and in modern times, you see a strong impulse towards Buddhist philosophy, techno-Buddhism, I call it, right? And actually, it's funny that Bill Eater started bringing up this concept, Eurasian futurism. Makes a lot of sense. Something like Alan Watts, right? We're going to look at the work of Alan Watts and others, right? His work on the way of Zen. Okay, he wrote a book on Zen philosophy. Okay, we've looked at a lot of the theosophical teachers, okay, and how they view these ideas and concepts, and how some of the orthodox, so-called orthodox thinkers are actually, sort of new age, right? Okay, some of the ideas that belong to the orthodox institutes, right, are sort of inundated with the new age concepts, right? They're trying to modernize these ancient religions, right? So there's lots of dangers, right? Right. I have a book here, right, of the Tao Te Ching, right? Okay, I encountered a gentleman on the a big personality in our arenas here, right? Comes on here yelling and screaming and pouting, right? About how he's memorized the Tao Te Ching, right? Well, that memorization will offer you nothing, right? Because memorizing one translation of this book actually means nothing, right? I have 8 different translations of the Tao Te Ching that don't even say the same thing at all, right? Okay, we have to put a lot more rigor into studying these things, right? Than some of these people have been willing to assess, okay? All right, even, okay? But here is some music, and here, and we'll get into it, right? But yeah, let me actually play. Yeah, that's it. That's what I had to say. Yeah, give me a second. Let me break this down. Play a little music for you guys. Thank you guys. I'll take a little music break, and I'm gonna be playing some remixes that I made in a second here. Throw something on just for now, Give me a second. Instrumental or something else. Okay, how about this? Because this is more metal, right?
The fort was fighting between all Bedouin Now we stop because they have everything. Why we fight? Everyone, he like more and more and more. But in Bedouin we say something, you know. The one he like more and more and more, there's a lot of sand. He can fold his eyes after he never say what more.
Okay, there we go. Got that shit loaded up. Okay, now we're gonna play some of these remixes. But yeah, Godhard, don't get yourself banned from OTW News. He was playing those pathetic guilt by association games and said that. Well, first of all, he put me on the thumbnail, which was hilarious, right? And then he played these ridiculous guilt by association games, you know, saying that you know, that anybody who goes on these other shows is like banned from his show. And I said, I actually don't actually remember you know, you know, I remember sharing a lot of value with him and his crew of flunkies, right? So yeah, I don't remember them ever sharing. I remember him pointing to a picture of an alien dick and saying testy mentees and trying to teach me that the alien dick is like the word for the Bible. You know, so we have that on tape. We could play that clip if you want. We could play Paul and Slave's failed rap career, you know, or whatever it is, you know. But yeah, definitely he came up here and said that he memorized the translation of the Tao Te Ching. So it's like,
wait, OTW did or who?
No, Paul enslaved. so
really?
That was pretty, yeah, so that
That's
was pretty
funny.
yeah, so that was pretty sad. It's like, yeah, well, you might want to realize there's 8 different translations of this, and you know, obviously the original language, you know, I mean, in the 2nd century, you know, you know, there's other texts that were then translated as well. You know, so there's 2nd century texts that were translated for a whole different set of translations, right? So, you know, they don't even know if what they're reading was translated from texts that were from the 2nd century or much older than that, right? You know, and it wouldn't even matter to these people. They just found something that they could read and recite, and so that they could dupe people, right? So that doesn't impress me, or I don't know why it should impress anyone, right? But people bitching and complaining, right, for an entire 24 hours, right, about this guy said this and this guy said this, and watching these shows and reviewing them for 24 hours. And I happen to be on the panel for 1 hour of this, you know, fappery. I mean, right? You know, so this is what happens, right? But yeah, all right. All right. So yeah, you know, but yeah, definitely. But yeah, check this out. This is gonna be hard on the ears, but it is what it is. You know, I make no apologies. I've made lots of strange remixes. It is what it is. Some of them sound crispy and nice, and some of them sound chaotic. Definitely this vibe that I'm trying to translate is one of chaos, right? And of doom, you know, and trying to put what this song is really about. But anyways, check this out, guys. Have a good listen to this. And there's gonna be another one after where I tried to mix a song with Onyx and DMX to metal music. That one went pretty good. That one went pretty good, I gotta say. If I do say so myself. But yeah.
Let freedom ring with a buckshot, but not just yet. First, we need to truly understand the nature of the threat. And a pale man walks in the threshold of darkness. Roughly 20,000 years ago, the first humans evolved with the phenotypical trait. Genetic recessive, blue eyes, blonde hair, and white skin. Albinism apparently was a sin to the original man. African, so the mutants traveled north of the equator. Go Europeans later, the first race haters. So here's the devil's alpha to the beta. Cause history best qualified to teach one. Quoting German philosopher showing now every white man is a fated to a bleach one. Migration created further mutation. Genetic drifts, evolution through recombination. Adaptation to the climate. At the Caucasus Mountain man reverted to that of a primate. Established Neanderthals until the late Paleolithic age. That's when the black Grimaldi man came. With the symbol of the dragon, fire and art. Check cave paintings of France and Spain to the Venus of Willendorf. Around 2000 BC, southern Russians migrating small units. Those who traveled west populated Europe. Those who went east settled in Iran, known as Aryans. 1500 BC, some crossed the Khyber Pass into India and created Hinduism. The first caste system, the origins of racism. A white dot on the forehead meant elite. The black dot defeat, untrustable, untouchable. They wrote the holy Vedas in Sanskrit. That's the language that created Greek, German, Latin, and English. Now the unknowns around 2000 BC starts on the island of Crete in the Aegean Sea. The Greek culture begins Western civilization. The Western civilization means white domination. Mycenaean is learned from command called Egyptian Greek. It existed since at least 3000 BC, creating geometry and astronomy. This knowledge influenced Plato, Socrates, and Hippocrates. Cause Imhotep, the real father of medicine, was worshipped in Greece and Rome in the form of a black African. The word Africa comes from the Greek Afrik, meaning without code. The word philosophy means love of knowledge, stole from the first man. Greek power expands. The first Greek fraternities began. The word gymnasium is Greek for net. This was the place where adolescent boys were educated and molested. This was accepted because Greek culture was homosexual. For example, Sappho trained girls on the island of Lesbos, hence the word lesbian.
Hey, let these dumb motherfuckers know.
December 25th, the birth of Saturn, a homosexual god. I checked the historical pattern. December 25th, and I thought the birth of Christ was Saturnalia. When men got drunk, fucked each other, then beat their wife. Back then, it was still practiced till they called it Christmas. To put a gerbil on your Christmas list. The Hellenistic era, Alexander the Great conquers all the way to India, leaving 4 successive states. By the 5th century BC, ROME succeeds to be the conqueror of Egypt and Greece, but had the threat of the Black Phoenicians in Sicily.
The Punic Wars began 264 BC. The Black General Hannibal and Carthaginian peace. In 146 BC, Carthage fell after a 6-month siege. Rome sold every citizen in slavery, the first genocide of history. And more bisexuality in sight. Julius Caesar was known as every woman's husband and every man's wife. Spartacus revolt, slave rebellion at loss. With 6,000 slaves was nailed on a cross. Oh shit, Jesus Christ, time for some act right. Christians, get your facts right. Cause Christ was not his name. That's Greek for one who was annoying. Joshua ben Yosef was his name. Do Christians know this? So who do you praise? Do you know his name? Or do you do this in vain? Accepting the religion they gave slaves to behave. Keep the description of a story in Josephus. Short, dark, with an underdeveloped beard was Jesus. He had the Roman fear and revolution. The solution was to take him to court and falsely accuse him. After being murdered by Pilate, how can it be these same white Romans established Christianity? Constantine would later see the cross in a dream. In his vision, it read, in hoc signo Wampa, and this time we conquer. Manifest destiny. In 325, he convened the Nicene Creed and separated God into three. Decided Jesus was born on December 25th and raising on the third day is a myth. Plus to deceive us. Commissioned Michelangelo to paint white pictures of Jesus. He used his aunt, uncle, and nephew. Subconsciously, that affects you. It makes you put white people closer to God.
Man got game.
True indeed, fucking jihad. In the 8th century, Muslims conquered Spain, Portugal, and France and controlled it for 700 years. They never mention this in history class, cause old face are threatened when you get the real lesson. Moors from Baghdad, Turkey. Threaten European Christians, meaning the white way of life. Hence the crusade for Christ. On November 25th, 1491, Santiago defeats the last Muslim stronghold, Granada. King Ferdinand gave thanks to God for victory, and the Pope of Rome declared this day to forever be a day of thanksgiving for all European Christians. Now listen. When you celebrate Thanksgiving, what you are actually celebrating is the proclamation of the Pope of Rome, who later in league with Queen Isabella sent Cardinal Zimino to Spain to murder any blacks that resisted Christianity. These Moors, these black men and women, were from Baghdad, Turkey. And today you eat the turkey for your Thanksgiving Day as the European powers destroyed the turkey who was the forefathers of your Muslim fathers. Get on the ground. I fight the power. Get on the ground. Bitch ass nigga. Now around this time, whites started calling us Negroes. That's Spanish for black object, meaning we're not really people but property. And the triangle trade begins they Caesar. Queen Elizabeth sent the first slaves on a ship named Jesus. Stealing land from the indigenous natives. Gave them alcohol to keep the red man intoxicated. Whites claim they had to civilize these pagan animals, but up until 1848, there's documented cases of whites being the savage cannibal. Eating Indians. In 1992 was Jeffrey Dahmer. It slaughtered a whole race with guns, drugs, priests, and nuns. 1763, the first demonic tactic of biological warfare. As tokens of peace, Sir Jeffrey Amherst passed out clothing and blankets to the Indian community. Infested with smallpox, knowing they had no immunity. Today gets age, you best believe it's man-made. Cause ain't a damn thing changed. Let me explain. Now, since people of color are genetically dominant and Caucasoids are genetically recessive, if whites expect to be predominant, meaning survive as a race, then they simply must take precautions. That's why they're worried about the future now. Because by 2050, almost all the Earth's population will be brown and black. So understanding that, whites counter-react.
The fools ain't nothing but a teaspoon of milk in the world color joy.
So they created a system to force blacks into an unnatural position that reinforces the position of natural inferiority. In addition, creating guns and developed the ethnocentric view that God justifies every fucking thing they do. Condition people to perceive whites' culture as civilized and every other culture considered primitive. Not true. Racism is the system of racial subjugation against non-whites in every area of the human relation. Entertainment, education, labor, politics, law, religion, sex, war, and economics. See, blacks with 3/5 of a man with tax purposes intended. You think you're Afro-American, you're a 14th Amendment and a good thing. Jews don't salute the fucking swastika, but niggas pledge allegiance to the flag that accosted. They never teach about the breaker islands like Jamaica. But before slaves came here, whites could take her. Pregnant woman hang up from a tree by her toes, slice her stomach with a knife and let the unborn baby fall to the floor. And stop an unborn child in front of all the slaves to end breeding fear so they be scared, behave, and not rebel more. Understand, all whites must be perceived as potential predators.
And some Onyx and some DMX. How about that? You know what I mean? This is the old song mixed with dub trio.
Shut them down, shut them down, shut them down, yeah, shut them down, 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 shut them down. Shut them down, start the down, see wild, swing back and slide it down, watch stuff on Coney Island. When I rolled up, this nigga all slowed up, that killer froze up, when I pulled up, shut out the pump, I let shots in the down, when I broke out, left that captain dead, his body spilled out, when I fall out, that girl got killed me, kid, I'm going all out, like some bitch, fuck it, got the gun, bust it, game play, gotta play by the rules, if you don't get out, you trust it, don't try to test, surprise your test, but find this your test, every man with a death threat, should've known we was looking like the death, I feel for forgiveness, when I did this, there was not no witness, you should understand, the sovereign God got a shit, so you gotta die. I'm anonymous, I spit like a shiny silver nut of us, niggas fun of us, we the kind of rush, nose that, pull back, taking your whole stack, grimy street cats, niggas forehead like Kojak, go get, project, hold that, in fact, you can smoke that, like crack, like dust, making your whole fucking stove pack, better know me, 1-3, one and only, could be never phony in any ceremony, I tell you homie, some seeds taking your time, making your mind, got this nigga on the low, defecating with rhymes, breaking your spine, got you moving from the flurry, time to worry, I'ma bury the bullshit, fill my pool clear, shut them down, 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 shut them down. I bet you this motherfucking double barrel flash is fake. You on the lookout for a bastard pig. Pumped you up to watch you get beat. Had you thinking shit's sweet, and you want shit's Greek, cause your shit's weak. How much is your life worth to someone important? Cause I be extorted. Can I ransom with some shit that you don't wanna get caught? Back in the days of Dorton, niggas scared to ride. The guy from not behind stayed on his job, but his own miles. Worth going back to the earth, so worth thinking my shit go wrong. You know, do it for the graveyard, and don't go. Fuck, you know about a pound box. Money going out with 9 Glock. On top of you, that same nigga when they pull out 29 shots. Till I kill up your crew, I ain't gon' rest. Don't take a whole lot to flip your best. Then watch your nose, just spill out your chest. Best know some actual age shit. You don't know kids, that roll for face. More niggas get killed like that, the little bitch. Sticky. That FINGA, the crazy cage, blazing, hard for days, danger, raising, amazing. I'm the place that lays it. One for hazing, hard to be facing. Lord, on the telling the thing, out of the underground. I'm gunning them down with a thunder pound. Turn shit, some quick when the gun click. Lying in your bomb, push the line on your dick. In the morgue, and many dogs, I'm the rock while I'm a block collar. Fuck cocaine killer, I sniff gunpowder. So all your real willies, throw your rollies in the sky. And all the crooks, run the place outside. I'm so hype, I'll take your life and have my own right. And fuck my life, I don't need no mic. Shut them down, 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 shut them down.
Explosions.
Oh yeah. Technology. Yeah, so that moves us to, some readings here. Blessings. And this is some of my own reflections here, and then I'll move on to some of the text here, for both Hindu and Zoroastrian, right? So we'll see what it do, right? And as I said earlier, this is not a series about Zoroastrianism or Hinduism, right? But about the ideas in the development of Buddhist philosophy, right? And obviously the preliminary ideas in the world systems, right, that I've talked about okay, Persian, Hindu, right, and Chinese seem to tie in heavily into that nexus point, right? Okay, there's many different ideas existing in the 4th century, right? 6th to 4th century is when Buddha purportedly lived and taught, right? But yeah. So yeah. Yeah, so compassion for all living beings, okay, without incurring anger or enmity by conquering one's own lust, right? Greed, envy, and pride, thereby freeing oneself from the material attachment of desire to attain worldly pleasures, okay, whose maintenance can cause one to engage in forms of trickery and deceit. Okay, was part of a common duty bestowed on all mankind in their relation to the all. In it, okay, an honest street sweeper is better than a dishonest king. All right. Okay. This is ancient knowledge, right? Ancient wisdom. Right? They knew this. Right. Right. Okay. For only the former, right, honest street sweeper maintains his true duty and purpose. True happiness consists in making others happy through the grace of correspondence with the divine. God is seen as the light of lights, an imperishable truth. Quote, the instructor, the learner, the hearer, and the enemy are always within the heart, unquote. This is the call to look at the problems of the world as a reflection of one's own disharmony, right? A doctrine of self-reliance was also put forward, right, for the sake of mutual fidelity, as one of the scripture states, quote, let him carefully avoid all undertakings, the success of which depends on others, unquote. In this doctrine, truth is purity of the soul, and virtue is spotlessness of mind, or the courage to guide one's will with the light of truth. One must also protect oneself from the irreligious and the impious. Okay. Okay. Note that as we drop the link here in about a few minutes. Right? Okay. All right.
And the heretical.
Yeah, and the profane. The motherfucking profane.
That's a good one. Profane.
The profane ass motherfuckers. You're gonna get
Profane in vain.
straight up monkeys.
Flying monkeys.
Yeah, flying squirrels. You know. And you know, I was relatively impressed with the flying squirrel as a kid. You know, I always thought if I could have a pet, it'd be a good one, right? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, you're right, Nico. There's no need to go on a witch hunt for sure. But yeah, profane or profane accessories. Profane in the membrane. Yeah. One cannot protect oneself from. Okay. From the profane through this type of medium. We just have to allow them for now. One must also protect oneself from the irreligious and impious, who forsake traditions of the pious family to create unwanted progeny for the welfare activities in society. One cannot allow sin to proceed, just as one cannot have compassion for the dress of a drowning man. So one is not taught to engage from the world, but to actively fight against the wicked and the corrupt. As one of the most important books, okay? Okay. The Gita, right? And I'll go ahead and pick that up in a minute, right? Okay, this is not a go and just make sacrifice. It's not simply ascetic, right? Not about material. Okay, the spiritual warrior does not have material compassion, right? Compassion for material. Right. But they also don't practice spiritual materialism, right? And what's a spiritual warrior? It's kind of like a Jedi Knight, right? Okay. Obviously, a warrior is not unemotional, right? They're extremely emotional, right? They're moved to tears for the sacrifice of their country, right? Yet they're unemotional when facing the enemy for that very same reason, right? The same tenderness would behold passion for one's countrymen, and the sacrifice one is to behold is the same fierceness that strikes down the enemy. It's the same principle. Okay? Right? And I've never seen the movie. Okay, so don't even try to reference all this shit. I don't know about Star Wars, all that shit. I'm just making a fucking metaphor, right? I'm not big into movies. I've watched like 3 shows. And I've carefully selected the shows I've watched. Okay. They're usually like shows that have to do with philosophy and shit. Okay. Like The Next Generation, Star Trek, fucking Twilight Zone, or some shit like that. Just talking about paradoxes and mysteries and shit. You know, something that I could take a fucking bite out of. All right. Okay. Not some fucking just 2-bit nonsense fucking drama shit, right? They're going back and forth where it's just about the characters and their personalities. I don't care. Right? I want something that deals with some deeper concepts, history or philosophy or something, you know? You know what I mean? Or else reality's better than fiction. Reality's stranger than fiction. You know what I mean? You know? Anyways, let me go on a little bit. Okay. You can't barter with death. The true devotee of the Lord is without pride, fear, desire, live solely for compassion and truth. Intelligence begets intelligence. No one can steal away knowledge or skill or devotion. Anyone can steal your property. But while a thief steals one's property, a liar steals one's reality. Which is worse? The eternal personality of the Godhead that possesses all wealth, strength, power, beauty, knowledge, can provide isolation from pain far greater than the comforts and the confines of material compassion. and those methods that search for absolute truth for the sake of power. Krishna Krishna tells Arjuna, all right? Okay, Krishna tells Arjuna, right? Okay. And now I'm going to go ahead and break this out, right? This is what Krishna says to Arjuna, right? Because Arjuna's distressed, right? He wants to flee from battle, right? Killing demons because some of his enemies are going to be people in his own family, right? And he says violence and revenge and, you know, using your power in the world and all this type of stuff. He says, I'm going to just refrain from battle and become a devotee of the Lord and just pray and all this type of stuff. And Krishna says, don't you see that everybody on the battlefield is already gone? You know, he says that your duty is to fight against evil. You are created as a vessel, right? That's built for the destruction of evil, right? And he says, in order to retreat from your task, okay, and in order, and just out of compassion for those material, okay, entities, which are actually fully manifestations of evil and disgrace upon the world, right? That your willingness to try to preserve that, okay, and forsake your duty, right, is the same as just throwing away everything. Then he shows him everybody on the battlefield's already being devoured, right, by the destroyer, right? So everybody being grinded up, right? You know? Hey, greetings, neutral. Yeah, blessings. And and let's go. Oh shit, hold on. Let me grab the Gita here. Yeah, this is definitely interesting. And I'm gonna drop this link here. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is just a real banger. You know what I mean? Okay. Okay, so check this out. He said, seeing Arjuna full of compassion, his mind depressed, his eyes full of tears, Madhusadana, Krishna, spoke the following words. All right. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjuna, how have these impurities come upon you? They are not all befitting for a man who knows the value of life. They lead not to higher planets, but to infamy. O son of Perta, do not yield to this degrading impotence. It does not become you. Give up such petty weakness of heart and arise, O chastiser of the enemy. Arjuna said, O killer of enemies, O killer of Madhu, how can I counterattack with arrows in battle men like Bhisma and Drona who are worthy of my worship? It would be better to live in this world by begging than to live at the cost of lives of great souls who are my teachers. Even though desiring worldly gain, they are superiors. If they are killed, everything we enjoy will be tainted with blood. Okay? So he simply refuses to kill those people who are his teachers, even though they've given up to worldly gain instead of the teachings that they espoused when they first taught him what they taught, right? They've now become in ranks with the enemy, right? And he's saying, how could it be good to kill these people, right? Okay? He's moved to tears. He wants to flee from the battle, the top warrior on earth. See, this is what I was talking about, right? About how warrior has tenderness and compassion, right? But it's the same energy that makes him want to strike down the enemy to defend what he loves. The same love of one's own is used to kill, right? It's called spiritedness or thumos, right? The warrior spirit, right? It's an ancient principle of honor, right? Kalos kagathos, the good and the honorable, right? Okay. All right. So Krishna's moved to tears. Okay. Okay. He says it'd be better to live in the world begging, right? That at the cost of those great souls who are my teachers, even though desiring worldly gain, they are superiors, he says. If they are killed, everything we enjoy will be tainted with blood, nor do we know which is better, conquering them or being conquered by them. If we killed the sons of Dhritarashtra, we should not care to live. Yet they are now standing before us on the battlefield. Now I'm confused about my duty. And I've lost all composure because of miserly weakness. In this condition, I'm asking you to tell me for certain what is best for me. Now, I am your disciple, a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me, he says. Please instruct me. All right? All right? And, yeah. Yeah, he shook. He says, I can find no means to drive away this grief, which is drying up my senses. Right? I will not be able to dispel it, even though I win a prosperous, unrivaled kingdom on heaven. Oh, I'm sorry, on earth. Wow, that's so weird. But kingdom on earth with sovereignty like the demigods in heaven. Okay? Okay. Now look at this. This is the key passage. All right. He says, having spoken thus, Arjuna, the chastiser of enemies, that's his role in this whole thing, right? He says, Govinda, I shall not fight. Govinda is another name for God, right? He says, I shall not fight, and fell silent. Okay? Okay? Okay, now at that time, Krishna was smiling in the midst of both armies and spoke the following words to the grief-stricken Arjuna. Now check out what he says. Okay? You know, check out what he says. This is wild what he says. It just blew my socks off, right? Blew my motherfucking socks right off. All right? Look at what he says. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, while speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor the dead. Never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be.
Saying that everyone is eternal, in other words.
Yeah, wild. You know, that there's no life nor death. You know, that things are simply just brought into existence, right? And then brought out of existence to return again into existence, right? Which is the cycle. So he's saying, why should you lament for the clothes of a drowning man? Their condition. Trying to change somebody's condition is like trying to change trying to save the clothes on a drowning man. You know, it's like you're concerned about the effects of something that's on the mortal shell, which is not even the person. Right? You're not even talking about the consciousness, right?
Right.
So check it out. Supreme Personality of Godhead says, as the embodied soul continuously passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. A sober person is not bewildered by such a change.
Very interesting.
Very interesting. The embodied soul continuously passes from this body from boyhood to youth to old age. The soul similarly passes into another body, he says, at death. A sober person is not bewildered by such a change, meaning most, they're drunk on lies. Only few understand the truth of the situation. If this is the wisest warrior in the world, the chastiser of the enemy, and even he can't come to grasp with the true reality, okay, then imagine what kind of condition most people are in, right? I mean, for real.
Yep.
Like, I mean, you know. Okay. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, so O son of Kunti, the non-permanent appearance of happiness and distress and their disappearance in due course are like the appearance and disappearance of winter and summer seasons. They arise from sense perception. Osana Bharata. One must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. O best among men, Arjuna, the person who is not disturbed by happiness and distress, is steady in both, is certainly eligible for liberation. Now, this is a really fucking crazy part. It says, those who are seers of truth have concluded that of the non-existent, the material body, there is no endurance, and of the eternal, the soul, there is no change. This they have concluded by studying the nature of both. I'll read that one again. Those who are seers of truth have concluded that of the non-existent, the material body, there is no endurance, and of the eternal, the soul, there is no change. And they found that out by studying the nature of both.
What I would wonder is how did they go about that study of the eternal soul?
Well, I guess just getting past the barrier of being steady in both happiness and distress would be a huge barrier for most people, right? I could possibly imagine that first hurdle, just what it describes right there, right? I mean, imagine finding somebody who's done that, right?
Yeah. Considering how many what's the word? Hardships one can go through in that kind of time period, but this is not that we have any less hardships now, but just different kinds of hardships.
Yeah, there's a link for you guys. Yeah. That which pervades the entire body, you should know to be indestructible. He says, no one is able to destroy that imperishable soul. The material body of the indestructible, immeasurable, and eternal living entity is sure to come to an end. Therefore, fight, O descendant of Bharata. Neither he who thinks the living entity the slayer, nor he who thinks it slain is in knowledge. For the self slays not, nor is slain. For the soul there is neither birth nor death at any time. He has not come into being, does not come into being, and will not come into being. He is unborn, eternal, ever existing, and primeval. He is not slain when the body is slain. How can a person who knows that the soul is indestructible, eternal, unborn, and immutable kill anyone or cause anyone to kill? As a person puts on new garments, giving up old ones, the soul similarly accepts new material bodies, giving up old, useless ones. The soul can never be cut to pieces by any weapon, nor burned by fire, nor moistened by water, nor withered by the wind. This individual soul is unbreakable and insoluble and can neither be burned nor dried. He is everlasting, present everywhere, unchangeable, immovable, and eternally the same. It is said that the soul is indivisible, inconceivable, and immutable. Knowing this, you should not grieve for the body, it says. Okay, so there's our little reading there. Fascinating stuff, isn't it? That's just a part of it, a very small part.
This is from the which one was
Gita.
this from? Oh, the Gita. Okay.
Yeah, the most popular. So isn't it crazy? This stuff lying right at the feet of most people, right? Bible, Gita, deep stuff coming from there, and they don't even, know what's in there.
It has my attention for sure.
Yes, it's fascinating. Imagine just a few excerpts like that. How they would define a culture, a time, a people, all right? And that is just one excerpt, as we said, in a very late exploration, right? Okay, after the Puranas, right? As we learned earlier, there's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of verses before that, right? Okay, in the Upanishads, it explains the story of Shvetaketu, and it definitely says that consciousness, okay, gives birth to light, gives birth to water, gives birth to all of the elements, right? And this is just a sample of some of this stuff, right? Okay, and at this time, right, at the time of Plato and Aristotle, right, Greece was like in its dark ages. Okay, the Greeks talked about this, right? They talked about the days of Solon and how the Greeks used to be like these great people, right? So in the Greek legends, they knew that they came from people who are much more prominent than themselves, right? That they had fallen, okay, to decadence, right? That there was much more creative and advanced people that lived before them that they had derived most of their customs and ways of life from, right? And mostly their period of luxury and productivity, right, was basically based on these people, right? Okay. Okay. And at that time, all right, the ruling powers of Persia that had created and made Greece into a vassal state, right? Zoroastrianism was their religion. Okay. Right. So it was like a golden age of Zoroastrianism, right? All right. But yeah, this reformer, right, Zoroaster, right, he had teachings, right, known as the Vestas and the Gata, right? We looked at that last time. Okay. But yeah, um, quote, that nature is only good when it shall not do unto another whatever is not good for itself, for its own self. Do not unto others all that which is not well for oneself. Unquote. Okay. That's in one of the scriptures of Zoroastrianism, right? Sounds very, very close, right? Okay. To something Confucius also said, right? This negative golden mean is contained within the writings of Confucius as well, right? Okay. Okay. Quote, thou shouldst be diligent and moderate, right? Unquote. Right? It's all about regular industry, self subsistence, self reliance, right? Okay. Emphasis on righteousness, honesty, moderation, temperance, right? Okay. We're going to open up some of these writings here for the Zoroastrians, right? There's some interesting concepts like how they have a type of ritual use of plants, right? So this substance is described, right? And it's kind of like the soma of the Hindus, right? They have something similar, right? It's actually a similar name too, right? Okay. Okay. And obviously they have the Kaikion of the Eleusinian mysteries, right? That was influenced by the Orphic Pythagoreans, where they have some sort of plant ritual, plant-based ritual, right? Okay. The rites of Bacchus or Dionysus, all right, as they're called, right? Uh, yeah, let's go to some of this Zoroastrian. And I'm going to try to look for specific passages here so I can illuminate you know, uh, the fundamental doctrines here, And okay, here we go. The dead shall rise up, life shall come back to the bodies, and they shall keep the breath. All right, that's from a fragment, right? So resurrection of the dead is something they believe in. Okay. Thou shouldst not become presumptuous, though great connections and race, for in the end thy trust is thine own deeds. Form no covetous desire, so that demon of greediness may not deceive thee, and the treasure of the world may not be tasteless to thee, and that the spirit unperceived. Okay. Okay. So this idea of greediness, right? That anger manu is a spirit of greed, right? So that the gifts that you create in the world will basically become tasteless through greed, right? Okay. And obviously you're going to be resurrected one day. So you can't take this stuff with you to the grave anyways, right? Okay. It's that same principle. All right. Covetousness, desire. See, we saw that before, right? Right. But here it's so that, those material aspects in the world, right? So they won't lose their flavor. They'll become tasteless, right? See, notice the distinction, right? Okay, it's not about just renunciation of the world, right? But it's about industry, right? It's about a sort of exchange between the world and what you truly want, right? Okay, thou shouldst be diligent and moderate and eat of thine own regular industry, provide and share of the sacred beings and the good, and thus practice of this in thy occupation is the greatest work. Is the greatest work. Okay, so look at this about industry, right? Work, right? Moderation, right? The first perfection is good thoughts, the second, good words, and the third, good deeds. Okay? If several healers offered themselves together, namely, one who heals with a knife, one who heals with herbs, and one who heals with the holy word, it is this one who will best drive away sickness from the body of the faithful. Holiness is the best of all good. Happy the man who is holy with perfect holiness. The will of the Lord is the law of holiness. The riches of Vohumanu, the spirit of goodness, shall be given to him who works in the world for Mazda and wields according to the will of Ahura the power he gave to him to relieve the poor. Okay. 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 And remember, Arjuna was going to, one of the reasons he was instructed to kill uh, his teachers was because they perpetrated on what they taught for worldly gain. You know what I mean? So yeah, which is also fascinating. But yeah, it says, since the righteous man is a counterpart of Ahura Mazda, Right? The nature only is good when it shall not do unto another whatever is not good for its own self. Do not unto others all that which is not well for oneself. Okay. Okay, so what do you guys think? You know? Did a small hat slip that in there? What is going on? Male
Like foundational kind of workings
Yeah.
for eventually the small hats to thrive.
Yeah.
Underpinnings.
It's interesting. May obedience conquer disobedience within this house. And may peace triumph over discord here. And generous giving over avarice, reverence over contempt, speech with truthful words. Over lying utterance, may the righteous order gain the victory over the demon of the lie. All good thoughts, all good words, all good deeds will reach paradise. All evil thoughts, all evil words, all evil deeds will reach hell. And all good thoughts, all good words, all good deeds are the badge of the righteous for paradise. Okay. He has gained nothing who has not gained the soul. Okay. And I think there was 3 orders of perfection, right? Wasn't it saying that? It was saying that good thoughts, good words, good deeds. Okay, and here it says all good thoughts, all good words, and all good deeds are the badge of the righteous for paradise. Okay. So that is apparently an idea that should be repeated there. You mean twice. Yo.
Yo. When you're reading that right now, it just kind of reminded me of like the fourfold truth and the eightfold path.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that most probably soon when we get into the Buddhist stuff. But yeah, some of the stuff does sound similar. I forgot to pin the link. So yeah, guys, the link is pinned. Now that I see Cecil here, I'm reminded.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you it wasn't pinned.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna look at a little bit of more music here in a bit, and continue reading this, and yeah, and then we'll most likely get into Dr. K. You know, and I already apologize for the lack of regular material that I have, but I have been doing some extra long shows. So please go check out those previous shows and things that we've been doing. And also Wednesday, I think I told you guys Wednesday, I may or may not be here for the entire show. It'll be like a 3-hour show we might come and do, open up a panel, but it will not be like a regular show that we do, like 7-8 hour show that we do, because I will be going and visiting in Ohio and stuff. So I'll be doing different stuff. But me and Abby might come on for a few hours, and just open up a panel and talk to people if people are out here. So we'll figure it out if we're gonna do that, and how we'll do that on Wednesday night. Okay, but no promises for me to come on Wednesday, right? But Saturday I will come on, you know. But yeah, there's gonna be some shit going on. So yeah, we'll figure it out, you know. But I will bring extra material the week after that, you know. So we'll get going on this Buddhism philosophy because there's different aspects to it. There's obviously Buddha himself, his writings, his teachings. There's the Abhidharma philosophy. There's Nagarjuna. There's Nagasena. You know, there's the different Buddhist teachers. There's Bodhidharma himself, right? There's the Zen teachers, right? So there's so many different sources there, you know. So that's already gonna be like tons and tons and tons of shows, like maybe, you know, 5 or 6 shows on the Buddhist ideas themselves, right? So before we move to a different topic, right, we're gonna most likely, you know, go pretty hard on this one, right? But this is just preliminary with Zoroastrian stuff, right? Obviously, Hindu stuff, right? And some of the Taoists and the Confucian, you know what I mean, ideas. That's just preliminary, right, to figuring out just even what's going on with Eastern philosophy or Eastern religion, you know, as compared to, you know, what we looked at about the development of modern science, you know, Western liberalism, you know, the so-called, you know, Judaic or so-called Christian, you know, worldview sometimes merged into Judeo-Christian. We've seen that word used many times, right? Yo, greetings to Jimmy and you tell me blessings. Yeah, now check this out. It says poverty, which is through honesty, is better than opulence, which is from the treasure of others. Okay, that sounds
Poverty's
very
the shit, bro. Let me just tell you, I love poverty.
yeah. Yeah, that sounds very similar to dishonest, you know, king, you know, that is basically trash, while an honest street sweeper, that's like a true like that's like a true king right there. You know, somebody who's the real shit, right? He's got real opulence, you know, cuz he's got honesty, right? And you see that with people who have intelligence too. And there's people who have a little bit of intelligence who are honest, you know, much better than people who have lots of intelligence but they're dishonest. All right? That happens all the time. You know, you see that shit all the time. All right? So yeah, you know, it just goes to show, you know, he's gained nothing who has not gained the soul. You know what I mean? He that does not restore a thing when it's asked for back again steals the thing. He robs the man. So he does every day, every night, as long as he keeps in his house his neighbor's property as though it were his own. Everyone is to practice thanksgiving continuously, and it is requisite that he maintains it through the good and the bad. Neither our thoughts, nor commands, nor our understanding, nor our beliefs, nor our deeds, nor our consciousness consciences, sorry, nor our souls are at one. One truthful man is better than the whole world speaking falsehood. Right? And that's what Bodhidharma, Bodhidharma, when he left, right, the emperor, and they said, somebody go and get that dude to turn him back and get him to come back and teach us what he knows, right? Dude looked at him and said, even if the whole nation went after him, he wouldn't turn back. What does a man care about people's opinions and approval of what he has to say? Next to nothing, really. You know what I mean? He's going to go gaze at a wall for 9 years. He doesn't give a fuck. Right? You know? The most powerful man in the world is the one who does not do shit, right? The one who can't be moved is a master of movement. You know what I mean? Right? The one who engages all things while doing nothing, right? Creates without ownership, right? Produces without ownership, right? Right? Yet is the mother of 10,000 things. Right? So let's go. Okay, now this is a good one. It says, it is knowledge of which no one knows the superfluity. It is learning and skill which no one is able to deprive one of. It is understanding and intellect which is not possible to buy at a price. It is wisdom with which everyone and one's own self are untroubled and satisfied. Wisdom is better than the wealth of every kind which is in the world. Okay. We're going to see a little more examples of this here. Okay. Humility, exhortation of virtue, right? The honorable and the good being linked. Okay. And some very strange concepts as well. From the yasnas. Yeah. What the hell? Oh yeah, Cecil's. That's Cecil. I was like, what the hell? I was like, who's this? I was like, what the fuck? All right. Yeah. What up, dog?
Yeah, man. I feel like there's not a lot of people who like understand me or like think that I'm crazy because I don't want to indulge in their physical there's whatever freaking normie life or whatever. Let me tell you what, man, some of the most backstabbing, underhanded people I know are people who are trying to keep afloat with their car payment, their house payment, their freaking like watching porn is bad, but having to go do porn to pay your bills is even worse. Having to freaking constantly freaking stab people in the back and be a freaking narc and shit just to be able to freaking get out of this stupid stuff that you get yourself into. Dude, I wouldn't give anything for these people. Like, yeah, they got freaking vehicles that are new and a house and a wife and a kids and all this shit, dude. Like, I'm good, dude. I don't need any of that anymore, I don't think. Although I did today when I was leaving the library, there was these Mormon girls right there, dude. And no, they were missionaries. It was 2 missionaries, but they were females.
Oh shit! Did you fall for this Mormon?
Well, you know that they're like
the Mormon trap.
Dude, Mormons are like freaking freaky,
Thirst
bro.
trap. You fell for the Mormon thirst trap.
I almost did, bro. Cause a little flyer that she was handing me was like, "Oh, you can go to our church." Da, da, da. And then the next one down from the church address was like this Mormon like singles group for 18 to 30-year-olds. I was like, I think I'm like 30 in my mind or something like that. I'll freaking go to this you know, and they're like, "Oh, well, what church do you want to?" I'm like, dude, I mean, they got something going on, man. At least they freaking got hot girls that are freaking making people think about going to their church and shit. You know what I mean?
Check
Like,
this out, G. Check this out. Check this out. Check
It's like
this
religious
out.
prostitution or something.
it's damn close.
Check this out. Check this out. It said right here, in Mormon theology, God is accompanied by a goddess wife, or so-called heavenly mother, quote unquote. Together they produce countless ethereal children, which Mormons call spirit babies.
Yeah, and that's one of their big selling points is, well, I just want to be together with my family forever in heaven. So I can accept this Mormonism.
That's wild. That's wild. You probably never heard a church talk about God's wife having spirit babies with God. Okay.
Nah.
Yeah.
Totally not a cult. Totally legit.
Oh, fully is. But I mean, still, at least the girls are hot.
Yeah, that sounds more like neo-paganism. But yeah, it's very interesting religion they have. Also, there's like a spirit that appeared to Joseph Smith that's also an angel named Maronai that was a descendant of the 12 tribes, but also is a Native American spirit. So it's wild shit. So the Native Americans are descendants of the 13 tribes of Israel. So it's interesting.
Allegedly.
Yeah, so when you see that in the Black Hebrew Israelites say that sometimes, right?
Oh,
the guy
yeah.
that I wanted to debate, Tazariak, he says that, he claims that, right? That the Puerto Ricans and the Native Americans were descendants of the Jews.
Oh
Right, so
boy.
yeah, Marin. Yeah. Yeah, so
just take out the I and there you go.
Yeah.
Dude, some of that stuff that Joseph Smith like supposedly did about how he's like reading tablets using these like seer stones and like some of the original story of I mean, it's like science fiction, like borderline science fiction stuff, dude.
He was a con artist. He's just weaving up stories.
I mean,
it's a distraction. What we were reading with Ted K, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys ever caught that Alex Gray, I think, the guy who paints those psychedelic pictures, right? He was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and he starts talking about Mormonism and starts promoting Mormonism on the show, on the Joe Rogan show, which I was like, this is fucking getting weird and interesting, right?
That's funny.
So then he starts saying, one of the things he said really caught my attention. He said this is this is a truly American religion because it combines Native Americans into Judaism. And right, so it's crazy. It combines like Native American prophecies and things into Judaism, right? So he's like, this is the one thing that brings everything full circle, is Mormonism, which is funny, um, you know, but yeah, definitely weird promotion of Scientology, Mormonism, right, and all of these types of ideas within the mainstream, to where it's obvious that they seeded mention of these things, or that there's powerful actors. Obviously, both of these religions were founded by the quote unquote people who are already occultists, part of other occult organizations, right? So so that's notable as well, right? That these things are part of the occult revival in the 1800s.
It's hip to be square.
Yeah, and as I was saying, like you could turn on all of these conspiracy so-called shows, right? Alex Jones and Owen Benjamin and Adam Green, and even any of the ones on YouTube, the Rose 777 and the Nachikita, and any of these ones in our vicinity, right? They're so-called Cockboy Hotline and the Gimp Unslaved and any of these other shows, right? They have all of these shows on, and they're so-called masters at telling you what the occult is and the conspiracies are about, but not even one of them explain why, right, the Plato and the Kabbalah are used to encode the mysteries of the occult, right? So it's obvious that if you're reading the occult, right, you're reading from knowledge that is much, much older than the occult, in the form of, the Jewish mysteries, and also these writings of Plato, which are even much, much older than the Jewish mysteries, right? So they have lots of different concepts and ideas that are encoded within these occult writings, that if you don't read these ancient writings and these original documents, right, you might as well be reading a bunch of nonsense, a bunch of pseudo-philosophical, pseudo-mystical garble, right, that actually you can't piece together, right? So since these people are masters of understanding what the occult mysteries are and all this stuff, it's so obvious why they've never ever stated that once. What I just said. It's fucking fascinating. I can't believe it, right? That these people actually don't have any information or knowledge, about any Freemasonry or occultism at all, right? And either they're trying to hide what it's about, or they're just trying to just make it up as they go along. I have no idea. But it's hilarious.
I think a lot of the people that you mentioned that are like in our general vicinity, which by the way, some of these people are trying to run freaking channels and can barely even do it, anymore. A lot of them are just script readers.
Well, I don't know. I don't think I can do it anymore either. At least not for this week. But next week will be much more opportune. I promise. But yeah, it's been crazy. It's gonna be a crazy week this week. Definitely Saturday. I will be back. Fully. But yeah, Wednesday it's gonna be very difficult. But it will be fun to maybe do a little extra stream or whatever with all you guys.
What are you doing over in Ohio? What are you gonna do over there?
Well, I'm moving to Ohio, right? So, slowly but surely, right? So I'm gonna be going back and forth between Michigan and Ohio quite a bit, right? So that's gonna be the thing.
Cool. Reagan lives in Ohio.
Uh-oh. Reagan.
Yeah, she just made another video the other day that was kind of, I don't know. She had people talking like in the other room and it cut off early, but yeah. I've almost got her location pinpointed because she told me like what major city she lives near, and she lives near train tracks. And yeah, anyway. But the point I'm trying to make is a lot of these people that have channels, like, how Drew was talking about how he's like post-truther now. It's because he ran out of freaking Wikipedia articles to read and changed the words around to make it sound like it was his original work. Stop trying to grift off YouTube bucks and go get a job.
Yeah, and we'll be back in like 10 minutes. Yeah, Cecil's with the creepy shit. Yeah, it is what it is. He's a creepy stalker, man.
I'm a creepy purple potato.
Yeah. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, thank you, homies. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, most likely we'll be driving there, It's not that far from Detroit, but yeah.
Bitchy ass rim shots. I'm audio too basic, combust with straight and funk thrust. You box with soft touch, touch with soft tentacle. Tickle me sickly, sedate my brain quickly. So much slower, the whole scenery seems. Moving through plasticine brackets backwards. Afterburn, full thrust, punch, react trackless. Come to confront funk slugs with soft tactics. Turn the fire faucet on the burn them in their mattress. Then ashes float to heaven quicker than souls of children. Murdered by a strange man in the basement of the building. Time to build, time to be brazen with cane raising. The same fate of disdain with a grain of insane patience. Patting at, fire in the sky, cataract eyes. This is nervous, unnerving worship. Reported 4 nights of journey through. Warning you, secret pathfinder, the cast of bad sitcom. The laugh track added to the last cast shit on. The audience clapped like Dillinger gun, Masonic rounds falling down. Trample the trespass sound. Ample to stretch, ample get loudest to rest. From Banshee with a megaphone, my megaphone. Hold the frequency, hold it unevenly. Unsheath the jihad blade and become animalistic. Authority walks the plank, that's implicit. The shambles are the gifted, dismantling in prison. This is just a CF thought card around the soul. As old feelings to those with false motion. All potion, pour the parched hearts open. Cast it out, sold out in the open. DJ fucking Leno leaves the boombox dead. DJ fucking Crusher making children throw furniture. Learning disabilities spring from the scene. Like a recessive brighter gene. Ignited like a flare for all teens. Tall beams broken. Bring down the foundation. Found in a pool of cess but the worms on nerve stations. FM is just a feminine breaks on rotation. Company flow hold the mic naked. Aside from murder touch, fuck with the once known divine style. Dummy droid noise from bad cats and bastards. I enter life Aslan, connected and godlike. Odd mic clutched and chucked the glass structure. Sided to the fuck with a working class rupture. Eating that body of martyrs and pump action. Something the fuck dumps with blood and dust faction. Techno spawn the last long cock rhymer. Get with it. Space Ghost the force soul weapon. Get with it. Get got or got missing. You got a very soft vision of art. You got a deficit disorder of heart. These are the ways of an endangered drum pattern. This is the flight of the hapless. You got it all backwards.
Greetings.
Was that Apathy or 6-2 in that second track? Or was it LP? I forget. Oh, they all sound the same to me.
Yeah, it's LP. DJ Crush.
Yeah, DJ Crush is the shit.
It's a wild track. For real. One of their best. Definitely
Mormon girls.
lesser known.
Mormon girls breaking it off with a fucking dome. Please join my church. Okay, baby. Because we have to do it for Jesus. Oh, shit. Is my mic on? Oh, fuck.
You know it's on, dude.
Yeah, I think Cecil looked pretty good with the small hat.
Fuck that. I look good with a shaved head.
Little
He's gonna
tiny
look
hat.
good with. He's gonna look good with that Mormon regalia.
A little tiny hat on that Caesar.
A red with the freaking, with the underwear with the pentacles on it and shit, with the gold in the gold leaf and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh wait, that's only for the temple. That's
Yeah, they probably won't let you in that one.
dude. How are these people claiming to be in America and be Christians? Oh, go to our temple. Like what?
It's like they're taking crazy pills or something.
Dude.
Forget about it. Anyways.
Oh, we don't do drugs. All substances, even caffeine, are banned. or just into crazy, wild, polygamous sex. You know. Yeah. Anyway.
I'm dying over here. I can't even fucking breathe. Straight up. But yeah. Let me go on with this for a minute. And then at about 4 hours, we'll figure out something else. And the link is pinned. Okay, this is usually the portion where we entertain random conversations, but you know, doesn't seem like anybody other than the usual suspects list of characters is willing to, you know, come and I've laid out tons of material here. Actually, a lot of these live streams at this point, a large majority of them, begin with 2 hours of basically videos and shit that I've made in terms of presenting different material, research, sometimes monologues, okay, about original ideas, right? A lot of these so-called monologues and Cecil, I'm gonna have to mute you for a second while you're putting your stuff away. Yeah, blessings. But yeah. This shit, a lot of these little monologues and things, they consist of, yeah, feel free to unmute yourself when you want to talk. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, a lot of those, different topics, a lot of different themes, religion, okay, philosophy, philosophers, religious figures, right? Okay, we've done case studies on a number of issues. The occult, okay. We got this guy here. He's going around doing a bunch of things.
Yeah, dude, there's so much to figure out, man. What's up, dude? Good to see you.
Uh-oh. Investigations. He's investigating.
Investigations are going on all over this fucking place. You all better look out and wonder. You better watch where you bury your tracks.
Please stop, sir.
Well, TML can tell me these things.
Stop right there, sir. You yourself appear to be under investigation. So,
oh no, not me. Not me.
I have to ask you to pull over to the side of the road, and we'll have Cecil, organize your things here, and
full cavity search.
Exactly. So
of course, Cecil would want a full cavity search.
Orders
Ain't
of the
happening with me,
court.
Cecil.
Orders of the court here.
Ain't happening.
We're just executing these warrants. We can't do anything about it. But yeah.
What are these books you're hiding up in there?
Well, it's the truth about our past, but I can't say that to you, sir. I'm not answering any questions.
Dude, you suck.
There you go. Don't answer any questions. Those are words of wisdom right there.
Well, he plead the fifth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.
Don't talk to cops altogether, period.
Yeah, I'm not a cop at all, guys. Tell me everything you know right now.
Crickets.
That's JG's gig.
I'm in a Wendy's now. Better Wi-Fi, and they were just playing a song that had some moans in it. It was fucking weird.
Yeah, TML, when you came up here, you was on a rant about like how beautiful. Like I need. This is what I was saying in my last stream. I need to learn how to develop the language you have. Like it's like because we both know we have like a vast amount of information to share. As ridiculous as I might sound, I'm in the same boat. I know that you don't want to equate with me right now and hook your anchor to that ship. However, we both have vast libraries of information being developed right now in front of y'all. So it's up to y'all to catch up. If you can't keep up with TML and what he's up to, I don't know what the fuck's going on with y'all.
Yeah, well, I noticed some stuff last week that people aren't really paying attention. And I'm saying that. It's pretty funny, but...
Well, TML is your show. I didn't want to interrupt. I heard your reading. And the conversation, the way you were laying it out is what I want to learn. So I'm here to learn. But if JG is going to direct this conversation, please continue. I want to hear what you're saying.
No, I'm not doing that. I notice things, man. I'm just observing, and some of the questions people ask and shit they say, it's like, all right, you're not even fucking listening. But that's just, I don't know. What can I do about it?
No, I wasn't pretending to listen. If anybody wants to, I was not listening. I'm persisting in the Panoverse dynamic here, but I'm here for a moment.
All right. So looks like no significant contributions here. I'll just go ahead and move on. Thank you guys.
Ooh.
That was directed at all of us, JJ. It wasn't just me.
Ooh, I'm insecure. Ooh.
Don't live in fear.
Yeah. So, to give a brief summary, right? Okay, there's Ahura Mazda, right? There's Angra Mainyu, the opposite, right? Which is also brought forth from Ahura Mazda, right? So there's no problem of evil there, right? There's strict dualism between good and evil, right? There's incarnation of evil, right? And there's an incarnation of good, right? And we got Mr. Anderson here. He's an incarnation of good. So, yeah, blessings.
Well, I would refer to the Bible. Jesus himself said, and I know you're a Muslim, whatever. I'm kind of adopting some of Illumitami's optics here, so I'm just being very direct. Whereas, like the Bible would say, where Jesus says himself to call no man good, because we all fall short of the glory of God, right? So I'm curious here. I'm not asserting anything.
Well, technically, Ahura Mazda would not be a human.
Yeah, but also, Jesus says plenty of people are good. Like he says, the children are good, right? He says they're good, you know. So yeah.
But when the statement was directed at himself, he said to
Right.
call no man good.
Right.
Is Ahura Mazda like an egregore?
Yeah, but I think you might be getting that wrong. I think he says call no man father except your father in heaven. Is that what you're referring to?
No, there was.
No,
Well,
there
maybe
is a
it
verse.
is. maybe it's a translation issue, but I believe there is a
No,
verse that
no, I
specifically
think
says that.
yeah. So Reddington, he got you on that one. So yeah, it's cool. I mean, yeah, I just wasn't really sure, but yeah, you know, yeah, not one is good. Yeah,
The specific, and maybe this is KJV, call no man good. But so the Hora Mazda. So I have my notes in front of me. The last time I was here, and I like seriously took notes from you, and it tied into. I can't read my own handwriting. Is the worst part here. Ambrosia, the nectar, development of pottery. This is when you first started Indra's web. Telos. But like so, like the words you guys a humunculus. Is it like a humunculus? Like the word that was just used? I'd never heard this one.
nope. It's like a personal being God, right? But yeah, it says here. It says we worship the former religions of the world devoted to righteousness, which were instituted at the creation. The holy religions of the Creator, Ahura Mazda, the resplendent and glorious. Yeah, we worship the Creator, Ahura Mazda, and the fire.
So, like the
Ahura
Holy
Mazda,
Spirit.
it's kind of like a Holy Spirit. Ahura Mazda's son, the good waters, which are Mazda made and holy and resplendent sun, okay, sun, right, of the swift horses, and the moon with the seed of the cattle in his beams, and the worship of the star Tistra, the lustrous and glorious, the worship of the soul Kine. So all of these astrological aspects were pre Zoroaster, right? Remember we talked about that. Zoroastrianism had a a pagan sort of extension to it, right? So they also talked about these pagan deities, right? Okay, that are mentioned in their texts, right? But ultimately they worship only one God, right? Okay. So that's why it's very similar to if you'll remember our discussion with Hinduism, people got lost, right? Where people think that Vishnu is the supreme creator deity, right? But that's just an avatar, right? There's several avatars, right? And there's several, aspects. So any being that's shown as a representation of God is not actually the supreme reality, right? So we were talking about that.
Recently, at the end of the day, what I realized is that we look outside of ourselves and we see all these influences, these powers, the corporations, all these problems that Jack Talcott wants to solve. Let's put it on Jack Talcott. He wants to solve all these issues, all these problems, but at the end of the day, the world will always be problematic until we go back in ourselves, until we find that connection within, and then bring what we've been given back.
Yeah, like how Tech Talk said this thought, word, and deed. I mean, those are the three things that they mentioned several times in these texts. I mean,
A
talking
thought,
about.
worded deed.
Thanks for letting me back on, TML. And
Yeah, of course,
everybody.
anytime.
Yeah, and hello everybody else. See
Yeah,
what I
greetings.
just typed.
Yo.
What I just typed in chat before. Where was it? That's right. So the idea
Oh,
of
whoops. Let me put
if
a
you
few.
actually believe the Bible, in the Bible it says that Earth was Lucifer was given dominion over Earth. So what you should take that to mean is that Earth is hell, and it's our job to get the fuck out of here.
Well, we will not find salvation in outside influences. We can only find salvation within.
Yes, I know. I fully agree with that. Yeah. Any organized religion, anyone else telling you what to believe and what to follow does not work. It needs to come back down to pure morality. What you intrinsically know to be good or evil. Like stealing is evil. Some shit's pretty simple to work out. Killing is evil unless it's in defense of someone trying to kill you or someone else. So self-defense is fully allowed under natural law, which is what you're kind of sort of edging around, is what you're talking about. But when
Yeah.
back to actual natural law, then yes.
Yeah.
Every society would moderate itself and there would be no problems. Because we don't need
Yeah, but see,
government.
the problem is that the Confucians and the Zoroastrians and the Hindus and you know, the
They can go
Buddhists.
manage themselves in
Here,
their
hold
own
on.
little spot.
Here, hold on. Let me finish my statement. The Hindus and the Buddhists and the Zoroastrians and all these different people, right? They all agree about all of those principles that you just mentioned, right? But they still can't organize a just world, right? Out of just belief in those principles, right? It requires a
Yeah.
lot more than just that. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
apparently.
No, you just have to have the right beliefs, but then you actually have to go live by them. You don't
Yeah.
just get to sit on a fucking mountain and tell everyone what to do.
Yeah, because that's happened thousands of times. Everybody's came out and said these things for thousands of years, and there's been little to no development, right, in human character.
I mean, to be honest, I've looked at it a lot. Really have. Natural law, you have a chance of it working if you get pulled over on the side of the road. You have a chance of natural law working then. If you end up in court and try and use natural law, 90% of people are going to get fucking screwed over because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. So then
Because we're always being drawn to the authority within.
So then you have to revert back to using common law, which is almost as difficult, but it's more like legally fucking shit, using paperwork and citing things, and to prove that their their maritime court and everything has no jurisdiction over you. So there's a lot of things you can actually do, but I would not advise anyone doing it until they've spent a lot of time looking into it. No, because if you're doing it,
this is how we are as individuals embody.
Here, hold on, DK. Here, hold on. Here, hold on, DK. Hey, DK, can you hear me?
I was almost done.
All right, for sure. All right, go ahead and finish and then.
Do it whichever way you go. If you're going natural law or common law, if you're going to do it, you have to represent yourself and decline representation from the crown. So to do this, you need to actually really look into it yourself, because it's just going to be you saying it.
Good stuff. All right, so Truther, what were you saying?
People know everything they can.
I agree with DK. Yeah, otherwise you will always be representing yourself in court. So he's talking about common law and these different jurisdictions. Until we recognize that we are the sole arbiters of our beingness and we go within as individuals and experience and not in some new age sense, but collectively, like in a way that applies with other beings around us, that actually lives and brings forth fruit. We shall know them by their fruits.
Yep.
We have to embody what we know the law should be. And we know that it's not what it is right now.
Hey, to be honest, even I've messed up with what I believe. And what I believe is not any organized anything. What I believe is my own beliefs. And even I'm having trouble keeping up with them. I didn't come up with a set of beliefs.
Yeah.
Oh, you're allowed
Yeah,
to do
for sure.
everything you want type shit. You know, my beliefs are actually what I've held since I was 19. And I can't even live up to my own beliefs of myself.
And that's man. TML already knows where this goes. So I'm gonna
Well, that's
explain
a
it.
good thing. Well, that's a good thing in a way. You gotta have a vision. You know what I mean? But yeah, go ahead.
Yes. You must have a vision of the higher perspectives that we can have, and you must know that that's what's going to happen for you. But no, continue, DK. I'm sorry.
So now you're talking about the manifestation type thing.
Yeah.
Whereas if it's in your head, you have a better chance of making it happen.
Oh shit.
And then you take the steps to write it down.
Oh no, I'm not actually being smart. It's like a lot of people say, because you think it and believe it, it will happen. It's no. Because you actually think it, you have a better chance of it happening. Or maybe something that's along those lines will pop up as an opportunity on the way to what you originally were after. So there's a lot of ways that does actually work that people don't usually talk about. See, what ends up working might not be what you originally.
But at the end of the day, DK is what we encounter, and JG has been a great facilitator in this with me. Is that there's a whole game that's being played that we don't even understand.
Honestly,
It's a psychological game. It's psychological warfare. It's spiritual warfare.
Wait, honestly, invite me to whatever you want. I'm happy to talk with anyone about all.
No, we're going at it right now. We're doing it right now. We're going to do it right now.
I'm JG. Where's JG?
He's right here.
It's not that we don't understand it. It's just they have power. It's just people with power can fuck you. The elites can fuck you because they're psychologically intelligent and they have power. They have money. They have pull. They have strength.
Yeah,
that's the game we're in.
I spent several hours at a meeting today with people who are involved with truth freedom movement type thing. What has been decided, and this is a national movement, is basically we first try and prove that councils, like local councils, are fraudulent and that rates are fraudulent. If you can bankrupt a council, you can replace a council. Yeah, I'm doing real stuff in real life.
Well, you're also speaking a language that the audience here doesn't quite get because we're not in Australia with councils.
I understand him.
You're not what?
We aren't in. Our government's a little different.
Oh, sorry,
so you have councils.
What word would you prefer I use for you so you understand?
Yeah,
Local
please use
body,
language I can understand. I don't get it.
State departments. For fuck's sake. Who is the fucking people that represent the town that you live in? What name do you give them?
The town council. That would be a council.
So it's a council. Oh my god.
But at the federal level, we have a different name.
No, you just said town council. I said city council. What the shit, bro? So those are the people you go after. You try to prove that there's fraudulent spending with like the rates money and the taxes that you pay and shit. You try and prove that they're fraudulently just taking money because they're not doing all the things that they say.
Now, but you're talcotting. You pretend like when we bring this to city council that they'll understand and they'll actually take us serious, and they won't. They have influences.
Dude, hang on. So what you do is you get a group together and you talk about it and shit, and you file an affidavit and say, we're going to withhold rates. We're going to put them in this trust fund. we're not going to pay it to the council till these things are rectified. Apparently 3 months is enough to bankrupt any council. Because they all live on our rates, and our rates only cover their fucking loan fucking interest. We withhold shit for 3 months, councils go bankrupt.
Have
Yeah,
you
I'm
seen
working
this
on
where
real
you're at? Have
solutions.
you seen this
Yeah,
happen?
I'm working on real solutions, and you're sitting there trying to make pedantic bullshit about you.
No,
Don't
I
recognize
want to know.
the
Like, I
council.
get what you're saying. You're hitting the
Well,
real.
No,
DK,
you
You're hitting
didn't
the
want
point.
to recognize the word council, and
well,
then
DK,
in
I think what he's saying is
oh, you mean town council.
well, DK,
Holy
I think
shit!
what he's saying is you know, say you're in New Zealand, right, and you bankrupt the government of New Zealand, right? Then
No,
what,
it's not
right?
the government. We're trying to do it locally, like just the
Right,
local
right.
council in the town that you live in, so you can replace that.
Replace it with
We have
what
to
though?
prove that they're fraudulent and then make them bankrupt, and then done.
But what do you want to replace it with?
I think what the person is going for is wants to take it back to little borough councils, and like one person from all of those little boroughs goes
So
to
we
fucking
submit to the system that they've developed and given to us, and we elect leaders through that.
Well, look at it this
So
way.
we
We
with the
know how
problem
the
is the
system
solution.
hey, we know
Well,
how
hit
the
it sharp,
system
hit it
works.
sharp,
We just
DK,
want to
please.
remove all the corrupt people from it to start with. All right?
I was laughing really
So
hard.
the first step is removing the problem, and the next step is putting the right people in place. First step, remove problem.
Well, we should be doing both at the same time. I agree, but so you've seen this happen, or are you just speculating? Though that's my question.
Yeah, in the process of doing it, there is one city in my country that seems to be having success with it because they got a lot of people involved with this early on. So apparently, it's like, don't quote me on this. The number I got told was apparently there's like 30,000 people in one city that are all like that. That a class action thing, put her in affidavit, said they're withholding rates until these things get sorted. All the money goes into a trust fund. So everyone's still actually paying their rates, just the council isn't getting it till they fix things. So that's the wee legal loophole. You have to still be paying it somewhere. You're just withholding it from the council because they're not fixing shit.
And then we encounter our individual beingness that no matter who we put in power over us,
as I said,
no matter what, we must feed ourselves, we must clothe ourselves, we must shelter ourselves.
Hey,
I said what?
Fuck's sake, man. You're going back to natural law when you're trying to use it in a court and against councils. Dumb. No, we're using common law. Holy crap. I said natural law on the side of the road, common law in court.
Does the council control the utilities though?
Well, they're supposed to control the upkeep of them, yes. At least
Well, if you're not paying them,
that's what I mean. I don't know exactly how it works in every country.
does the
but
trust
in mine,
fund?
yes.
Does then the trust fund maintain the utilities? If
No.
you're saying they get bankrupt in 3 months,
No, the council is supposed to maintain everything. And if they're not doing their job, why the fuck should we pay them?
true.
Well,
Yeah,
they've
see,
already
that's
taken
what
the
it
money
comes
out of your
down to.
pocket. That's
Like,
why you don't have a choice
as I
in the
said,
matter.
right. As I said, there's people who are like, well, I don't think I did say here, but I said it somewhere else. But there's people who are in this group and shit, who are lawyers, researchers, scientists, fucking everything else, who know exactly how to word it.
The
Like, I'm
same
just
ones that
trying to
delivered the
explain.
vaccines door to
I'm
door,
just
the same
trying
ones with the
to
drones.
explain it. I'm just trying to explain it. There are people who know how to word it properly, and they will be the people who forward the document if enough people get together and it is able to be done. If you do this by yourself, you're going to get fucked over.
I've got
You
really
have
good
to be
grammar.
part of a group. Yeah, no. If
And
you try this
spelling.
by yourself, you're fucked.
Yeah, but if you don't overcome yourself and you don't develop yourself properly, you will never, ever make impact or change at a group level. You have to develop yourself first. You have to.
Shut the
That's
fuck
first and
up.
foremost.
Duh.
Shut the fuck up and carry on doing nothing.
I'm assuming you would take enough signatures, right?
Well, that's it. Yeah, it has to get to the point where there's enough.
I spent a whole
signatures
weekend
with
once
enough
collecting
people.
100-something signatures.
Shut up, JK.
It didn't make a fucking difference.
Fuck
In a
up.
small town.
For fuck's sake.
Depends on how corrupt they are, I
Stop crying
suppose.
about what didn't work for you and start listening to something that might
What?
work.
No, it might work. It might work. What does work, dude? Fuck you.
Then shut up.
It didn't work for you. You don't know that it works. You're assuming. You're assuming. You're presuming. You're bringing assumptions. Why is that any different than anything that I'm saying?
And trying to stop me from speaking. You fucking pathetic little government agent. Fuck off. Fucking woke faggot. You want to listen to half of what I say and then try and run down half of it because you can't fucking be bothered actually listening. Sorry, everyone. That's been my first outburst for the night. Shit. But yes, the idea is that you cannot try and mix the natural law and common law. If you even fuck up once with one word in court, it's over.
Fuck you, you stupid this guy doesn't know shit. Kick him off the panel, TML. He doesn't know shit. If you fuck up with one word, if you don't know what the fuck you're saying as a man standing in court, you can't stand there to begin with, let alone get out one word and fuck up there. You guys with your fucking bullshit, with your fucking, you have to do it my way or the highway.
Moron. I do know one person, like in real life, I've met one person.
It's called legalese.
One. You know, I've met one person that got natural law to work.
Fuck everyone else.
Yeah, one.
Yeah, and you just said no one individual can stand against this. But if you don't figure that out first, you clearly haven't even developed that. I'm not arguing that you don't get the collective idea. You might know how to collectively get us there, but you haven't figured out the individual experience.
Yeah, blah,
And until you figure out that individual experience, you have shit on anyone to tell us anything. Get the fuck out of here.
You actually haven't done anything.
Leave.
You are the one just talking shit while I'm telling you about people I've talked to face, and what happens.
I'm telling you what other people did.
So am I.
I know you are. That's why I just said that, because I know that's what you're doing. You're not telling me what you did. You're not standing as an individual, as a man.
Stop being gay. I fucking told you exactly how I would try and play it from the amount.
I told you how I would. I don't care how you would try to do it. How have you seen it done? What has happened in your life that even gives you a fucking point of view on this?
Don't even let anyone finish it.
I don't care to let you talk. You have no space. I'm gonna give you space again. I'll shut up for a moment.
Right. So the way I've seen it work, as I said before, is natural law.
Where have you seen this work? You've seen it work? Where?
So you can get away with, like, if you get pulled over, fucking whatever, natural law, first encounter. Once you get to court, common law. I only know of one person who has actually used common law in court, and it wasn't when they got taken to court. It was when they went to court. And that was the one time natural law worked. So I would not try and use natural law to defend myself. I would use common law to defend myself. And I do not think I'm at the point where I
Why
could
wouldn't you just use the experience you have to share your experience in your beingness rather than representing yourself or presenting in a court or doing all sorts of fucking bullshit? You are the
don't have
beingness
any
that needs to
idea,
be.
do you? You've never looked into common law. You just think natural law is everything. You've never looked into what I'm talking about. And you're
Untrue, very
being
untrue. That's why I've given you so much space to
You're
speak.
being an
That's why I've given
obtuse
you such a
moron.
presentation.
You are talking about shit or down talking, actually, shit that you don't even have a clue about. Whereas I know about both of them, which is why I can acknowledge and agree
You
with
don't
what
have a
you're
clue
saying.
because you
But
haven't
you seem
experienced it
to
yourself.
fucking not
You're just
understand
speaking out
that
your
there
ass.
is
You're
shit that
speaking
you don't know.
secondhand.
No, there's shit that
You're
you don't know.
speaking secondhand. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Speaking
You are. You're speaking this is what I saw that somebody else did that it worked. They said one person I have an example of. One person.
I know of in my country was someone I personally know. One time, natural law worked, and they were the one who took someone
Why
to
are
court,
you
and
speaking
it
on
worked.
someone else's behalf if you haven't done this
You're not
yourself?
speaking about nothing, though.
Get
All you're
out of
doing is
here.
running down what
Leave.
I'm saying.
Leave and never
You
come
actually
back.
yourself have
Goodbye.
nothing
This is
to
your
say.
last night here.
You actually yourself have nothing to say. All you're doing is running down everything I say because you're too ignorant to fucking listen.
No, because I've actually done what you're
wrong.
suggesting that you've seen people
You're
do.
so
I've been
ignorant,
firsthand. I've been
and
there.
you
I've done
won't
it.
listen.
I've done it
No
firsthand. I don't
bloody
need your
hears that you're
secondhand
wrong.
bullshit from fucking New Zealand or Australia. I don't care what it means. It means nothing. It means nothing.
I think I just broke his brain. I'm
No,
gonna
you
go grab
didn't.
another beer.
You've got
and someone
nothing.
else jump back on the panel.
Get back to your country and lead your people.
Big ups to Gabriel, by the way, for stopping by.
Yeah, peace to Gabriel. Yeah, thank you so much. All right. Yeah, thanks for being here. And yeah, I guess I'll have a little reading while DK grabs a beer there.
I'm back. That guy nuts, bro.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. And we worship the former religions of the world devoted to righteousness, which were instituted at the creation. The holy religions of the creator, Ahura Mazda. Okay. So then he goes on to say that Ahura Mazda made the sun, the moon, the stars, and that they pray to all of these figures. He then goes on to say that there's guardian angels, right? The Fravashi, right? And we worship the two, the milk offering and the libation, the two which cause the waters to flow forth and the plants to flourish. And we worship all waters and all plants. Okay, he says, and all good men and all good women. And we worship all these yazads, higher beings, heavenly and earthly, who are beneficent and holy, and we worship thee, our dwelling place, who art the earth, right? So all the manifestations of goodness and light as well, right? And they, O Ahura Mazda, O holy Lord of this abode, which is the home of the healthy herds of healthy men and of those who are both endowed with health and lovers of the ritual right. Right? He also says, by the help of those, may we arise, So may we be to you, Ahura Mazda, holy and true. So essentially, beings and natural and things in nature, right, all become good through obedience to Ahura Mazda, right? So there's no separation between goodness, nature, and God, right? Like no separation at all, right?
100%. I get what you're saying completely. There is no separation between those three things. Not in my belief system at all. There is no separation between those three, because without any one of them, there isn't any of the other.
Get back to New Zealand or Australia or wherever you came from, and then come back to us with what you have to them to offer. You have something to bring to people there.
Dude, stop being a dickhead.
If you don't have something to bring to people there, then don't bring it here. If you don't have something to bring to people in your area, don't bring it here. Leave it be. Shut your fucking mouth and sit in the background. Then shut your mouth and sit in the background.
Do you think that you're just fucking content here? Because you're nothing. You fucking got nothing to say. All you do is fucking bitch at what everyone else says. Fucking loser motherfucker. Fucking go fuck yourself, hey.
You are speaking secondhand on shit you don't have personal evidence of. Fuck off with that bullshit. I have first-hand information, and I don't even flex it the way you fucking do. Get the fuck back to your country and go flex it to those people and bring it back to them and lead them
y'all need to
in the
chill
way
for
that
a
they
second.
need to.
Here, chill for a second, guys. You guys gotta chill the fuck out for a second. Just give it a rest for a few minutes. Thanks.
Need some chill pills up in here or something.
Yeah, you need some chillos. You need some chillos. But yeah, give me a second.
Maybe some mojitos.
I know, it's just trying to trigger you. It's all good.
I'm sorry, everyone. I said.
Yeah, it's all good.
Sorry.
It's all good. But yeah, he goes on to say,
Oh, so you want to carry it on? You want to say it's all good, and then you want? Oh, sorry.
oh yeah, definitely.
I would like a mojito anyway.
Like fajita. Chicken fajita.
Is that her name?
A fajita and a tajita? A Mexico?
Fajita and a chiquita.
All right, sir. Here, settle down, sir. Settle down. I like how DK gives these propositions. It's like, oh, but yeah.
At least I have the shit to back most of it up with, or I can go find it if need be. I really don't just talk shit, man. You know that I know what I'm saying. And if you get on Telegram,
yeah,
I
it's like
can give you access to so much.
I don't think you know shit about what you say.
Well, actually,
but I can give you. Shut up for a sec. Hey, I can get you access to so much information.
I can give you so much information on my Telegram. I can just bring you over there.
Shut up. You won't like my main channel. At least most people won't like my main channel. But I have an archive channel set up. So you can go find things under topics and just go find information. I have shitloads saved. I've been doing this for fucking years.
Yeah. Thank you.
I can actually back my fucking shit up. Just sometimes, even under certain channels, some channels have got so much, and it's like, fuck, scrolling up for like what feels like 5 minutes to find something. Like, I fucking know it's in here.
Yeah, that sounds like Five Eyes information. Like, great job. You can bring the intelligence to us. Great job.
Do you actually think when I speak, you have to respond?
I could just.
No, we.
Here, hold on, guys. Here, hold on. Here, I'm gonna go for a little bit more, but yeah, I'm gonna need you guys to settle down. I mean, for sure. You know, I already tried that once. All right. You know, so fool me once. All right. But yeah, give me a second here. You know, but yeah, you know, I'm gonna get your little 15 minutes off. You know, we'll be back in a second. You know what I mean? And and yeah. Here, let me see how much I got here. Yeah, quite a bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and proceed here for a second. You know what I mean? Says by the help of those may we arise. All right. So yeah, the goodness preserved through, spread through Ahura Mazda, right? Oh Mazda, might one like thee teach it to his friends such as I am, and through friendly right give us support that good thought may come unto us. Okay. Thus I ask thee, tell me truly, Ahura, whether at the beginning of the best existence the recompenses shall bring blessedness to him that meets with them. Surely he, O right, the Holy One, who watched in his spirit the transgression of all, is himself the benefactor unto all that lives. Yeah. Yeah, and DK, Truth or Cop, Rage quit. So you won that round. All right. It's no worse.
Hallelujah.
Honestly, I don't feel elated because he did have a few interesting things to say, but it got to the point where every time I said something, all he was doing was trying to shit on everything I said. He had
Yeah,
nothing to
he's
say himself.
This is
yeah,
why
he's kind of
I love UK.
yeah, he's kind of good at acting like he has a lot of good points. But yeah, that's kind of his game. That's Truth or Cop's whole thing. He reads a lot so that he could like pretend like he's got a lot to say. But yeah, that's his
I
whole
actually
thing.
do a lot. He might read a lot. I actually do a lot. Right.
No, he
I'm
doesn't
saying
know. No, he doesn't
no,
read
but I'm
shit.
saying I've got first hand information, like the person who did it. I know
Yeah, that
someone
guy
who
doesn't. Yeah, that guy doesn't read.
it's just like someone saying something.
Yeah, I mean, I've read more on this show than these cats have read in their entire lives. This is exactly what it is, right? So, you know, for a lot of
Which is why
people,
I appreciate you letting me on. But
yeah,
I do
yeah, but I
need
gotta
to
continue. Yeah,
I
but I
do
gotta
probably
continue.
need
This is what it
to
is.
tone
I gotta,
myself down because it is YouTube. So
yeah,
I do
yeah,
need to tone myself down a bit.
yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I gotta continue here. Thank you. And I pray for the sanctity which leads to prosperity. Okay, so prosperity is not a bad thing, right? Okay. Wait, hold on. What was the line about poverty earlier? I gotta go back here. There's a lots of lines about getting rid of poverty. So you gotta get rid of poverty, right? But prosperity is not a bad thing. See, this kind of seems like another of the reasons why Nietzsche talked about, you know, Zarathustra as being a good prophet, because it doesn't necessarily say poverty is, you know, a virtue. You know, it doesn't get to saying something like that, right? So maybe when he read about different religions, he saw it as free of this type of slave morality. You know what I mean? If you could think of it that way, right? It's interesting.
It's always interesting when you look at things from different perspectives. See, if you take the perspective of, say, like someone who's doing the work, someone who's paying for the work, and the person who owns the company that is actually getting the work done. All three of those perspectives are different. See, perspective comes from where you're standing. It's like, I don't think enough people are able to actually look at things from as many perspectives as you say. It's like, it's easy to say, but it's a lot harder to do. I'm one of those idiots who's actually able to do it. I'm able to look at things from different angles. It's like, okay, yeah, I want this job. All right, now how would I do this job? Okay. Now, how are the people going to be able to actually accomplish this? And will the person be happy at the end?
Yeah. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. So so he says he's talking about prosperity, he's talking about shelter, he's talking so there's a lot of ideas about pastoralism and work that don't actually appear in a lot of other. So it's interesting in these ideas in Hinduism and Zoroastrianism. There's a lot of writings about service and work and all this type of ideas, right? About hard work, about integrity of work, right? Karma actually means works, right? So there's a lot of ideas about having a place within the order of creation that's similar to the order that people are placed in within society, right? So you're already seeing something like that. I mean, right? So so here's Reddington again. And let me move on here a little bit.
No, to be honest, yeah, I get you. And it's like, it's something that just seems to have, I don't know, disappeared or been absorbed into something else.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it says close companions. It says of itself becoming its close companions, it delivers forth its precepts, bearing every form of healing virtue, comes to us in waters that pertains to cattle, or is found in plants, overwhelming all harmful malice. Okay. Here, hold on. Hold on a second. Let me just finish reading a few of these. The devas and their servants, there's like demons and their servants who might harm this dwelling of its Lord, bringing good gifts and better blessings, given very early and later gifts, leading to successes, and for a very long time giving shelter. So this idea about nature, shelter, goodness, right? Work, giving goodness and prosperity, right? And obviously the ideas of good thoughts and deeds that bring about this prosperity, right? And it says right here, and so the greatest, the best, the most beautiful benefits of sanctity fall likewise to our lot for the sacrifice, homage, propitiation, and praise of the bountiful immortals for bringing prosperity to this abode, and for the prosperity of the creation of the holy and the clean. And as for this, so for the opposition of the entire evil creation. And there's passages about the guardian angels, and it names some of them.
Can I ask which version you're reading from?
Which version?
Yeah, the book itself. Which version are you reading from?
Is Zoroastrian text called the Yasnas.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and the Gathas.
And that's something that's like being, I mean, with the Bible, everyone argues about which copy of the Bible is real and things.
No, it's a good idea to remind people.
That's what I'm saying. How verified is this one? I'm not being a dick. I'm asking. Because If someone starts quoting shit from the Bible, it's like, which one are you using? Oh, the King James one.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
you mean the
talked about all that already. We talked about historical methodology for sure. You know what I mean? Yeah. There's no good historical methodology for studying a lot of the Zoroastrian and the Hindu stuff because it's prehistoric. It's prehistoric. Get it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know
So
it's all good. I'm just saying if there's like, yeah, if there's like, there was a way that particular version has
oh
been
yeah, we talked
verified.
about that a lot last stream.
I missed that one. I was working.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. But yeah, definitely I went through the different texts and what books they're contained in and all of the different texts. So for people that are watching this that are lost on that, I mean, right? Go to the last stream. We talked a little bit about that. And we gave an explanation of that within Hinduism too. So when we read some of the Hindu texts, we've already went through an explanation of when they were released, how old they are, what's been verified in those texts, and all of that type of stuff, what type of information contained, and how
Oh, okay.
authoritative. Yeah, and how authoritative the people
Yeah.
see those. Yeah,
The last one's like the proving how how legit it is, sort of thing. The last video.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's more of that. Yeah, there's more of that. Yeah. But he says, hear ye with your ears, see ye the bright flames of the eyes of the better mind. It is for a decision as to the religious man and man each individually for himself. Effort of the cause, awake ye all to our teaching. Thus are the primeval spirits, who are a pair of combining their opposite striving and yet independent in his action, have been famed of old. They are
Is
a
that
better thing. Please don't interrupt again. Thank you so much, dude. You know what I mean, right? They too, and worse as to thought, as to word, and as to deed. All right. So there's the three pairing again, right? Word, thought, and deed, right? Okay. So yeah, he will act with justice, but with vengeance. And he who does evil to the wicked by word or with thought and plan, and who therein does not daily but toils laboring as with both the hands. Okay, there's another allusion to working, right? Or he again who administers one with the good, such as these, offering a gift to the religious faith in love and with the approving view of Ahura Mazda. Okay, so not just the things that not just Ahura Mazda, but the things he creates, and also the state of goodness itself within nature, within the prosperity and wealth that's given to the creatures, right? And the abundance, and also the ability to create work and abundance, right? And also just nature and all of the aspects of nature, even those aspects of pastoral life, are praiseworthy. Right? Even good men are praiseworthy, right?
Yeah,
So
can I interject now? Because I
yeah,
just
for
wanted
sure,
to
for
ask
sure.
one thing before, and no, and it was relevant. It was that bit before referring to basically Shiva and Kali, which is the peaceful goddess and the vengeful goddess, which are the same creature, but it's only when they're in a bad mood they become Kali and things like that. That's what I was actually wanting to ask about. Like what I
No,
was
it's a little
asking.
different. No, it's a little different because they're not the same here. They're totally different.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Cool. Oh, that's what I
yeah,
mean. That's all.
Two
That's all I
different
wanted to ask.
incarnations.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So they're yeah, it's just
That's all
totally.
I wanted to ask. Not all good.
Yep, yep. So yeah, so they're totally separate here. It's not like Hinduism, right? So and that's not exactly what it is. It's not good and evil that's mixed. It's just like peace and destruction, really. That's a better way of looking at it, right? But yeah, I mean, uh, you know, but anyways,
Chaos and order.
yeah, that's a little bit more like Masonic
I
or
know,
something
but
like
I
that.
don't
Yeah,
mean the order we have now with governments and all that shit. But chaos and order.
yeah, that's a little bit more Masonic and stuff. But yeah, let's go back to this. But yeah, justice and vengeance is a little bit different than evil, right? Per se, right? So we'll just go ahead and square that one off that way. But it is a good inquiry that you brought forth. Let's go on a little bit. Let such a one be for us in the work field of the righteous order, in the pastures of thy good mind. Okay, can you think of a more pastoral passage? It says, work field of the righteous order in the pastures of thy good mind. Okay, so literally it's equating work with worship, right? And if you've yeah, so that's a interesting thing. And also mind, right? Okay, as the highest quality of goodness, right? Belonging to mind, right? And you see this later when you have the Gnostics borrowing from the Zoroastrians, right? They wanted to say the world was the non-mental, degradation of spirit, right? The spirit was trapped in matter, right? So, if you guys remember that one. And we got somebody here. Math Pig. Do you have a camera that you could wave to people? But I kind of trust you because you've been in the chat. Okay, that seemed like, well, yeah, you got to wave to the camera like so. You know what I mean? Right? Not just like the image, flash the image. We don't see you waving. It's frozen.
Hey, where
Oh, there
are
you
you
go. Okay, for sure.
talking about, bro?
All right, for
I don't
sure. Yeah.
even see the person you're talking to.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. They got to be backstage.
Oh, they just turned up. Well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, they worked it out.
Hey, what's going on, Math Pig?
Not much, man. Found yourself through the freak. Seen
okay.
him
For sure.
streaming some of your stuff. Just double checking there's no echo or anything. Audio okay and stuff, yeah.
Okay, for sure. We got two foreigners here. Good shit. All right.
Yeah, I live basically the middle of Northern Ireland, just below the loch. So, as I say, just giving context, find yourself through the freak. It's a wee bit late, and I'm a wee bit of a stream slut sometimes. And I'm just here, just want to join the conversation, ask the questions, hear
Good
the
stuff.
answers. I'm lost. I've been listening for half an hour, and I don't know what the original question was, the original topic.
Stream slut. Are you alright? Nice to meet you. Me and you are the foreigners. I'm in New Zealand. You're in Ireland. My heritage is Irish.
Oh, it must be 4 p.m. for you then, man. New Zealand's 12 hours behind me, if I'm right, no? Or 12 hours ahead.
20 past 5 at the moment.
Minus 7
Yeah,
for me.
it's like whenever you meet people like from England or like from Australia or from New Zealand or shit, or they start talking to each other, they always fucking hate each other. It's weird. But
No, I don't hate them at all. But I love my Irish ancestry.
I thought this was about to be another blood feud. Yeah.
I do know a good few people that stream on YouTube from New Zealand. You know, Tamsy, and is it Scum TV?
To be honest, if you want to watch anyone from New Zealand, watch Vinny Eastwood. He
If
is
the
the
timing
longest
matches,
running alt broadcaster in this country. Yeah, Vinny Eastwood. Yeah, I'm giving him a big plug.
oh, put it in the chat, man. I'm no good.
He had over 60,000 followers.
Yeah,
he's
put it in the
on
chat, man. I'll definitely look it up. I'm no good with remembering stuff and writing things down, but if it's in
I'll
front
write
of
it
me,
down then, dickhead.
Okay, guys, you guys got to chill out for a second.
I know.
Thank you, guys.
This is actually how people like us talk to each other.
Yeah, I know.
only
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. You can talk to right. You can take it. Look, you can take his information down, and you can talk to each other later. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
But yeah,
True.
what is the conversation we're having tonight, Machine? What is the
I'm
topic?
reading the Zoroastrian texts, such as the Gathas and the Yasnas, right?
Cool, interesting.
Yeah.
I like that sort of thing. I've done that before with Richard Matson. If anyone's met him,
Yeah, I had him on the show like 2 episodes ago.
yeah, me and him. I would consider the man my brother. We haven't spoken in maybe 3 weeks or so, 4 weeks or so, because he's been doing the streaming. But we spent 4 years.
That's good. That's excellent. Yeah, yeah. I'm well aware of the. I'm well aware of that gentleman. So yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, blessings. Yeah. Yeah, I had him on two episodes ago, I think, to talk about technology in the Bible, and it was an excellent one that we did. So yeah, he was on for the first 2 hours, and yeah, we had an excellent conversation. We've had a few excellent conversations, so I'm glad to know that you're well acquainted with him. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, let me go to this because this is an interesting prophecy about well, I'll just go ahead and summarize this. They got a prophecy about, in regards to the ideas about pastoralism and the destruction of the crops coming from some sort of winter, storm. So the winter storm and the darkness, obviously the sun and the fire is related to good. So you could perceive that the ice, the winter, right, is about death. So the whole idea about doom and the apocalypse is closely related to, the freezing over, So that's a Zoroastrian sort of idea there, right?
Can I ask you a question? Would that also not be nature, as in shit gets cold? Or sorry, things get cold. Everybody dies in the winter. We don't have central heating in the past. Would that not be like a general step? A lot of people don't really die.
Well, no, because earlier we read key passages, right? And let me go over them again. Because
nothing to do with the passages. Just as a general human being, would you not expect that to be the way, that the summertime is attached?
Yeah, I could wax and wane. Yeah, I could wax and wane about what my personal beliefs are, but I'm trying to talk about Zoroastrianism. Right?
Yes, I'm asking you your opinion on the text. Do you not expect that description of the text to be a standard human response?
Well, I think you're reading that into the text, is what I'm trying to tell you.
No, I'm telling you that people die in the winter and they're happier in the summer. And the text is attaching bad things and death with winter. I can see a direct correlation with just us being humans.
With winter, but not with nature. Is only the distinction I'm trying to clarify, right?
Okay, well, can you clarify the distinction between winter and nature for me, please?
Yeah, and that's why I was pointing to the passages there, right? So
no, not in a passage that I can understand. What is the difference between winter and nature?
Well, I was explaining. I'm sorry, Zephyr. We can't hear you. You got to speak more clearly into the mic. What were you trying to say?
Oh, I'm muted to give you a chance
No,
to
not
respond.
you. No, not you. I'm talking about Zephyr.
Oh, I just meant that, or I was saying that I think winter is a subcategory of nature, like a subcategory of seasons.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. But I was explaining that the fire and the sun are part of the good, and they also have ideas about farming and about work being good. So winter and darkness, right, and cold, right, is equated with evil, though not themselves evil. Winter is not itself evil, right? Neither is nature, right? So that's a distinction because Ahura Mazda made those things, right? So that's why I was pointing back to those passages, right?
Yeah, no, I understand the point that you made that you just repeated. I'm wondering, from your opinion, can you not see, regardless of religion, how these things are just a standard? If there's no religion at all and you're in the summer, it's wonderful. You got food, way.
Can I jump in and say something that's really going to mess with everyone's heads?
If you could just let Machine answer that
Have
first.
you seen those clocks where the clock is like only in one corner of a larger clock?
Here, hold on. Here, hold on real quick, DK. Before you get started, I'm really trying to understand what this guy's trying to ask me. Because are you trying to say that I'm not, for some reason, understanding that when it's cold outside, people have a harder time?
No, I get that you understand that. I'm just trying to ask
All right,
you.
so what are you trying to say?
Ask me a question. Do you want me to answer it?
Yeah.
Okay, what I'm asking you is, do you not see that, this religion, as you say, Zoroastrian, from what I know, really early, monotheism, all the rest of it, very, very early in the evolution of man, and when we came around...
See, let me stop you right there. I don't believe in evolution.
Word evolution, I know. I didn't mean it in the sense of that. I mean in the context of us even being here, granting the possibility of creationism, in us being really early, that without any information.
How do you know it's early?
Well, it didn't happen last weekend.
In relation to man's history, how do you know it's early? How do you not know it's late?
Well, what has been generally accepted is that Zoroastrianism, I can't say it correctly, came before an awful lot of other religions. So I would say it is more early in what has happened on the planet, regardless of anybody's beliefs about creationism or evolution. It has been shown.
Yeah, but that would presume that you know how long man has been here, right? But we don't know that, so we can't really...
Made that clarification. I just said, regardless of whether you believe in evolution or creationism, Zoroastrianism, in the line of religions that has been shown to exist.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand what you said, but you would have to know how long man has been here to make the critical point, right?
No, man could be here 1 million years or 6,000 years. The evidence shows that Zoroastrianism came before an awful lot of other religions. That's the only point I'm making. It's early.
So what that point, it goes to what exactly?
What I said earlier about the fact when it's really early and religion as a general sense was new and people were this, that, and the other.
So you're saying they're talking about things like farming and winter and stuff, right?
No, I'm just saying summer good, winter bad. The correlation between that
is what?
Is really early. These are 2 points I'm making.
Okay, so early, winter good, summer bad. Okay, thank you. Got it. Yeah, good job.
No, did not say winter good, said winter bad, summer good.
Okay, good job. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I'm just asking your opinion on this. I don't know why you're being so snothery and nasty. I'm asking your opinion. Can you see?
I'm being nasty to you? I don't think so.
Okay. No, that was me. Don't be a dickhead.
Yeah.
Most
Yeah, I
definitely.
don't think I'm being nasty to you. You've been here the first time and I'm entertaining your questions here and I think I've answered most of them. But yeah, thank you so
Yeah.
much.
He's actually being nice. I was the one who was a dickhead to you. You're
No,
trying to
no, no,
choose
no.
the
I'm just
host.
trying to get clarification. You
No,
know,
you're
I
not
have
getting clarification. You're trying to be a fuckwit.
It's all good.
Some drunk motherfucker who thinks they can out be drunking
It's
me
all
on
good. No, I just wanted to
No,
clarify yeah, I just wanted to clarify
Oh, you got clarification? Shut the fuck up.
yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you got to settle down here, DK. You know what I mean?
Oh, sorry, I was meaning the other guy, not you.
Yeah, no, I know who you're talking about, but you just gotta you gotta settle down. You know, there's no need to treat our guests like this. It's fine.
I do have, just as you know, to give people, do have issues expressing my thoughts in correct words that other people can understand.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
If you could bloody read my mind 2 seconds, you'd understand, machine. That'd be great.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
And if he's zero bullshit.
Sounds like Math Pig. You're basically saying it's a fundamental ancient concept as far as winter bad and summer good, basically, right?
I wouldn't say fundamental. That would, because I think that feels that it's there, and then I would say it's expected.
Okay, fair enough.
You know, I always try to think of it from a 5-year-old's point of view or a 6-year-old's point of view. You know,
and it depends on the region that you live in too. Depends on the region that your ancestors come from, as far as what you're going to see as important. Like an everlasting flame, like Zoroastrianism, when you have very, very frigid climates, that could be your salvation. Fire could be your salvation. If you're living in a tropical region, the sun more so. And then there's a blending and crossover of those two. But it depends on the region that you come from, what's going to be your salvation as far as the natural world.
Yeah, definitely. 100% agree with all the things that you just said. Yeah. If you live in the desert, the sun is not your friend. If you live in the Antarctic, being able to have some sun and get some food is your friend. I understand. I appreciate
love the desert.
Yep.
And I live in the desert.
I live in Ireland. It rains here all the time, but it's really green and we've lots of trees.
I just don't want to lose where Machine Lies was going with that, with what he was reading.
Yeah, I think we got caught up in the weeds and we both technically agree, but we overtalked each other and the point was lost. So that's probably on me.
Yeah, but yeah, what the point I was just trying to make is really simple, is about nature being a little bit different from what they're describing in terms of this prophecy about this hell, this cold hell freezing over. You know, that yes, the coldness and the destruction and the you know, that is associated with bad because of what it brings, but it's not nature itself that's bad, right? So because it basically says we worship the former religions of the world devoted to the righteousness, blah blah blah, right? And it says the resplendent and the glorious, and it says we worship the creator Ahura Mazda, the creator of fire, the good waters which Ahura Mazda made, and holy, and the resplendent sun, the swift horses, and the moon, the seat of the cattle and his beams. You know, he also goes on to say, we worship all waters, all plants, all good men, all good women, and we worship all these higher beings, heavenly and earthly. So there's lots of aspects, within nature that are seen as good. But yeah, I could move on. But if anybody wants to say anything on that, it's all good.
Oh, I do, but I'll be quiet.
Yeah. And yeah, and I guess I'll go ahead and read it. Right? It says, if indeed the sun were not to rise, the demons would kill all things. that are in the 7 regions. He who offers up sacrifice unto the dying. Right, swift horse sun to withstand darkness, to withstand the demons, right? To withstand the robbers and the bandits. Okay, anyways, then it goes on later. Upon the material world, the fatal winters are going to fall, shall bring the fierce, foul frost upon the material world. The fatal winters are going to fall, that shall make the snowflakes fall thick. In the highest tops of the mountains, and all 3 sorts of beasts shall perish that live in the wilderness, and those that live on the tops of the mountains, and those that live in the bosom of the dale, under the shelter of stables before that winter. Those fields would bear plenty of grass for cattle. Now with floods that stream, with snows that melt, it will seem happy land in the world, the land wherein footprint even sheep may still be seen. Right. So it's a productivity, right?
What is your opinion overall, Machine, of this scripture, this book, this writings? What is the reasoning for you reading them? I know I've jumped in 4 hours, but what is your reasoning for reading? Are you reading it to say this is useless or not really this, and it's not Christianity? It's a part of Christianity. It started this. It's this, that, and the other. It's sideways. Or what is your opinion of this writings in scripture as a whole?
Why does every single thing have to actually go back to Christianity?
I didn't. I named like 50 things and I asked him his opinion.
No, you actually said Christianity 3 times.
If I did, I apologize. Again, for clarification, I'm wondering his opinion as a whole of this book.
Well, as you may or may not know, I'm a Muslim, right? So my worldview is that there's different prophets sent to all the nations, right? So it's possible that Zoroaster, right, who came to reform this primitive religion, right, is actually one of the prophets that was sent by God, and then his original teachings were then perverted, right? So there's all of these possibilities, right? Now I see lots of good ideas within Zoroastrianism. I could definitely tell why it was used as a scriptural authority, and why it spread, and why it was also the religion of some of the kings in ancient times, right, who basically presided over areas that even were politically ruling over places like ancient Greece, right? So the reason I'm reading it is to talk about the importance of those religions in ancient times, right? Especially the ones that came from the east. So I talked about 3 different ones, right? Indian, Persian, and Chinese, right? So I'm slowly moving through different sources for that.
I love that. That's a great answer, and I
Yeah, for
love
sure.
everything about that. Love everything about that, man. The Muslim religion pushed science more.
The only thing I don't like about that is you don't recognize like Celtic, Norse, or Viking religion.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mentioned that.
Ones that all of your religions call pagan.
No, definitely we mentioned that in the beginning. We said that they have the flood myth, and but the whole idea is is that what?
What do you mean the flood was a myth?
No,
There's
I'm not.
physically
No, mythos.
on
No
the planet
myths.
right now.
No, myths don't mean made up here. That it means something totally different here than what you're accustomed to hearing about myth.
I'm not talking about the story. I'm saying it actually did happen. I don't give a fuck about the
Words are
story.
descriptors. They don't have definitions, dude.
What's wrong with myths?
Myths are generally a made-up story about an actual event.
It's
That's
No,
how
only
you.
no,
just
not
That's how you see
necessarily.
myths.
one
What you have to
time.
do is look into the event and not pay attention to the story.
No, not necessarily. That's if you're looking at the world as a secular humanist, then a myth is synonymous with made up. But we don't look at the world through that worldview, right? So a myth to us is something that's ahistorical. It's a story that persists through time, right? That is cross cultural and cross historical. It's of world historical significance, right? And yeah, it goes across cultures. But yeah, Mr.
So
Anderson, what were you
you're
saying?
saying the only religions that matter are the Middle Eastern ones. What
I,
about the
I,
Greek
I
and
No,
never
he was
said I never said
differentiating
anything.
myths.
I never said anything like that, dude. So
He was
we got to
addressing
we got to
myths specifically.
You
That was
said
it.
especially the Middle Eastern ones. You
what
actually did.
the fuck? What are you
Yeah?
talking about?
No, you actually said that, which is
D-
why I started
DK,
questioning.
DK, what's the difference between myths and historical narratives? Like, what is the difference between history and myths?
The narrative. That's happened. The story changes.
Okay, so the difference is history is something that happens one time. You're literally describing one single thing. Myths can have infinite value through multiple. It can transcend to multiple
Don't get me wrong.
generations.
I'm just saying myths are more of a narrative. It's telling a story about something that happened. It's basically like making a movie about the Titanic. There's your myth.
Sounds like historical.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's your myth.
But I
Something
just said,
really
what's the difference
happened,
between the
but
historical and myth?
everything everyone remembers is Kate Winslet standing at the front of the Titanic, and then then Leonardo DiCaprio drowning.
All right, DK, that's gonna be it. I'm gonna have to cut you off right there. You gotta just take a sip of the beer and just relax. All right? It's all gonna be okay. All right? Yeah, thank you.
Well, yeah, TML, I'll have to agree with you. Your characterization of myth. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, flood myth. That doesn't mean that it's made up. Obviously not. If it's and you're trying to characterize it that I think that Middle Eastern religions are more real or something like that. I said nothing of the sort. I'm saying that they all have a modicum of truth, and I've said also that there's been lots of additions to those Middle Eastern religions in the sense that they are today, as we receive them, mostly pretty much made up, right? So, there's that also, but myth, if the flood myth is contained within the Middle Eastern religions as well, then obviously it's of the same, weight, and I'm talking about in the Norse myths too. And you don't, and the thing is that, just because you you think we was Vikings doesn't mean that you know anything more about the Norse myth than I do, right? I've read tons of histories about the Norse myth, and I can explain about those. But this is not a show about those, right? So we got to move on here, right?
Liking you more and more, Machine Lies. People will probably disagree and maybe just fall out with me, but the more you talk, the more I like you. Keep going.
Yeah, blessings. And I think you've seen some of the shows before. Greetings.
Yeah, I've been sort of hanging around for maybe 3 weeks, 2 weeks, month, somewhere in around that. The freak was totally sniping you illegally, and then I had to like search to find your icon and stuff to find the live so I could come in and watch.
Illegally. No, DeFreak. No, everything DeFreak does is legally approved here for sure.
Oh,
But
no,
yeah,
okay,
DeFreak.
you're yeah, legally approved here. That's okay.
Yeah, he's a friend. Yeah, he's a friend of the show. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we've bantered back and forth. I know him obviously, longer than I've known yourself. He does be over in the places I be, but I haven't been doing it for ages. And sorry, I'm interrupting. Go on ahead.
Well, I'm only gonna read this for a little more while, and then we're gonna move on to technological slavery, which is the main push of the show in terms of where we're headed. And I will present some of the historical views of Elul in terms of the spread of technique throughout history. So we're going to look at more world historical views in terms of Elul's world historical map in the technological society. So we could look at maybe a secular perspective, right? Even though Elul is a Christian, right? He writes from the perspective of sociology, within a scientific worldview, right? And
Don't know the person you're talking about, but if you could put a link or a Wikipedia or a book or some video or something in the private chat, be willing to watch it, man.
oh, definitely, definitely, yeah, I'll definitely link the relevant book, because it is a highly important book, and actually, I could just play 10 minutes of that as
Personally, I would enjoy that. I don't know if everyone's seen it a million times before, but
I opened my show 10 minutes of Elul, so yeah.
I like the way also that you pointed out book, and you said book. My wee girl woke me up today at 12:30 going, we need to go to the library, Daddy. You talked about going to the library. Darn thing closed at 1:00. No, what good is that on a Saturday for the library to close at 1:00? Like,
yeah.
Books are good. Be interested to see your video. Sorry, I'm rambling. Go on ahead.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised that
that I like books, or I keep giving you the opportunity to talk, because that's all that's happened. I'm lost.
no, that there's such little here left. But yeah, blessings. Thank you so much for joining. And yeah, there's this. So we have a lot of underlying themes that we can highlight, and I'm happy that I'm doing this. And with the Hindu history of the Hindu scriptures, I mean, I even learned a lot there. In terms of the various classifications and the dates there, and also the connections to Buddhism, right? So here, what I'm noticing is several patterns, right? So there's this idea of goodness, right? And thank you for joining ETT. And I'm sorry that we never got anything from you there, right? But I appreciate you, right? Coming up, right? For the first time here, or I think maybe the second time. We have been doing this for a year. So some of the characters, we really forget. So we apologize if we've seen you before. But we have this idea of goodness, right? And evil being totally separate from goodness, right? Evil having a degenerative quality, right? And having its own incarnation apart from goodness, and goodness being part of nature, right? Being part of guardian spirits, being part of beings, right? That are good, right? Part of activities which are considered good, right? So all of these things are in the vicinity of goodness, right? And goodness includes the praise and worship of all of these things, right? So
you know of animism, yes?
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no, just yeah. No, that's just where my brain's going. Sorry, go on ahead.
Yeah, it's included in this. It's included, the animistic and polytheistic worldviews included in this. So So that's what we have to understand as well. You know that and and a similar thing is true within within Hinduism, but the Hindu type of thing goes more into a pantheistic, right? Yeah, ideal. You know, where everything is God essentially, right?
No,
Uh,
being open and interaction with an awful lot of those things is. No, I agree that the more you know, the better opinion you can have. You know, I used to say in my channel, don't put me in a pigeonhole, don't label me. It makes me easier to shoot. You know, you slam someone down. The idea of going around, and me and my wee girl were looking at martial arts, and I want her to learn a martial art more so now for not the fighting, but also being able to defend herself. But there's a lot of them that come with a philosophy and thought and things like that. And Aikido, I was looking at Aikido. We had to talk about it and stuff, and the philosophy behind the martial art of Aikido would be something I feel is a good influence upon her. Also, her mother is a cultural Catholic. She's got her communion, her first Holy Communion, I think, is coming up soon. And she's also raised by an agnostic. So she's around an awful lot of different opinions, and being open to that and seeing how a lot of them can combine, mix together, same opinions. No, keep talking, Machine Lies. Yeah, I'll be quiet again. Sorry. Did he run off to the toilet? Anybody else here? Just me?
yeah,
Man
yeah,
short?
yeah, yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
good
yeah.
to
We're
go.
here.
Go ahead.
For a second, I thought you were frozen, but never mind.
No, 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 no. I'm just trying to get back into this place because I was going back a little bit and looking at these ideas, and I want to get back to uh this specific passage, but it seems like I have lost it. So give me 1 second. And you know what? I'll just read the several instances of this that I've already seen, and maybe that'll just suffice for the point I'm trying to make. In terms of it says this thing about thought, word, and deed a lot, right? So thought, word, and deed, that's a constant idea that's brought up here. And let me get to some passages here, key passages. So it says not to jump around here. It says first perfection is good thoughts, the second good words, and the third good deeds. That is in almost a hierarchical arrangement. You know, then it says here, it says poverty, which is through honesty is better than opulence. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Right. It says here, uh, anyone in the world here can win purity for himself, namely when he cleanses himself with good words, good thoughts, words, and deeds, right? So, thoughts, words, deeds, right? And you can see the extrapolation there, right? In the hierarchical formation, you're going up the ladder, you're getting more abstract, right? That seems a little bit actually it seems a little bit platonic, right? It seems more like Plato, right? uh than Hinduism, right? And then it says here, right? Okay, now I'm losing my places. Okay, here's another one. Thus are primeval spirits who appear combining their opposites, striving yet independent in each action, have been famed of old. They are a better thing, they too. They are a better thing, they too, and a worse as to thought, as to word, and as to deed. Okay. O thou youth of good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, of good religion, I am thy own conscience. Right? So many, many, many passages with that. And here it says, purity is for a man next to life. The greatest good, that purity is procured by the law of Mazda to him who cleanses his own self with good thoughts, words, and deeds. As much as great stream flows swifter and slender rivulet, so much above all other utterances is greatness, goodness, and fairness, is the law, the fiend destroying law of Zarathustra. Ooh, that's dope. Fiend destroying law of Zarathustra. As high as the great tree stands above small plants, it overshadows, so high above all utterances. In greatness, goodness, and fairness is this law, this fiend destroying law of Zarathustra. All right. Thou shalt chant cleansing words. The house shall be clean. Okay, clean shall be the fire, clean the water, clean the earth, clean the trees, clean the faithful man. Okay, so purity, cleanliness, work, integrity.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I agree with an awful lot of what you're saying, Machine. And I'm not sure if you're a father or not. It's none of my business. I'm happy to say that I am. Everyone knows that I am. She's 7. And, we raise her of all these different things. There's a goodness in that innocence that hasn't been corrupted or anything. And I mean corruption by politics or people. And that includes religion. She is aware of it, but yet doesn't, when I mentioned to her again about the Holy Communion, she's excited to see her family that lives 400 miles away. That's what's more important to her than the religious part. And that's her own. Like, we don't force her or anything. She's open, does all that. Do you feel that the need for a deity, do you feel that there is a need for a deity to achieve that? These things that me and you, are agreeing on, that I'm agreeing with what you're saying, are all based in how I see it as the, faith in humanity. No religion's got it right. We take a wee bit from what we like and we make our own. And it's going forward and being a good person to the people around you, representing yourself and making this the wrong word, helping others to see the goodness in themselves and portray that into others, pay it forward, so to speak.
To be honest, that is sort of the core of my whole belief system as well. It's bits and pieces from everywhere. And I didn't even find out till later that they were part of some other religion. I came to my religion, my beliefs and everything. Not religion, that's a shit word. I came to my beliefs on an acid trip when I was 19. Oh, sorry, mushroom. Mushroom? One or the other. When I was 19. And I've tried to stick to them my whole life. They're not made up to make things easy for me. So, yeah. That is like pretty damn close to mine though, bro. Like serious, that is pretty damn close to what I have believed for the last, what's that now, 27 years.
MathPig, do you believe in a creator?
I can't answer that question without asking you in retort, which is awful to answer a question with a question, but can you define creator for me?
In your mind, I'm just, the reason I'm asking you that is I'm trying to clarify, because you're asking Machine Lies a question about deity. So is it that you believe in a creator in general, and you're asking why should you belong to a organized religion or believe in a specific deity?
I would be open, right? I would consider myself, and I don't like using this statement in philosophical terms in these conversations, a true agnostic. That's how I feel. Like people use these terms and stuff and all, but if someone said to me that, you know, there was the physical universe that the atheists and the materialists and all believe in, or you could go, you know, the whole Big Bang, Big Crush, whatever. If there was an entity that existed outside of that and watched it all happen over and over again, and either did have control or either didn't have control, that would be considered a deity. The physical universe would still apply to the laws. I'm open to that. You know, my original name was pagan. I believe in science and evidence.
What do you mean you believe in science? What do you mean? That was a big statement. That was a profound.
DK is going mad.
That's all right. That was a profound statement that you made, though.
I was trying to make a very quick point to try and slam.
Because I asked if you believe in a creator, and you've already said now that you believe in science. So what do you mean by that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That previous thing that I described would agree with all the science terms and this, that, and the other.
Can I help you out for just a second before you?
I don't need no help from you, DK. You put your mushrooms down.
Hey.
Math can handle himself. Math's handle himself just well.
Brilliant. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Machine Lies. My original name when I joined this whole stuff was Math Magic Pagan. Math being a belief and trust in science and the scientific method. Pagan being I've experienced an awful lot of stuff that I can't yet explain, and pagan as in I don't like to describe myself as Christian. And that's how I introduce myself to the community, right? It's far too bloody long. Even the story's too long, and that's why I am referred to as MathPig now. But I'm open, as I said, to the idea that there is a possible deity in this, that, and the other, or whatever you want to use as that. My general, as has been called, atheistic responses, show me another example of a conscious mind without a physical body. Outside of the Christian God or anything like that, show me an example of a conscious mind without a physical body. And you can't, you know, it doesn't exist on this plane of existence, which is what we call reality, the scientific method, and that. But
so you're saying the consciousness is an emergent property of the mind, is what you're the human physical brain, is what you're saying.
You know, people call me Mr. Anderson, right? Can I call you Andy for short?
Yeah, or Josh, either one,
Josh,
Mr. Anderson.
Okay.
Yeah,
Josh. My brain fires at 200% all the goddamn time, right? It's my wee girl is definitely my wee girl. She does the exact same thing. Even when we were looking for a parking space last week, she pointed for one over like a row across from where we were because she seen the Jeep dip. She seen that somebody got into the car went down, they're leaving, get up and get round the corner, Daddy. She's 7, you know. She sees patterns, she sees these things. I see this too. I've had the 80s and the troubles to learn coping mechanisms, as people would call it, and this, that, and the other. I put it into effect with her at the age she's at, so she will hopefully do better than me.
So is God a coping mechanism of the intellect?
That's why I said it like this, because, you know, if I type coping mechanism text, you take the right. I'm putting that. The point I'm trying to make is my wee girl has had prophetic dreams. She actually came to me and said, Daddy, they're getting annoying. My birthday's coming up. I don't want my birthday ruined. Now, I've had prophetic dreams. I still do and have had in this last 2-3 months. Even just small things, you know. I put it down to my brain firing at 200%, seeing patterns and overthinking a million things, and then your subconscious sorts it out, gives you the most probable one, and out it comes. There's a scientific reason. My wee girl's 7, you know, like
scientific reason for why your supernatural mind, for lack of a better term, your non-physical mind is scientific. How are you comparing science to non-physical things?
No. I'm going to flash back to the magic bit in the middle of my original name, if I can, for context. I experience things I can't yet explain. That's where I'm at on that sort of stuff.
That's fair enough.
You know, in my mind, here's a scientific reason for it, and it ticks 7 out of the 10 boxes. But the 3 that it misses, I'm not going to say are supernatural, but I'm open to that. You know,
but you're throwing around the word science, and we're talking about the mind, right? Which is a metaphysical thing. It's a non-physical item. So, what do you mean by science when you say science?
Oh, well, you said mind and asking me that question. So, by mind, do you mean consciousness?
Are you saying consciousness is physical and can be taken apart and examined through the scientific method?
Go back 3 minutes. Show me another example. Show me an example of a conscious mind without a physical body.
So it's an emergent property of a physical thing, is what you're saying?
No. So far, that's all we've been able to prove. Yes.
Okay, and so if you're scientifically examining the physical body, how is that scientifically examining the non-physical mind? I'm not understanding that part.
100 years ago, we thought not 100 years ago, but 500 or 1,000 years ago, we thought the world was flat. You know, right now, where we're at with the evidence and the scientific methods that we have, we can physically, in the real world, in reality that is defined as blah, 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 we can prove this.
Prove what? Prove what scientifically? You can prove scientifically that oceans are not flat? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, yeah, you can put a fucking boat over the edge and watch it disappear. But we're going to tangent on that. The point I'm trying to say is science is based on everything that came before, right? And what
science is based on a scientific method. The whole point is that it can be replicated and verified by other people. It's not just random claims or dogma. The whole point is that it's replicatable.
But it's based on stuff like, you know, Newton's laws will always remain correct. But in saying that, when you dig a little deeper, you got Einstein. So gravity changed over time. But without Newton, there would be no Einstein.
Not only did it change, it changed from a cause to an effect.
If I can just finish, right? If I can just finish making my point.
Go ahead.
You know, everything that we have with the scientific method and all this and that, it is based on what, as you said, reproduced and stuff like that. But it's reproduced over time. So by your agreement, it has come from what has been reproduced before. And we get better at slamming it down.
Well, see, that's when I would ask you to name one single scientific experiment that Newton or Einstein ever did. Name one.
Oh, man, have you not heard about the apple?
That's not an experiment.
I know I was being sarcastic. I can't right now. I can show you math for Newton.
Newton himself said, I do not feign hypothesis. He knew he wasn't creating any hypothesis or doing actual science. Newton was an alchemist and a Freemason.
Okay. Oh, no, alchemy's wonderful. You know, I've done all that and did the whole John Dee story. A lot of John Dee, right?
Is that science to you?
Alchemy.
Yeah, all the dogmatic writings behind alchemy, is that scientific to you?
You're doing an awful lot of tangents. Have you got a topic you want to stick to?
No, go ahead. You go ahead and because it's all over the place. Because you mentioned so many things, and you're throwing around the word science, and then you even invoke Newton and
I'm just trying to
gravity and what Einstein did totally changed what Newton said. So Einstein was then changing gravity to an effect and not a force.
He
So
didn't change anything. He added to what was known there. He brought it down another level of knowledge. Okay? He just, we just got better at describing. I don't know why you're attacking me. I'm a great, right? If I can make a real bland statement that you're going to slam down and find holes in and poke at me, but I'm open to the idea of the supernatural. I don't know if it's within this realm of reality or not, but science does exist. It can make predictions which can be proven, and I'm open to the idea that we don't know what that is yet. We're just at a level, dude. I don't know why you're so.
No, it's just you're comparing science to the mind is what threw me off. That's all.
No, I asked again, right back to the very start. Show me an example of a conscious mind without a physical body. We aren't at that level yet. I am open to that existing.
Okay, fair enough. I think it's a different question that you're asking. Because to me, I wouldn't use the scientific method to try to examine the consciousness, even if I did believe that consciousness was connected to a physical. You're basically saying there is no consciousness that you're aware of, at least. You're not turning it down, but you're saying that as far as you're aware, there's no consciousness that's not attached to a physical.
I have not read a paper. I have, talked to people and watched videos and this, that, and the other on a paper. I know of a paper that exists that says free will doesn't exist because your brain fires 0.3 milliseconds before you're actually aware of it. They've done it in MRIs and this, that, and the other, and they can break it down and this, that, and the other. I still believe in, you can break it down there. The reason it fires in that way is because of the the flipping 41 years of my life that's trained it, so to speak.
So you do believe in free will?
So
you do believe in free will, or you don't believe in free will?
I don't know. And I love the fact that I don't know.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that, because if we don't have free will, what's the point in even discussing it anyway? It's a null point.
I just like figuring stuff out. I like knowledge, and I will never set myself. Nathan Roberts is backstage, and a lot of people are probably backstage. We should give the other people a chance to talk. But really simple analogy in real life. I bought myself a new motherboard and some new fans for my computer, and I transferred everything into a new case. And I nearly killed the thing. I tried to overclock the memory too much. I made a boo-boo thinking I knew too much, right? I broke the computer. Took me about 2 hours to figure it out, along with a lot of other stuff. That experience has given me the knowledge to then do better next time. Science, education, it's built on what we knew before. Today, I built 2 computers today for a guy at work for Christmas presents for his kids. And I'm at the stage now where I knew enough for my wee girl to put the processor in. She got the memory in. I am so chuffed. She's like 7 and she's like really delicate with the rising and up. I'm so chuffed, It's
I agree with you as far as your overall, what you're conveying. I just have a fundamental disagreement about how science works as far as building. If you were to say to me that one day we did an experiment to find out that eating a bunch of limes stops scurvy, and then later on we build on that and go even deeper and find.
I don't know if that's me.
You are actually starting to glitch out.
No, both can be true, right? It's just we went deeper and we built upon it. To me, that's not the same thing.
Both can be true. That's what I agree. Out of all the clipping and DK interrupting, both can be true. Just because science exists does not mean what people describe as supernatural does not exist. It's just shit we haven't explained yet.
Well, you do realize the word extraterrestrial means other land.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean other planet.
But you can't compare that to
You know, it means wandering star, planetary stars. Boom, boom. Right, back to Mr. Anderson.
Newton and Einstein.
You know those ancient clocks? You know those ancient clocks? Whereas like there's a big clock and then there's like a smaller clock in the middle with hands that seem out of proportion. Yeah, well, that is basically the larger flat Earth. And that small clock does move around.
Because Math Pig is coming from.
No, that's small. No,
how many documentaries have you watched on the arterial device?
Yeah, everything is.
Here, hold on. Here, hold on a second, everyone. Here, hold on, DK. Yeah, I know, DK. You got to chill out for a second. Yeah, Mr. Anderson, could you say like a sentence real quick because I think you're cutting in and out. Mr. Anderson, are you there?
Ground control to Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, because his
Can you hear me?
Yeah, your audio is a
internet
little
might be
bit
messing up.
Yeah, it's still cutting out, like in and out of this fucking audio experience. But yeah, blessings, Mr. Anderson. You got to fix your audio here.
Yeah, it might be my internet connection right now. I might have to drop out and drop back and come back in.
Yeah, you're fine right now, but whatever was happening just a second ago was disrupted.
Restart, you know, it's the general rule. Have you tried switching it off and back on again?
Yeah, it might just be one of those. Yeah, where you got to come back in.
Like IS will say.
Maybe power cycle the router.
Yeah, I might have to do that
modem
because the internet was cutting out earlier.
I'm gonna bail,
so it might have
guys.
cut out
Catch you
again.
later.
If I can raise my hand just for
All right, peace out.
Mr. Anderson,
Peace out.
look my channel up, send me an email.
Yes,
I'd
sir.
like to enjoy the conversation. If you don't, get back in.
Yeah, no, I don't know your email, but yeah, if you provide that, I can do that.
Or just search Math Pig online, you'll find me. Oh well, YouTube. Search
And
Math
it's not,
Pig.
and it's nothing personal when I'm questioning you and things like that. It's nothing personal. It's the concepts themselves. I'm not worried about the personalities or anything at all. It's just strictly the information, you know.
Math Magic Pagan at gmail.com.
Math, magic. And that's what interested me too, that when you were comparing math to science, I mean, I know there's math in science, but math itself is not science, of course, right? You'd agree with that.
The only reason I would bring math up in these conversations is because people like to say I can prove something, and the only thing you can prove is a math proof. And, you know, that's just me being pedantic and sort of that whole blah. But yeah, you're really good.
Could
now.
you,
You don't
real quick, can you clarify what you mean, how you can prove something using a math equation or something like that?
Yeah, I can. 1 + 1 = 4.
It's 2. Say for instance, using math, because you're like some type of genius with the math, but using math, could you prove that the sun is actually 93 million miles away?
I'm not a genius at math. I'm a failure. I had a nervous breakdown in university.
So why the hell are you named Math Pig then?
I'm falling back on my insecurity.
The answer is no, because you need the right inputs to be able to do the math, and you don't have the right inputs to know the sun is 94 million miles away.
Do you know what I think is, ET, you might like this. I tell people you can't measure the speed of light. Would you agree with that statement?
The one-way speed of light or two-way speed of
There
light?
you go. I love Mr. Anderson. Yeah, it's a good.
Because you're not measuring the one-way speed.
Yeah, I know. People don't realize that. That's a good wee factoid. I use that. You stole my power, Mr. Anderson.
Well, it threw me off when you were talking about Newton and Einstein as if they were scientists. That kind of just threw me off a little bit for a minute there.
I did for my A levels, which is the thing you do over here before you go to university, physics, chemistry, math, and biology. I went on to do a year and a bit of math, advanced math, and physics. I had a bad experience and a nervous breakdown. We're not even going to left, but the urge and stuff never left me. That was when I was 18. I'm 41 now, man. So like, 1 + 1 could equal 4 if I drank enough wine. It's a mathematical proof is something you can prove. ET. You should just look it up. Just Google it.
Well, yeah, it's a logic thing, basically. Math is. But what ETT was asking you about the sun, you would need the proper inputs to even be able to do the math. And I don't think there's any way you could verify that the sun was that far away without presupposing the inputs. Because they presuppose Venus was the same size as Earth.
The speed of light.
What's that?
You'd have to presuppose the speed of light.
Okay. So we don't know that how far the sun is then, right?
I didn't state that.
No, I'm just asking if you agree with that. I didn't say that you stated it.
You're asking me to agree with that. No, I won't agree with that.
So do you think we do know?
So he's saying that we do know how far it is then.
Yes.
But how we figure that out though?
How did you get the inputs? How did you get the data to do the math?
I didn't do no math.
Well, who did?
The people who spent their lives putting the effort in studying this.
Appeal to authority.
And what was the answer they came to as far as the distance?
No. An appeal to authority fallacy is not a fallacy. No. If
The people who put their lives into it, right?
Hmm?
You're relying on the people who put their lives into that, right?
That was a phrase I meant with the implication of spending 10, 15, 20, 30 years actually studying these things. Yes, that's what I mean by life. Not adding to the conspiracy theory of a flat Earth life.
Who said anything about a conspiracy theory?
Hell, I didn't even mention anything about a flat Earth. I just asked about the sun.
Can I answer it and I will give up the floor? Nobody said anything about a flat Earth, but the questions that you are asking imply that you believe in the flat Earth.
But Math Pig, just hold on a second. But it shows that that's not actually correct, because throughout history they'll tell us some of these figures at different points believe, like say for instance, some of them might have believed it was 5 million miles. Another one might believe it was 20 million, 50 million, and then today 93 million. So I think it does. In a way correlate back to it, but also does not, because people throughout history said it was at different distances.
We all just agreed that science just changed. I think, phylogeny is a wonderful example of this. We try to put things in little boxes, and nature doesn't work in boxes. Nature is just the way it is. But us as humans have to understand these things, and it's easier for us to put things in boxes that we can describe this way and the other, because we're fucking stupid relative to the universe. We don't know everything.
So we build on science builds, or it changes.
Science builds on everything that comes before it. Yes. I'm definitely not British, Reddington. No fucking way. Looking at the chat, sorry.
No, as someone else thinks you're British, I was just replying to him.
Oh, Tech Talk. No, definitely not British. I consider myself Northern Irish. Technically, my ancestors were sent here to breed out the Catholics, but my wee girl's also a mongrel. She's going for her first Holy Communion, whatever way you want to look at it. She doesn't fucking matter. Excuse me again, sorry. It doesn't flipping matter, I'm
the orange versus the green, eh?
Oh, man. I went to a mixed school in high school, broken glasses and eyes, and oh my goodness. I grew up in the Troubles. You don't even want to talk about it. But
it is what it is.
It is what it is. Let's hope not to fucking happen again.
So, Math Pig, I live like right in the middle of a bunch of mountains, so I'm not under the impression that the Earth is flat, right? So let's say I just want to ask you a direct question. If you were to be, let's say, brought into a blimp or some sort of vehicle and confirm that there was some sort of crafted dome over us to where it appeared that we are at the center and the Earth, sun, and moon were created for you, for everybody you know, your daughter, everybody, would that have implications on your views of a creator?
Considering what we can measure outside of the Earth and that most of it is toxic for us, I'd be like, what sort of a cunt's that? But just to give you another bit of context, one of my the top on my bucket list is to see the curvature of the Earth from space. I want to do up on a plane, this, that, and the other. I want to get high enough to confirm it for myself. That is number one. As a physicist, someone who wanted to be an astrophysicist, people in my class ended up, do you know that wow, like meteor that came through? That was measured long term by people who I went to school with. Like that really annoyed me. Yeah,
would it have the same impact to see the opposite though? Like if you were to go out with your 7-year-old daughter and do an experiment on, let's say, the biggest lake that you're near or bay or whatever, and confirm that at least the so-called globe was debunked. If you were able to at least debunk that, would that have an opposite effect? Or
if I went up and I seen it for myself, I would ring my wee girl first and foremost, and I would tell her. I wouldn't say we've all been lied to and this, that, and the other, and I wouldn't suddenly become an ETT, but I would definitely be like asking questions and going, when Donald Trump got...
Wait, hold on. What did that cat say about me? I didn't hear it. I just heard my name. What did you say?
He was saying he wouldn't become you if he debunked the curvature
become me. Now the cat's throwing jabs at me. First of all, what the hell do you know about me, man?
I know you're a flat earther from the implication of the questions you asked and the things that you've said. You're very believing in it. And I wouldn't...
Believing in what? Not believing in 94 million miles away of the sun's distance is not equal to being a flat earther.
I don't know why you're taking it so thick. I wouldn't instantly become, okay, I'll not say ATT, I'll say random flat earther. You know,
no, I get what you're saying.
Questions, as I said, well, you're so aggressive.
No, I get what you're saying.
You're cool, but I'm just saying it sounded like you were throwing a jab at me. I wanted you to repeat because I didn't hear what you said.
No, his whole point is that he wouldn't go flat smacking his daughter and saying a million things. He would just start questioning the reality and things like that. He wasn't
right. I hear what you say.
The reason I asked that is because I took my daughter out on the biggest lake in California, and we confirmed that the 3959 radius is absolutely false. So that doesn't mean necessarily that the whole Earth is flat. It just means that that lake that we tested is flat, right? Because we live around a bunch of mountains. So the point is, if you went out yourself, because you said you want to go up high enough to see the curvature, right? So what if you went out with your daughter or whoever else and confirmed that at least the presented globe was wrong?
My wee girl for my birthday asked me what I wanted to do. And I said, honey, I really want to go and find a secret lake. It's hidden at the top of the Mournes. You can look the Mourne Mountains up in Ireland. She walked 8 kilometers with me over the Mournes up to that lake. That lake was perfectly flat. I have videos and pictures of me sitting in that. Absolutely 100% flat.
And how many miles wide is it?
Pardon?
Roughly how many miles wide?
Relative to stuff, it's a tiny wee lake, you know?
Well, yeah, but how many miles wide is it roughly?
Oh, maybe one. Because I'm trying to agree with you.
That's a tiny lake.
Yeah, I know. It's a secret lake at the top of a mountain. But this was the thing. Again, from a child's point of view, how does this body of water exist at the top of a mountain? I was making a point. I'm agreeing with you, right? This is, again, why I want to get up in a plane, go and see it for myself. I put my faith, and I'm an agnostic, not an atheist. I'm happy to admit that we have faith in things. I put my faith in these people who have spent their time studying this. I have talked to people who study things that I'm interested in, who have confirmed this, that, and the other. Like my wee girl is 0.00017 because of her hair color and her eye color, and them both being recessive genes and this, that, and the other. And I was raised in a house that was number 17. Like, that's numerology. I think that's just fucking fantastic, you know?
But what I'm asking you is...
I'm admitting to faith. That's what the point I'm making, you know?
Yeah,
This
no
is where
problem.
I'm
We all
not
have
an
faith to
appeal-
some degree. We all do.
Yeah, it's not an appeal to authority. It's faith in the people who have spent their time doing that. I can't confirm
that's a
it,
fair
but
statement.
I do want to get up on a fucking mountain, or I do want to get up on a rocket and see the curvature for myself.
That's a pretty penny, sir.
Yeah, that's like 250,000 a ticket, man.
Yeah. And that's all I'm asking you is that what if you... Because it's a pretty deep and profound and really a personal question as far as if you were to actually go out and debunk the curvature yourself. I'm saying, would that have any impact on your views of a creator or anything like that?
By debunk, do you mean that if I go up and see a flat earth myself, physically with my own eyes, out a window of solid glass, not through a camera, even when I'm up there, you know, I would be a bit
flat glass.
Let's put it that way, yes.
Yeah, if I flew up there and they were like, great, you're up there, you have to look out through a camera, here's a digital screen, I'd be all, fuck, right?
You would waste your money.
Would have been a waste of that GoFundMe.
That would be implications, though, as far as if we're at the center of the universe or not, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't instantly go, the world is flat. Have you ever seen the show Ascension? They convinced people for 50 years they were flying to another solar system. They were just in a bunker underground, you know.
Yeah, like these
things-
autistic people that work for NASA. Exactly. You just put them in a simulator and tell them that they went to Mars. And
Sad
difference is-
It was a 3-part episode. I think it's 6 hours. It's called Ascension. Look it up online. It's really good. But yeah, that sort of idea. There's a possibility that is not this, that, and the other. But if I looked out through a piece of glass and I seen something along the lines of the stereotypical flat Earth with the ice wall and shit, you're like, I don't know what I would do. I'd definitely be double checking absolutely everything. But
what if you personally put your hands on a dome that was above us? Would you instantly know you had a creator, or would you think that it just evolved there?
I'd be like, oh my goodness, who opened the door to let me out so I could go out and tap and touch the door?
Well, yeah, but was that dome? Let's just say hypothetically, you touched a dome up there. Was that dome? Did it evolve there, or was it created?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to do a test in the
Do you think it's
realm of-
possible for a dome to be like evolve?
Do I
Like a
think-
looking glass, let's say. Like if it was a
well,
molten looking glass.
I used the word evolution in context of society earlier, and I got jumped on because people
No, that's
said they
fine.
don't believe in evolution.
I'm fine with that. We
Yeah.
all evolve. We all like there's
Oh,
evolution
okay,
of many
okay.
things.
Now you're saying that could a dome evolve? So the fact that I get jumped on because I made a coy to it, like, do you not going to get jumped on? Like, what do you mean by evolve?
No, is it possible that it was not created if you put your hands on a dome? Like Truman Show style. Remember when Truman went out and he hit the
well,
wall?
Truman Show style is him hitting a solid wooden wall.
Yeah. Is there
I
any
would-
chance that wall was not created? Is what I'm asking you.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to get understanding from me here, dude. If I shut up and I hit something that was solid and the rocket exploded, crushed like another car hitting another car, and I was physically there, after I get over my concussion, I'd be like, what the hell? And I'd investigate, right? If I went up and it gradually got harder and harder and harder to transverse through that, like it does with a super fast car getting really, really fast. That's why they're aerodynamic. It's, you know, that would make me think it could, under your very colloquial evolve, would make me think there's a science behind it.
Would you still be agnostic if you ran into that wall?
Yeah,
That's the simplest I can put it.
I'm always going to be agnostic. I can never know everything.
Okay.
I'd be agnostic to a day. There's a song in there.
No, can I ask you a question on that? Have you ever been to some of these massive sports stadiums around the country? A lot of them have like a dome-like shape, in the ceiling surrounding the stadium. So you'd obviously agree with me that that was constructed by men or some form of intelligence, clearly. So if you hypothetically did see the dome, how could you say that wasn't by some type of intelligence? Then I don't get that.
As by the description I just gave, as if it was a gradual change, then yes, I would think it's a science and evolve
A
under the
gradual change. How the hell could a dome be a gradual change?
No, let me answer. If it was a brick wall and a sudden stop, I would be all, what the hell? And just to point out, dude, I am a subscriber. I'm a member of the local planetarium. I went and watched Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, in the dome in the planetarium.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's all peaches and cream or whatever, man. But how does that go back to the topic though? Like, how does that correlate?
I know for a fact that a guy built that dome because it's a solid stop where you can project something on.
Okay.
But if it was a gradual change and it suddenly got thicker, car, aerodynamics, were you not listening? Do you want me to repeat?
No. I thought you said you went to observatory and seen like the moon or something. That's what I thought you said. So I said, how does this correlate back to the dome? That's what I asked.
No, everybody heard me correctly. Somebody said that's pretty cool. I said I went and watched Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd on the dome to the stars and stuff. Somebody else, you're just not listening to.
No, it's like, do you expect me to automatically know what that is? That like what you're saying? It's like for some of us might be hearing that term for the first time. You feel me?
Dude, I'm just like, I'll answer you again. If it gradually got deeper and harder to traverse through, then I would think that it is a natural thing. If it was a sudden concrete sort of brick wall stop, then I would be like, oh, I'll investigate this more. I don't know what it's made of, this, that, and the other. I could check it. If it's made of glass, I'd be like, holy shit, we're in a fucking snow globe. Like,
well, you want to hear something interesting though. Like, let's not look at the sky for a second. Let's look down, like the ground beneath our feet. Are you familiar with the Kola super deep borehole from the Soviet Union from the 80s? Yeah, so they dug down about 8 miles, and then the machinery couldn't get through the rock at that level because it's too hot. So it seems like whatever built this place, they made it into a way that if you go too low into the earth, the temperature will heat up, so we can't find out what the hell is beneath us. We can't ascend into the sky because the oxygen starts to deplete at a certain level. So it certainly seems like, whatever's keeping us in here, they don't want us figuring this out. But I'm asking you though, it's like, doesn't it seem a little weird that if we try to go down, there's a barrier there stopping us? If we try to go up, there is some type of barrier they put there to try to keep us from going.
Oh, well, on
You already
reference,
presupposed the creator into the question, though.
I've already answered the question about going up. And if you're talking about going down, again, it makes sense to me with the periodic table that heavier elements that are radioactive fall deeper in the creation of the planet, going along with my mindset, And
but hold on though, isn't the planet the same? Okay.
I let you rant. I did. Let my turn, please.
All right, but to be fair, you've been talking for literally hours on here. I had to wait 25 minutes.
But you weren't here. I've been talking for hours. What, did I take time away from you when you're off having a wank to your mum's porn? Like, you weren't here.
I didn't know. I didn't. Oh, never mind. I won't say that.
You want me to answer you
Chill out, Irish guy. You're kind of spurging here. Just relax here for a second and answer the man's questions. It's all good.
Yeah, as I said, Matt Higgs is he's very easy work for me. He's kiddie pull deep, but I'm challenger deep. He's I squash him like a bug in a debate.
I haven't. It makes sense with everything else that I believe that going deeper, heavier elements that are radioactive, along with the movement of magma, makes sense. If you want to believe that we are stopped by going down and stopped by going above because of a deity, you can admit it. You weren't here. I admitted the opportunity or the possibility of a deity watching all this happen. Like me and Mr. Anderson had a great conversation,
Let me just understand this. So the Earth, every rock on the Earth is the same age, correct?
No.
From your standpoint, I think you said no.
Yeah, I did say no.
Okay, now how could this be? How could there be some rocks on Earth that are not the same age if the entire Earth was created at the same time, or again, in your model, came into existence at the same time?
Okay,
right. So like, wouldn't everything on Earth, as far as like the rocks, wouldn't that all be the same age?
Go buy yourself some granite. Check yourself some granite. Made up of lots of different crystals. Go check out yourself some sedimentary rocks that are made up by animals, apparently, being crushed together. Go and check out yourself some volcanic rock.
You talk about fossils now?
Just let me finish. Go and check yourself out some volcanic.
No, but I mean, make yourself make sense, though.
These are all different types of rocks, dude.
Well, who classified a fossil as a rock? A man did that.
I didn't describe any fossil as a rock. I was describing different types of rocks that have different ages that can be tested. Because new rocks get made all the time. Have you looked at tectonic plates? Stuff gets forced underneath. When that happens at a certain
but
depth,
all the material's still here, though, from the beginning.
it's been great talking to you. I'm not going to try again because I will be accused.
I mean, you're getting daggered. That's why you're getting scared.
No, I'm being talked over and not being allowed to answer.
I mean, hey, look, I don't mind giving you a chance to speak. You got to make yourself consistent because you're not making a lot of sense.
I am making myself consistent.
Keep interrupting.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Magma. You heard of magma?
Yeah, but magma is a liquid that comes out of the volcano and it can harden.
Semi-liquid.
So it doesn't originally start off as rock.
No, it doesn't. If you go back far enough, it probably was part of another tectonic plate that got forced underneath another tectonic plate. When it goes down deep enough and this heat and pressure affects it, it resets its age. Certain rocks, like ones that maybe are flying around the solar system, you don't exist or don't believe in, are around the same age as when the Earth was created, apparently. And that's how we use that. We don't use the rocks on Earth because a lot of them are recreated. Again, granite. Go look up granite. It's a rock made up of lots of different rocks. It's great. You step on it, get electricity. Piezoelectric. Thanks.
Right, but all that material was still on Earth all at the same time, though. Like, it can be reordered and formed into something, but it was all still on the Earth at the same time.
Have you got two glasses that you can go and fill up with water? Pour one glass into the other glass, and then 5 minutes later, pull all them exact same water molecules out of it again into another glass. I'm done talking to E.T. He makes no sense.
What the hell does that last statement make? I mean, does somebody know what the hell this dude said? And again, as I said in the comments, the dude's gonna run from me because I could school this dude, so he's scared to have a discussion with me, as the audience can clearly see.
I am not willing to put my time in at this time of the hour with people who are non-faith actors who, when they ask me a question, to give an answer before I finish giving it, as other people have seen, they interrupt me. And then whenever they interrupt me and I make a statement about how they're interrupting me and I don't want to talk to you anymore, you say I'm running because I'm afraid. It's because you're ignorant, dude. If you waited and got a bit of a chance for other people, then you could make a genuine argument. Your arguments are all over the place. You're not making any sense, and you fall back on insults and interrupting. I'm done.
So I fell back on insults, but you literally made an incest joke about me.
And I like.
I mean, come on. Are y'all on the audience that are listening here, and y'all on the panel, y'all are gonna let that slide? I mean, come on, it's not fair. I mean, again, if y'all want to be biased, that's totally fine. But I mean, in all fairness, the dude made a joke about me first. So I mean, let's be fair.
I did. I made a joke about your mother and the porn you were watching.
Okay, so what the hell are your crybaby ass crying about me making a joke about you if you admit you did it to me first?
No, I didn't.
I mean, come on, seriously. This is hilarious.
You just did, and again, you ask me a question, I go to answer, you interrupt. You're a non-faith actor.
I mean, I'm being quiet.
I made that joke to get attention so that somebody would jump in to shut you up. That's the only reason I made that joke. It's offensive, it's extreme, but it'll get attention to make you be quiet. Just like now when I'm having to raise my voice. And now I'm the bad person. You can laugh and say I'm running. Done. Mr. Anderson's back. They're cool.
So, did you guys get into geology when I left?
That's cool. That's cool. But just so you know, Math Pig, you got daggered. Go ahead.
Did you guys get into geology when I left? Peace to you, ETT. I haven't met you yet.
A little.
Prove the age of rocks, Mr. Anderson. Seriously. Like, Josh isn't it? Sorry. Yeah.
That's a difficult subject because you can't really prove it. I think, and I just stumbled into this. I dropped out to put my daughter to sleep and all that. But when I came back, it sounded like you guys are talking about geology. So if I took like an ant farm and started putting a bunch of different rocks and stuff in there, you could test the different levels of the different stuff that I put in there. But there's no proof that that ant farm is X amount of years old. I don't know if that goes into what you guys were talking about or not.
The totally eco bioactive. It's coming up on a 1.5 years old.
What is that you were showing?
My wee girl, she's very into insects, man. Your mine's about the same age. We also have 7 bloody ball pythons now at the minute, but that was her original project. We got African millipedes and some arachnids and more isopods than you've ever seen in your life. And we have a 70 gallon totally bioactive I don't know what you want to call it, a vivarium. It's oh my goodness, if you grew plants in that soil, it's got springtails. We had some praying mantis for a while. They died out or got eaten.
Praying mantis are dope. I like praying mantises.
We got 4 ghost mantises. They lasted like 3 or 4 weeks in this thing. It's a death zone in there. It's like Ants Canada, but on a smaller version. But yeah, we got lots of stuff in there. We got, and then as I say, we've got 7 ball pythons, and she tried to convince me to get some geckos about a month ago, and we went to a reptile show. Like, nature is literally in my living room.
So, you guys were talking about geology. It sounded like, as far as dating things, how do we trust the so-called science? Because we already agreed that you can replicate science, right? So, what about all the different times that people have sent in knowingly young things, and it's been tested to be 2 million years old and all this stuff? Doesn't that kind of bring question to the dating methods that are used?
No, gives me confidence in it that the fact that enough time was gone by, that it was found out. The fact that it's found out proves that the scientific method eventually wins out, especially in this day and age, because everything is about clickbait. The amount of scientific things that I see in headlines, it's figured out, we've done this. It happens now all the time so much, we just don't think about it.
Well, science has become a colloquial term, right? It's kind of like Science is almost referenced as this old man in the mountains that comes down and declares something, right? Science is just a method.
No. I would disagree with that statement. But can I just say thank you for coming back? This is like 3 minutes of better than the half hour I had with him. This is great. You know, no, science isn't an old man coming down from the mountain. Science is the old man moving up the mountain as it gets bigger and bigger, built on what came before. It's a foundational thing. You're thinking about it backwards.
No, I'm saying science is not a sentient being, and people make it sound like that in a colloquial sense. Say science said this and did this. Well, science doesn't do anything. We do the scientific method, right? And we verify things.
Well, science does do a thing to the point where it proves the fact that, like, even the GPS that you're using now to match our times to the hour comes from a satellite that, due to Einstein's theory of gravity, has to be reset by 0.003 of a second every day, or by the end of the year, your GPS will put you in the bloody river.
Well, that's different when you're talking about engineering, right? So when you're talking about triangulation through towers to get your GPS location,
engineering,
that's not the same thing as a sentient being called science doing anything, right? That's engineering.
Yeah, well, engineering built the satellite, but the science is what people use as a colloquial thing, which you're agreeing exists, is based upon the math and the physics, which comes down to Einstein. You know, just being really colloquial, like, as we're talking, like in these terms.
So you think that Einstein had an impact on GPS? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Einstein's theory of relativity with gravity. Yes. Awesome. I need to look it up. It is late, but it might not be that exact one. But it's Einstein's general theory of relativity with the idea that gravity and the distance from a large mass can change, hence black holes and stuff like that and all the
What
rest.
does it have to do with GPS though?
Because GPS satellites are further away from the center of Earth than what you are, and because they are further away, the gravity is weaker.
So let me ask you this: can you do GPS with towers?
Now, by GPS, do you mean?
Can you do triangulation? Like if you have 3 towers and triangulate.
Now, with towers and other stuff, you can triangulate where you are. By GPS, you're talking satellites. So that's a thing. But like AM radio, you know, I've got my beep, 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 Morse code, A-level code thing. I talk to people had to talk to 100 people over the world using AM radio with it bouncing off the atmosphere or the dome.
No, that's your you just injected your faith right there, though, when you said it bounced off I think you mean bounces off the ionosphere, but radio waves are a direct line of sight. There's no proof that they're ricocheting off the ionosphere.
I said either atmosphere or, if you were ETT, the dome.
If they're line of sight, then how are they going to get past mountains or trees or buildings?
They don't. That's why when I'm in the middle of driving through the mountains, I can't get shit. That's why. But yet they can call the fucking moon with a phone. But yet when I'm in the mountains, I can't get any radio waves. That's because the mountains are blocking them. If you've driven through the mountains, you would agree with me that mountains do impact radio waves.
Yes, I have driven through the mountains. I don't go on hot holidays. I go camping up in the middle of nowhere, over the fucking top of mountains where there's goats and sheep on the road and there's nobody. And it took us 25 minutes to drive 15 foot because we met another car. And if they went over the edge, there's a 200-foot drop. I've been way up the mountains.
Well, Marconi was going to do his experiments across the Atlantic. They said you're not going to be able to do that because of the curvature of the Earth, right? They said it's impossible. You're not going to shoot a direct line of sight radio wave that far. And after that, they came up with, it must have been bouncing off the ionosphere.
Now, hold on.
That's presuppositions. That's just assumptions.
Okay, you say it's an assumption. Can they prove that? I've physically done that myself. I used it to get out of history. Freaking brilliant.
You've yourself bounced things off the ionosphere as opposed to doing a direct line of sight.
I have used AM radio, which is a radio wave that has been described to bounce off this, yes. And I had to talk to people in 100 different countries before I could get my B-class license. And then I had to talk in Morse code to 10 people so I could get my A-class license. Now, I don't know Morse code now. It's been a long while. But yes, I did do that when I was younger. It was a massive big, yeah. My father's very big into it. He still actually has a mobile version in his car. I'll not tell you his handle, but yeah, I know that as well.
And your assumption that it's bouncing off the atmosphere and it's not
What has been
line of sight.
proven from what I put my faith in other people who have spent their life. Yes. And the fact that I could talk to people who are way out of my line of sight. Yes. The only reason from what I know so far is that it's bouncing off something up high, whether it be a dome like ETT or other people may believe, or a thickening atmosphere.
I think radio waves personally are line of sight. I don't believe they're bouncing off any dome or ionosphere.
Certain ones are. I've got CB radios at work. We use them around work. I had to go and deliver to the other side of the country the other day and forgot to take my radio off. I'm halfway up a mountain and all I hear over the radio is some guy going, "Isn't it damn blowy out here today?" And these two guys just having a conversation because I'm up that high in the mountain. I picked them up.
Why wasn't it bouncing off the atmosphere and coming down around that mountain? Why was the mountain blocking anything? Because it's line of sight.
No, different frequencies. Different frequencies have different long wavelengths. Certain wavelengths can penetrate stuff. You've got an X-ray before. I'm sure you've broken a bone in your life.
Yeah.
Certain wavelengths can break through certain things. The wavelengths that these radios work that are just for like people, working over short distances, but big enough for a need for it, have very short range. So they go up, they just disappear, they fade out. They don't have the energy to do that.
But then when you have the desire, all of a sudden you can penetrate that atmosphere to send radio waves to the moon, right?
I bet you if I took one of the CB radios from work and I tweaked it a wee bit and whacked it up to my variable power supply, that I could give it enough juice and tweak it a wee bit, that it would go further than what it usually does when it's in its enclosure at work. I don't think I could talk to someone in China using it, but I know if I went round the corner to my dad's and used one of his radios, that he could probably talk to someone in China because it's designed differently to create different energy waves of a different frequency.
Yeah, you're saying different frequencies. So you're saying if you hit the right frequency, you can break through that atmosphere and go all the way to the moon, right?
I do believe that the very first thing that ever did that was a Hitler speech. By the definition and the faith and the science that I'm going back and falling on, yes. If you hit enough and hit it in the right way. Like we talked to the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2. We've had to do correlations back and forth, and it takes flipping literally months to get back and forth. But that's the limitation of the speed of light.
The two-way speed of light, yeah, and you're presupposing the medium.
I will agree with you. I wouldn't say two-way speed of light. I would say supposed speed of light. Yes.
Yeah, and you're presupposing the medium.
Oh yeah, I've seen the idea of it goes twice as fast one way and half as fast back, and that still is an average of what we agree.
But you can't develop an average if you don't know the medium. So if you're going through a medium that is unknown.
No. Velocity is distance over time. We can. If we bounce it back, that's math.
In what medium? In what medium?
What do you mean, what medium? It's a vacuum of space.
What I'm saying, the vacuum of space, you can't judge how fast something's going to move in the vacuum of space when you can't test the vacuum of space. You're presupposing the medium and how fast something would move in it.
I was being sarcastic with the vacuum of space. I was talking about replicating it down to a 96.7% of a vacuum is what we can actually create, and we can do the speed of light in that. And yes, again, I'll point out, it could go twice as fast when it's going up.
Then your distances would be off for the math then, right?
and because it bounces, comes back half as slow, that overall average that we're measuring does not tell us how fast it goes up and how or slow or fast it comes back.
That means
It
you don't know
only
how
tells
far
us the
something
average.
is then.
Velocity equals speed over distance over time.
But if you don't know the rate change and how fast something is moving, you're not going to know how far something is, because that's what you're using to judge how far things are.
Oh, we're taking an average. I'll agree with you on that again. We don't know how fast it travels each way. It would make no sense for the speed of light to fluctuate consistently and all the time.
Yep.
Because
And you don't know the distance of the sun or the stars.
Because that wouldn't agree with the physical world whatsoever. But for it to go up to a glass perfectly wonderful mirror and bounce back, which we get the average from, it doesn't tell us how fast it goes up and how fast it comes down. It only tells us the average. These are two options, though. It could go up and lose energy on the bounce and come back slower. It could be but there's only two. It's not going to consistently fluctuate all the time.
Yeah. But you don't know the distances, though, if that's the case. You don't know the distance of the sun or the stars if that's the case. Right? Because if you're presupposing the medium, you're presupposing the speeds.
No. Yeah. Presupposing the average speed of light. Yes.
And how do you know the distances if you can't pinpoint?
Standard candle.
Standard candle according to what medium?
The average speed of light.
In what medium?
The vacuum of space.
You don't have the vacuum of space to test with. You can't measure the speed. And something imaginary.
We can get 97.6% as close to it.
So wait, hold on. You're saying you can measure something on Earth that's 97% accurate compared to something that's in your imagination?
Not my imagination.
Space is for all intents and purposes in your imagination. You're telling me on Earth we can manufacture something similar to our imaginary version of space that's 97%.
We can manufacture a vacuum very close to the vacuum of space, and using that information, again, mountain science, everything's based on what we know before. We don't make assumptions. We make a hypothesis. We test it. If it can be repeated by a lot of people, then we put faith in it.
97%, but you don't know if it's 97% if you haven't measured what's 100%. You haven't measured.
So no, you're making the assumption no one's been to space.
So how do you know it's 97% of what you're manufacturing on Earth?
You're making the assumption that no one's been to space. You're the one making an assumption.
No, you're saying it's 97% of the vacuum that exists in space, right? What we can manufacture here, right?
This is a perfect vacuum. We can't achieve that. What's a vacuum of space? When I use these words, what do you mean? What do you understand by me saying that? If I say vacuum of space, do you think suck? Did I cut out?
No, your audio is fine.
Like, I don't even like the bloody term the Big Bang. Like, there's so much problems with it. It should be called the Great Expansion. You know, there's lots of different terms that mean different things. As I said earlier, words are descriptors, not definitions. Lost them. Anyway,
looks like his internet went out or something.
Yeah. I'll make this statement and then I'll head to bed. It's 6 o'clock in the morning for me. And yeah, the vacuum of space is just an area of very low pressure that higher pressure moves to. If you're in a rocket and somebody puts a hole in the wall and stuff starts to get sucked out, you can put your finger on it and it will stop things being sucked out because your finger is used to the pressure that's inside it. It's a movement of things from a higher pressure to a lower pressure, which we can prove and we do all the time. have a cigarette inside a room. You know, you're doing it right there. Watch how it goes from an area of very high pressure with the grey smoke to just a really small, very faded area of slightly blue smoke in a bigger area. It's simple fluid dynamics. Simple. Anyway, thank you very much, Machine Lies, for letting me come on for, I think, 2.5 hours.
Yeah, of course.
And yeah, I'd like to continue the conversation. A lot of the things without the presuppositions, the correlation, not causation, and all that, I agree with you. So be good to have a better conversation.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thank you, Math Pig. You have a
Yeah.
blessed day now. Yeah. Yeah, you have a restful evening. Yeah. Yeah, have
I'm
a
off
blessed one.
on Monday. Great. So, hey, right. Talk to you later.
Yeah, the eggs and bacon and real bread.
Oh man, it's real bread. You don't know. It's proper granary, like brown bread with like seeds and stuff on it. And we've got like real Irish butter. It's all.
Oh, give me that Irish butter.
Dude, quick tip for anyone, right? See when you're frying an egg in the frying pan, just before it's finished, put a wee bit of water in and then put a plate on top. It lifts the egg up off the bottom. It doesn't stick to the bottom. You get this lovely like coating over the yolk. It's eggs and bacon. Right, talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Easy. Oh, that was a thing.
Yeah, it's like a movie, like a bunch of people with accents showing up. Greetings. Yeah, well, I think I'm going to change the pace a little bit. Yeah, no worries, Math Pig. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, and we're gonna move to Dr. K here. But before I do that, I might play some music here.
Doing Dr. K, but we ever gonna get to Dr. S?
Which one is that?
Your mentor.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's way after Elul. If we ever get
Oh,
to
that's
that.
way out. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, that's way out in the
scheme.
In the scheme of things, yeah. Metaphysics of technology is an extra because if you don't really get into Elul,
Right, if you don't have the groundwork, then
yeah,
it's not
yeah,
really
because he
productive.
has a whole, I think, chapter on Elul basically, and his views on nature and all this type of
Yeah.
stuff. So I go slowly, and then we'll cut these end parts of the show out and move to different stuff. Yeah, no worries, Mr. Anderson. He's having problems with his internet. But yeah, blessings. I appreciate you being here. Definitely. And fascinating discussion between these guys. I was definitely entertained. And yeah. But orders of business ahead. And then after Dr. K, we will play some other interesting stuff. So next time, we will definitely introduce Confucianism, but we will read a little bit more of the Zoroastrian and the Hindu texts, right? And then we'll introduce basically Confucianism as a political, social, and religious ideology, right? And compare it to Taoism, right? So we'll do that a little bit next time. This time, we're going to finish off with Dr. K, technological slavery. And also, we're going to have some of the previous time on panels that I've had. All right. Okay. Now there's some interesting moments. This week we're playing Jack Talcott, his show, right? Other weeks we played tons of different items. NPC the game, our time at London Man's panels, right? And different things. Recently we appeared on Zatoichi and Jubilee Sees Lies on different channels, right? All independent channels, right? There's not that much going on there. So blessings to those guys for having us on there, right? And we promoted those at the end. We're waiting to get some other extra material. You know, I have tons of extra material, you know, that I've recorded that I could play, you know, as well. But we're sticking with the time on panels here. But yeah, right now we're gonna move to Dr. Kaczynski, and I just gave a little explanation of where we're gonna move the discussion in terms of our readings of Eastern philosophy, right? And all of this is in lieu of opening up a grand discussion on Buddhist philosophy, right? And those ideas. But yeah. Here is a musical break. Thank you guys. And I hope you guys appreciate this one. I don't exactly remember what's in this, so it'll be a surprise, I guess, to me as well.
Properly practiced is an art, a complex network of subtle and highly sophisticated techniques.
Absolutely. Would you have done something different?
An unqualified success, the envy of your friends, and the backbone of your family.
This sounds like the jackpot.
We're back in business, boys. We're back in business. We're back in business, boys. We're back in business. We're back in business, boys. We're back in business. We're back in business, boys. We're back in business.
The time comes when a man's gotta stop running away and face things. The time comes when a man's gotta stop running away and face things.
We're back in business, boys. We're back in business. We're back in business, boys. We're back in business.
Prepared for the hatred with my problem solver, my patriot. Gooned up and get tuned up, rubbed off, erased. Stay dedicated and faithful to my camp. What about your camp? Touch any of my loved ones and get stamped. Staple, remove. Soil tested and block approved. Really a good dude, but he can get true. From the school of harbor rocks and lifesavers up in his socks, sprinting and running from the cops. The cherries, the Cyrus, the Popo Penelope one time. The alphabet boys, the letters. The sophisticated dog training tactics, the canine shepherd. In order to do some right, you gotta do some wrong. Got hella shit going on. What else? The dusty, the dirty, the smirkers. I ain't paranoid, I'm prepared. I ain't nervous. When you cooking birdies in the kitchen, can't be slipping like a transmission. Gotta be on your P's and toes. It's hard to make an honest living when your kids ain't got no clothes. Bitch!
We're back in business, boys. We're back in business. We're back in business, boys. We're back in business. We're back in business, boys. We're back in business. We're back in business, boys. We're back in business.
I'm interested in picking up a few hot dollars. I'm interested in picking up a few hot dollars.
We're back in business, boys. We're back in business. We're back in business, boys. We're back in business.
Playing the game how it was meant to be played, the way it's supposed to be. Money hungry and zany, soil savvy and grainy, hard-headed and managed me and my Filipinos and Hispanics, Armenians and Asians, Samoans, Tongans and Caucasians, California beers, not no California raisins. All of us is food. All of us is patient. Ethiopians, Afghanis, and Eritreans, Africans, Jamaicans, and Indians. As animal, we some hood Asterians. You can tell by the way I carry it that I'm a block barbarian. A goon with the spoon. Wrist game sick. Paid the neighborhood chef to teach a nigga how to whip. A nigga how to whip. A fixture how to mix. Counterclockwise twisting it. Drop it off delivery. Never half step. Go for the juggler. Get your money, man. Don't be no couch potato hustler.
We're back in business, boys. We're back in business. We're back in business, boys. We're back in business. We're back in business, boys. We're back in business. We're back in business, boys. We're back in business.
What I don't know, I don't trust. What I don't know, I don't trust.
We're back in business, boys. We're back in business. We're back in business, boys. We're back in business.
Family, you a solid dude. Your name just came up, bro. You gonna live a long time. We just talked you up. Well, what was the subject about? Was the subject good or was it bad? The subject was about how you made them suckers back up like a sea crab. They raised the white flag. Too many drinks they had. Disrespecting the boss, that's how you get fucked off. You mean something, you somebody, you really stand for something. They got a big ass N on their chest. For what? For nothing. You know my homie with the two-tone legs? What about it? He fucking. A couple of them niggas brawled. They licked his sweaty balls. These hoes nowadays is dolls. Giving up them draws. Do anything for the cash. Wipe the coochie off with a napkin and take a hooker bath. And none of my niggas captains, they gotta pay our mackin' ass. We be slumming and we be trapped. In the slow lane and the fast. Money, hugs, fame, and kisses. Alcohol, weed, and bitches, man, we back to fucking business.
We're back in business, boys. We're back in business. We're back in business, boys. We're back in business. We're back in business, boys. We're back in business. We're back in business, boys. We're back in business.
This sounds like
sideways, segue. Segue, sideways. Sideways, segue. Segue, sideways, segue. The game planner, span them in my nuts. Yippee y'all, baby, love that touch. The game planner, span them in my nuts. Yippee y'all, baby, I'm feeling the rush. Slow beat maniac, minimal killer. Dead enough frauds who walk with bodyguards. Protect them from the first bodyguards that they hired. In front like say they rolled and we all know they lied. Cut the years of the youth, I know they do is push fires. But I can't grudge a pray for doing these things. Knowledge of the cool help me take it on the chin. And if ever I should lose my rag, one or two of you wagging this praise is getting stabbed. I know it sound kinda extreme, but a brave without a dream is a brave without hope. And a brave without hope is a brave that's vexed. What's the Aggie lawyer take sad? I'm in a place that I don't wanna be. I'm in a place that I don't wanna go. I'm in a place that I don't really know. We write these songs with tears in our eyes. So happy we could die as we visualize. We write these songs with tears in our eyes. So happy we could die as we visualize. Take to my business before it tend to me. Feeling the pressure of rolling truth steadily. Wake up in the morning and boil some herb tea. Touch up my bone with a vibrancy. Looking to see the signs that life might show me. Got enough of them I want like shit they know me. But what they know about the manky toe flower. Rap over strange things, techie dog goer. Fuck a scene, come see me with a scene of my own. Cause all I see is ego, games, and vanity. You mad at me? Cause I ain't a freaking hero. But that will never none of my heartfelt concerns. Babylon shall burn, Babylon is burning. Weak hearts and heathens refuse to take the learning. And we don't respond for that shit. And we don't respond for none of that. We write these songs with tears in our eyes, so happy we could die as we visualize. We write these songs with tears in our eyes, so happy we could die as we visualize. Cheap weed in my bone, mashing my zone. I'm in the glass house where the whole world seems to throw stones. Skiing out, seeing all kinds of things. Fat birds in the sky with only one wing. When the kick off, who will be there for you? Who you gonna call your friend? If it ain't about the ego, it's all about the ends. There shall be no plastic backslapping. Nice one, Cyril. Nice one, Sid. Explain the definition of big. Now the probes in my fluid got me pissing in the drain. Erratic behavior that the shrink can't explain. We write these songs with tears in our eyes, so happy we could die as we visualize. We write those songs with tears in our eyes, so happy we could die as we visualize. As we visualize.
As if they have no responsibility or control over their own lives. Some hide behind the drugs, crawl back into their bottles. See people dragged down like that. Feels like a bullet tearing a chunk out my shoulder, you know.
Transducer.
Standing on the rooftop, staring down. The sound of a helicopter approaching from far away. Traffic below, stars above. They call me transducer. 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 They want to take me out, 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 out. I got the identity of another man, a copy of a man of a copy. They call me transducer. 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 Stranded. Couldn't drive me insane. I jump into the big unknown. I feel like I'm drowning. It couldn't drive me insane.
Yeah. Math Pig is a real person. Me is a real person. What's going on, me? I was watching her live the other day. It's hella funny. You know, She's hilarious. She makes me laugh for sure. Alright. But yeah. Blessings, Mr. Anderson. And blessings to Secreto. Secreto. You know? Been out here. Yeah, thank you guys. Secreto's interesting cat. Looks like he retracted all of his messages. Interesting. Secreto.
It's like kind of like pulling a neurojack or something.
Yes, Neurojack is another mysterious character who hangs around here sometimes. Shall not be mentioned. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully we don't receive any significant copyright strikes. And we get to have this presentation tomorrow up so that more people can view it. If not, it's not a big deal. You know, we'll repost it. We'll remove this little 10-minute segment. You know, it's no big deal. You know, but yeah, I appreciate the guys coming up. And you know, having a little visit here, you know, but we're gonna move on to some other issues. Okay. Last time we were talking about different ideas. Now we were talking more about leftist movements and how they can be hijacked, right? Talking more about ideas within leftist ideology that are amenable to being totally controlled by the system, right? So we pointed at some examples, right? In different leftist movements. Now, ultimately, the you know, idea comes down to this, right? And we're not going to go over the points that we were talking about last few times because we were talking about overpopulation. You know, we were talking about the ideas that the revolutionists can use for propaganda, right? Okay. We were talking about different ideas about what ideas can be capitalized, right? Among that, he talked about different concepts such as spiritual emptiness, right? The need and pull of wild nature, right? The need for small community groups, right? A way to channel aggressive and hostile impulses, right? And also other ideas. And this was a notable paragraph right here. He said, compare Marxism with the irrational religious movements that have appeared in the U.S. Okay, the movements have achieved little or nothing of lasting importance, right? Okay. Whereas Marxism shook the world. I don't remember who disagreed with me about this particular point, right? But it's not my point anyways, right? It's Dr. K's point. And I think he's raised an important point, right? In terms of, you know, that there are movements that could be started up with socially or locally ingrained value systems, right? And be used for that, right? but their reach is evidently very small. But there's other movements who can make their ideology a little more abstract, and they can fit different cultures and religious groups, right? Okay. And Marxism is such an ideology, okay, where it's been able to be used by different groups, like South American revolutionaries, right? Islamic revolutionaries, right? It's been used in Asia, right? China, other places, right? So it's extremely versatile because it doesn't touch down in terms of cultural, basis, right? One could or one could say Islam is similar to that, right? Islam has, produced a high level of cultural refinement, low level of technological innovation and growth, right? But it had a widespread effect, right? Because it didn't really change the cultural fabric of a lot of different civilizations. So it spread from Africa to China, and whatever the culture was of the Africans, the Indians, the Chinese, the Persians, right? They just maintained their culture and they practiced the Islamic teachings, right? So there's ways of life that can be incorporated with a high level of success across different cultures, right? And there's similar responses from different cultures to different needs. But yeah. Okay, so it said that it may be that a movement should not try to impose too rigid a rationality on its adherents, should leave room for faith, right? Now, moving on here, right? He says, so a critically important problem facing a nascent revolutionary movement will to keep out the leftists, the disorganized, irrational types, and other unsuitable persons who come flocking to any rebel movement in America today, right? This is close to where we left off, right? Probably the hardest part in building a movement is the very first step. One has to collect a handful of strongly committed people of the right sort. Once that small nucleus has been formed, it should be easier to attract additional adherents. A point to bear in mind, however, is that a group will not attract and hold adherents if it remains mere debating society. One has to get people involved in practical projects if one wants to hold their interest. Now, he also talked about two parallel organizations being formed, right? One, okay, in the private sector and one in the public sector, right? Okay, and he said the two movements should be not related to each other at all, right? Okay, and in the private group, they carry out illegal actions, right? And in the public group, they carry out only legal actions, right? And he said the movements of the actions of the two movements should be removed from each other, right? In terms of public knowledge, right? And if you can imagine, there's lots of organizations that already function that way, right? And we've discussed a few of them on this show, right? All sorts of organizations that take secret oaths, right? For example, right? Okay. But yeah, he says also the first project for the initial handful of people would be library research, the collection of information from other sources. Information to be collected would include, for example, historical data about the ways in which Historical changes have occurred in past societies, about the evolution of political, ideological, and religious movements in those societies. Information about the development of such movements in our own society. During recent decades, results of scholarly studies of collective behavior and data concerning the kinds of people involved in Earth First, Green Anarchism, Anarcho-Primitivism, and related movements today. Once the group had gathered sufficient information, could design a provisional program of action, perhaps modifying or discarding many of the ideas I've outlined on preceding pages. But for anyone serious who wants to do something about the technology problem, the initial task is quite clear. It is to build a nucleus for a new movement that will keep itself strictly separate from the leftists and irrational types who infest the existing anti-technological movement. Okay. Now, a lot of the stuff he described could be considered like subversive, obviously covert, some of it, so he's gotten a lot of he's touched down to a lot of, but obviously he has already carried out actions in order to write this, so he knows that he won't be out in public achieving any of this, so maybe he has a little bit of free range to talk like this, right? Okay. Okay. Now there's other ideas here that he mentions, okay, in great detail. All right. In relation to the power process, right? And surrogate activities. So it's funny that this is moving a little bit closely in the same direction, right? Because he talks about leftists, then he talks about the power process, okay? And then he talks about historical trends, okay? And then he moves on to ideas in nature, right? And ideas about technology in general, right? Okay. And then he moves to concepts in those revolutionary ideas, right? So it's fascinating stuff. And all. Cecil, you there? I don't know if Cecil's there. We'll give him a minute here.
He might be asleep.
Yeah, he's probably asleep. So yeah, I might just dunk him here. Blessings. Thanks for joining. But yeah, we're gonna read this. Very interesting. Okay. Explanation. Extra explanation about surrogate activities. Right. So if you guys aren't aware of this, this is a huge part in industrial society in its future that we covered in great detail here. Right. Okay. We took an extra view on Dr. K's views of leftists, right? But yeah, here he says, October 12, 2004, I'll begin by summarizing some information from Martin E.P. Seligman, Helplessness on Depression, Development, and Death. Hereafter rely on memory because I do not have a copy of Siegelman's work, nor do I have extensive notes on it. Siegelman. Okay, wait. I keep saying Siegelman, but it's Seligman. Sorry. Arrived at the following conclusions about experiments with animals. Take an animal. Subject it repeatedly to painful stimulus, and each time block its efforts to escape from the stimulus. The animal becomes frustrated. Repeat the process enough times, and the state of frustration gives way to one of depression. The animal just gives up. The animal has now acquired, quote unquote, learned helplessness. If at a later time you subject the animal to the same painful stimulus, it will not try to escape from the stimulus, even if it could easily do so. Learned helplessness can be unlearned. I don't recall the details, but the general idea is the animal gets over learned helplessness by making successful efforts. Okay. Okay, so having goal oriented tasks, right? And I think you guys can already see where he's going with this, right? Okay. One can't have surrogate activities for artificial needs and goals, right? Right, because that leads to learned helplessness, right? Because it's channeling, right, the effort that usually one, does to achieve some level of fortitude within the power process, right? Within one's power process, right? And then channeling that into goals that aren't conducive to the needs of the individual and always bring back diminishing returns, right? So that, as it said, repeat the process enough times, frustration increases, okay? Frustration turns to depression, animal gives up, acquires learned helplessness, right? Okay, let's move on a little bit. An animal can be partly immunized to learned helplessness if an animal is given prior experience in overcoming obstacles through effort. It will be much more resistant to learned helplessness, hence also depression, than an animal that has not had such experience. For example, if caged pigeons are able to get food only by pushing a lever on an apparatus that gives them 1 grain of wheat or the like for each push of the lever, then they will later acquire learned helplessness much less easily than pigeons that have not had to work for their food. My memory of the following is not very clear, but I think Seligman indicates that laboratory rats, wild rats differ, and wild rats are far more energetic and persistent than laboratory ones in trying to save themselves in a desperate situation. Okay, it's not surprising at all. Right. Okay. Presumably, the wild rats have been immunized, learned helplessness through successful efforts made in the course of their earlier lives. Okay. At any rate, it does appear that purposeful effort plays an essential role in psychological economy of effort. Of animals. Okay. Purposeful effort, right? So one needs conscious effort in achieving one's goals. Okay. And one needs to attribute the reward that one gains to the activity that one performs. Right? Now, many activities in technological society take away our ability to correspond to our, common needs of subsistence, right? That control our survival, right? Okay, the channeling of such efforts, right, through the goals of society and humanity and the needs of the technological society in general, right, has a profound effect on the individual who's performing these tasks, right? Okay, it's not hard to see that. All right, I think it's a pretty, just very easy to understand point. Not very complex here, right? Right, we're not getting that complex here, right? It's not exactly rocket science here, right? Purposeful effort plays an essential role in the psychological economy of animals. Sounds complex, but it's not. Okay. All right. Okay. And he says, I first read Seligman's book in the late 1980s. The book originally came out in 1975, and I haven't had much opportunity to read later work on learned helplessness, but the theory is believed to be valid also for human beings, and I think it is subject of continuing work. I don't necessarily accept a psychological theory just because some psychologists say it's true, he says. There's a lot of nonsense in that field. And even experimental psychologists sometimes draw silly conclusions from their data. But the theory of learned helplessness squares very neatly with my own personal experience and with my impression of human nature gained from the observation of others. The need for purposeful, successful effort implies a need for competence, or a need to be able to exercise control, because one's goals can't be attained if one does not have competence or the power to exercise control that is necessary to reach goals. Seligman writes, this is a direct quote by him, many theorists have talked about need or drive to master events in the environment. In a classic exposition, R.W. White, 1959, proposed the concept of competence. He argued that the basic drive for control had been overlooking by learning theorists and the psychoanalytic thinkers alike. The need to master could be more pervasive than sex, hunger, and the thirst in the lives of animals and men. J.V. Kavanaugh, 1967, has postulated that the drive to resist compulsion is more important to wild animals than sex, food, or water. I'll read that again. J.L. Kavanaugh, 1967, has postulated that the drive to resist compulsion is more important to wild animals than sex, food, or water. He found that captive white-footed mice spent inordinate time and energy just resisting experimental manipulation. If the experimenters turned the lights up, the mouse spent his time setting them down. If the experimenters turned the lights down, the mouse turned them up. This suggests a need not only for power but for autonomy. In fact, such a need would seem to be implied by the need to attain goals through effort. For if one's efforts are undertaken in subordination to another person, then those efforts will be directed towards the other person's goals rather than towards one's goals, one's own goals. Okay. So he now adds a caveat that 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 there's people who are more or less docile and susceptible to control of others, right? And people have different degrees of autonomy and that they express, right? But he said, that these people may have learned helplessness, right? That's A, right? But I think across the board, he's arguing that there's still a general need for autonomy. He says here, so the question of autonomy remains somewhat problematic. In any case, it's clear how industrial society and its future's concept of the power process is related to the foregoing discussion. As industrial society and its future explains in paragraph 33, okay, Illuminati confirmed the need for the power process. Okay. And I always thought that was weird. That was paragraph 33 where it really, he's like power,
So like kind of like a little hint or something.
Yeah. The inner room, the need for power process consists in the need to have goals, to make efforts towards those goals, and to succeed in attaining at least some of the goals. And most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in pursuing their goals. Okay, now he says if one had sufficient experience of the power process, then one has not been immunized, quote unquote, to learn helplessness. Hence, one is more susceptible to helplessness and consequently to depression. Even if one has been immunized, long continued inability to attain goals will cause frustration, will lead eventually to depression. As any psychologist will tell you, frustration causes anger, depression tends to produce guilt, feelings, self-hatred, anxiety, sleep disorders, eating disorders, other symptoms. Thus, if the theory of learned helplessness is correct, then industrial society and its future's definition of freedom in terms of the power process is not arbitrary, but is based on biological needs. Zoologist Desmond Morris, in his book Human Zoo, describes some of the abnormal behavior shown by wild animals when they're confined in cages and explains the prevalence of abnormal behavior among modern people by comparing present-day humans to zoo animals. Modern society is our cage, quote unquote. Morris shows no awareness of the theory of learned helplessness, but much of what he says dovetails very nice with that theory. He mentions substitute activities, quote unquote, that are equivalent to industrial society and its future's surrogate activities. The need for power, autonomy, purposeful activity is perhaps implicit in some of Ellul's work. Shortly after my trial, a Dr. Michael Alusuk sent me a copy of his book, Power Therapy, which contains ideas closely related to that of the power process. A major theme of Kenneth Keniston's study, the Uncommitted, is a sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in the modern world. And he mentions an instinct of workmanship, meaning a need for purposeful work. It's interesting how this relates a lot to Zoroastrianism, the idea of purposeful work. right? A lot of the writings are about that integrity, and
Yeah, right.
you know what I mean, right? And what's also interesting is that many people love to bring those new studies about Rat Park. You know how they, created a rat park and did different studies on rats when they weren't in a cage, wanted to simulate their environment, and they learned that the rats built a society, sort of an inner economy, right? Where some of them became addicted to heroin and some of them didn't, right? So it's fascinating stuff, and right, it goes back to this concept that a caged rat is more likely to become addicted, right? When they test them, right? Which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody, but the scientists, you know, they're performing these studies and not noticing the bias in the studies that they're performing. You know what I mean, right? Which is one of the most obvious and hilarious ironies, right, that you could possibly imagine, right? Um, they think that, studying humans or, rats in these highly simulated conditions, right, where they're forced to perform, activities and have desires that are well outside the range, okay, of their capacity, right, or their comprehension, okay, that these activities are not based on those two qualities he mentioned earlier, right? What was it again? It was competence, right, and something else, right?
With the purposeful work.
Yeah,
Can't talk.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think I'm accidentally missing it here. But yeah, oh well. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna move on with this. I may just leave it at here if I can. But yeah, I think I'll go on a little bit. But yeah, this concept here, okay, it seems to be pretty powerful. Yeah, competence or the power to exercise control. The two things he mentions. And the example he gives is of Seligman talking about this idea about mastering events in the environment and how many times, animals that are being experimented on, will resist experimental control. So there's documented cases of this, obviously, right? So much so that there's been entire studies that have done on this, right? And it seems that there's a measurable level of need for autonomy that seems to reflect on both the nature of the experiment and the results of the experiments being conducted. Right? That is something that you have to grant that certain animals have a need for, such as in the rat park experiment, right? Anyways, he brings up Elul, brings up different studies here. Okay, I'm going to skip some of this. It says reviewing a book by Gerald Peel, Nathan Kafitz wrote, among other signs of the lack of adaptation in modern society is purposelessness. Purposelessness. Okay. Our ancestors, whose work was hard and often dangerous, always necessary simply to keep alive, seem to know what they were here for. Now, enemy and preoccupation with isolated self recur as a central theme of U.S. popular culture, and they find resonance in every other industrial country. Suggests that solving of economic problem brings on quandaries everywhere. Okay, quandaries everywhere. Thus, I argue that the power process is not a luxury, but a fundamental need in human psychological development, and that disruption of the power process is critically important. Problem in modern society because of my lack of access, to good library facilities. I haven't been able to explore the relevant psychological literature to a significant extent. But for anyone interested in modern social problems, such an exploration should be worthwhile. Okay, now he points out some of the times in the previous work, Industrial Society in Its Future, where he talks about this, right? In answering your letters, I'm not going to stick rigidly with the definition of freedom given in Industrial Society in Its Future 94, but I will assume throughout the throughout the kind of definition of freedom that really matters is the freedom to do things that have importance. Okay, practical consequences. Fulfillment. Okay, see paragraph 72. In Industrial Society in Its Future, human dignity is a vague term, broadly inclusive one, but I assume that one essential element of human dignity is the capacity to exert oneself in pursuit of important practical goals that one has selected either by oneself or a member of a small autonomous group. Okay. So, and that is one of the key differences that we mentioned earlier, right? Okay. Earlier it was, better for a man to live within the tribe, right? For the means of basic survival. Today, a man is capable of living on his own, right? But it's only at the cost of being submerged within technological civilization, right? Having all of those primary needs, okay? Basically taken care of by the tertiary activities of the civilization, right? Of the technological civilization, right? In which he lives, right? He's able to live without a tribe and on his own wealth and be a sort of bachelor, as you will, right? Okay. Now, a man who comes to, you know, old age in the wilderness, right? It's usually going to be kept alive, especially in his earlier years, by his family or tribe, right? You know? So it's interesting. You know, lots of changes, right? Lots of changes. Anyways, let's go on a little bit. And talk about this idea of freedom, right? And then we'll go ahead and shut this stream down. And yeah, thank you guys so much. Yeah, it says you asked for a core reason why things are getting worse. There are two reasons. A, until roughly 10,000 years ago, all people lived as hunter-gatherers, and that is the way of life to which we are adapted physically and mentally. Many of us, including some Europeans, lived as hunter-gatherers much more recently than 10,000 years ago. We have gone some genetic changes since becoming agriculturalists. But those changes are not likely to have been massive. Hunter-gatherers who survived into modern times were people very much like ourselves. Technology has advanced over the millennia, it has increasingly altered our way of life. And we've had to live under conditions that have diverged more and more from the conditions to which we are adapted. This growing maladaptation subjects us to the ever increasing strain. The problem has been particularly acute since the Industrial Revolution, which has been changing our lives more profoundly than than any earlier development in human history. Consequently, we are suffering more acutely than ever from maladaptation to the circumstances in which we live. I argue that the most important single maladaptation involved derives from the fact that our present circumstance deprives us of the opportunity to experience the power process properly. In other words, we lack freedom. Okay. The argument that, quote, people have more freedom than ever, unquote, is based on the fact that we are allowed to do almost anything we please as long as it has no practical consequences. Where our actions have practical consequences that may be of concern to the system, our behavior, generally speaking, is closely regulated. Examples: we can believe any religion we like, have sex with any consenting adult partner, take a plane to China or Timbuktu, have the shape of our nose changed, choose any form of a huge variety of books, movies, musical recordings, but these choices normally have no practical consequences. Moreover, they do not require any serious effort on our part. We don't change the shape of our nose. We pay a surgeon to do it for us. We don't go to China or Timbuktu under our own power. We pay someone to fly us there. On the other hand, within our own home city, We can't go from point A to point B without our movement being controlled by traffic regulations. We can't buy a firearm without undergoing a background check. We can't change jobs without having our background scrutinized by prospective employers. Most people's jobs require them to work according to rules, procedures, schedules prescribed by their employers. We can't start a business without getting license and permits, observing numerous regulations and so forth. Right? Okay. And it doesn't matter if you follow the common law or you follow any other type of law. Right? You're still admitting that there's two sets of books and you follow one of the sets of books that you adhere to, and when it's time to address the state, you're going to address them through one of the set of laws that they adhere to. You're admitting that.
That's Dr. K saying that, right? You didn't add that in?
No, that's me saying that now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Lols.
You know? That this is just two sets of books, right? That you're still following the government rules.
Still
and
rules,
regulations.
yeah.
Yeah, still rules that you're following. Right? Whether you follow the common rules, the natural rules, or the rule rules. All right. Okay. And the whole concept of natural rights goes back to classical liberalism, right? But yeah, this is what Kaczynski said. He said, most people's jobs require them to work according to rules, procedures, schedules prescribed by their employers. We can't start a business without getting licenses and permits, observing numerous regulations, so forth. Moreover, we live at the mercy of large organizations whose actions determine the circumstances of our existence, such as the state of the economy and the environment, whether there will be war on a nuclear accident, what kind of education our children will receive, what media influences they will be exposed to. In short, we have more freedom than ever before to have fun. But we can't intervene significantly in the life and death issues that hang over us. Such issues are kept firmly under the control of large organizations, hence our deprivation with respect to the power process, which requires that we can have serious goals and the power to reach those goals through our own effort. The second quote unquote core reason why things are getting worse is that there's no way to prevent technology from being used in harmful ways, especially because the ultimate consequences of any given application of technology commonly cannot be predicted. Therefore, harm cannot be foreseen till it's too late. Of course, the consequences of primitive man's actions may often have been unpredictable, but because his powers were limited, the negative consequences of his actions were also limited. As technology becomes more and more powerful, the unforeseeable consequences, even of its well-intentioned use, let alone the consequences of its irresponsible, malicious use, become more and more serious and introduce into the world a growing instability that is likely to lead eventually to disaster. Okay. Now, as our last order of business, right, we wanted to have a shit talking round, and I'm extremely tired. I'm just gonna go ahead and mention a couple of these characters here and talk about their circus, and the activities there, and then we're gonna close out this whole affair here. I mean, and up for display here we have Ebitard and Paul Enslaved, and yeah, basically. So yeah, I mean, so yeah, it's sad. All right, but yeah, what can you do? Here, let me look this up. Yeah, so this is this is actually pretty funny. You mean right? And I have more of these too. All right, little pictures of me, and this is funny that that they put this in. You know what I mean? So they got AI generated pictures of me with Ebitard and Toilet Bowl Earth. Let me pull this up. This is a funny one because I also have a video with Toilet Bowl Earth, little clip from his show, and I want to show that a little bit. It's gonna be funny. I thought this was funny. Yeah, but yeah, let me pull this up. I just want to read this prompt because this prompt is hilarious. You know, they made a little description of me. So I got a little prompt as well, you know. Or maybe I got to really think of a prompt, you know, that I would want to put in AI. But what's funny is that the prompt they put in there looks more like him than it does me, right? So they put this prompt inside this. So look at this. This kind of looks like TBE. Right? I got to say the beard looks exactly like him, right?
Yeah, with the gray.
Yeah, with the gray. Yeah, the gray and the beard looks exactly like him. He's got little sloped shoulders like Jim Bob. He looks like he could be Jim Bob's son. I mean, or something like that. Right? But he definitely, you know, looks like a gay Jew from New York. Right? But yeah, you know, but you know, he's got some interesting concepts on his show, hanging with the Thorpes, promoting incest. It's nasty work. You know, but yeah, it says here, I haven't gotten to the end of the prompt yet, but yeah. Missing teeth, right? So yeah, that definitely looks like Toilet Bowl Earth right there in that picture, right? Taking mushrooms and smoking weed, right?
Yeah, he just needs to grow his hair out a little more.
Yeah, that looks a little bit more like me, I guess, a little bit. I mean, right, but not much, right? Not by much. That looks a lot like me. I'm not gonna lie.
No, that's probably the most accurate one yet.
Yeah, that's the most accurate one at this point, right? That looks almost nothing like TBE at this point, right? This one looks like TBE. This one looks a lot like TBE. I don't know if the computer was looking back at him.
That'd be funny if it was.
Here, look at this. This looks exactly like TBE. This is a funny one, yo. Yo, I think you know what I mean? And it says, I generated an image with the prompt, Muslim stoner internet philosopher on a mushroom trip. That part's funny, yo. With more Muslim elements, looking hysterically intoxicated, looking Pakistani. That's funny.
Looking
it
Pakistani.
It looks like him. You know what I mean? So with Punjabi features, missing more teeth, looking like Reefer Madness, and of course he got his little boyfriend.
Missing more teeth, yet it looks like a full set of teeth to me.
I know.
Like, I guess the AI missed that one.
Yeah, I know. So let's
It's
hear
not
what
exactly accurate.
Yeah, and he's putting more prompts. He's getting busy.
More maniacal.
He's putting in work, son.
More maniacal. Let's hear that again.
More maniacal.
Yo.
He's not happy with the AI results, so he's like,
I know,
oh,
it's
make it more
looks
maniacal.
looks too much like me. Like I gotta make him more maniacal. It keeps ending up looking more like him with the gray in his beard. You know, I don't even have one. Man, I think I have one gray beard hair. To be honest, you know, I'm like 34 years old. This is a 40-year-old nutbag. You know, playing video games on the internet, getting punked by Jay Dyer. Okay, on the internet, and sucking Jim Boob's dick on the fucking internet, right? And sucking dick, all these content creators going in a crew, in a cock body hotline crew online. Okay, you know, so yeah, dude, this dude's a nut hugger. You know, I'm just like this is literally a one-man operation over here. You know, these cats are, you know, this is EBT and TBE. You know what I mean? You can see him in the chat here. You know what I mean? Here, hold on.
2 peas in a pod.
Yeah, 2 peas in a pot. Oh wait, I can't.
I guess that's too close. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, hold on. Whoops. Well, I guess that just disappeared there. But yeah, it is what
I
it is.
saw him there. He was, you know.
Yeah, EBT is the one prompting him to do.
Maybe you can switch it to live chat.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, this one right here. EBT. Show me Muslim stoner internet philosopher on a Muslim trip. So he's thinking about me.
More maniacal. More maniacal.
Missing teeth. Yo, by the way, you know, I got something for you guys. You mean, right? We got EBT's grill right here. Right? So here's EBT's grill. You know? So yeah, give that a big little big pucker up. Pucker up there, boy. For Ebitard. You guys like that grill on EBT?
Sad trombone.
Oh man. This dude walking around talking about I got a fucked up grill. Yo, I got a beautiful smile, man. Everybody's talked about my beautiful smile, my beautiful laughter. Fucking clown ass motherfucker, bro. Fat retard. Electrician. Just like that fat titty boy, Paul enslaved. All right, dude. You're a fat dude having your fucking 50-year-old girlfriend drive you around so you don't have to you know, get caught with your warrants and you're free because some old ass bitch drives you around, dude. You know what I mean? Get a grip on the situation.
Truth is stranger than fiction.
Yeah, like your big success that you're waving in everybody's face, you know, is that you don't have to go to jail because some old lady drives your ass around, dude. Like that's your big success in life, right? Let's quit it, dude. Like that philosophy videos you play before you show. Like, you know, I go ahead and explain the philosophy that's in that video with my own personal research. This motherfucker goes ahead, plays motherfucking philosophy videos that he doesn't know shit about with satanic shit in it. All right. You know, I think you and Queen Stephanie should get together and titty fuck each other with your fat titties. You know, a bunch of fat slaves, fat technological slaves. The wizard and his fucking uncle, the albino gorilla. You know what I mean? It's a shame. You know what I mean? And I didn't even say anything to the guy. All right, but oh well. Right? You know, we got this cat here. You know what I mean?
I think that's I'm riding through the city, puffing on nothing but reaper smoke. They say they want to get with me. Honestly, I don't see these hoes. I'm about to run it up. Got a big bag, I ain't chasing no. I get the semi-top. Mike Myers with the Jason flow. Get up off my dick. Stop stroking and looking lame. I've been with all of this shit. Sacrificing and putting in pain. You probably go snitch. Telling yourself, put dirt on your name. I'm going back in to take what I want and fuck up the game. Oh man, I need the headphones. I need headphones.
You need headphones, son.
It's not as good as before.
Not as good as before. All right, fuck it.
It's not as good as before. Yo, man. Y'all better back the fuck up. Bumba clap.
How's he not wearing headphones? You know, if you're gonna record the song, gotta have headphones. Gotta keep in time.
Yo, I remember when him and Cockboy Hotline went a while pointing guns out on each other on the internet.
The environment. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things.
Fucking Avatar gangsters. Yo, crazy shit, yo. These guys got caught pointing guns at each other on the internet, and they didn't find each other in real life. They exposed themselves, yo, when they did shit like that. Straight up. All right. And the same goes for Lumatami and any of these other people. You know, you straight up punked yourself. You know what I mean? When it's talking about this shit live. Like that.
That time when Rusty shut off his gun.
Yeah. Yeah, and the only person's address and name that are there is mine. So what does that say?
Yeah.
Says a lot. You know what I mean?
That was funny though when Rusty did it.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out to Rusty Smackleford. You know, from the OTO. Former member of the OTO. You got triggered because we mentioned that one day. Oh well. Yeah, they wanted to talk a lot about people's connections. You know, who's a Fed and who's not a Fed. So we got down to business. You know, and we had Ebitard and Paul Enslaved and Cockboy Hotline go into alliance with Jim Bob. Shit was fucking wild. Yo, shit was wild, man. So yeah. You know, I think collectively we've had, you know, over you know, excuse me. Fucking sneeze. Yeah, but collectively we've had many large name content creators show up here. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so and they started running around and saying I doxed Rusty. Do you remember that? You doxed Rusty.
Not Rusty, but his was it Deacon or Friar or whoever it was?
Oh man,
You just said
that's
his
hilarious.
name.
That's hilarious. Like the guy wouldn't be a deacon if he doesn't like tell you what church he like goes to. Like, what are you talking
Like even Rusty was unimpressed. He's like, "Where's the docs?"
Yeah, like what? Yeah, I know.
I remember
Yeah, I
that
know.
shit.
Yeah, and then and then the toilet bowl bird tried to hide it from him. He's like, well, yeah, he did it, and you know, that's all you need to know about it. He tried to like gatekeep the info. It was pretty funny.
So it's a clown show.
Yeah, clown show, total clown show. You know, this dude wanted to come up here and be like, tell me one lie you told. You know. So yeah.
Uh-oh. Looks like he fell out. That's a very interesting timing to have your internet get messed up on. Talk about these guys, and then he drops out. It's very strange for a coincidence.
Whoops.
Oh, at least that wasn't too long.
Yeah, my bad about that. Yeah, so thank you guys for joining us here. And that was about all I had. That was so funny that by the time I was done talking, it just go ahead and signed us out there of the StreamYard. But yeah, blessing. Thank you guys. Yeah, of course, this Scribina video where he's getting a question about his letters to Ted K. Ooh. I mean, hell yeah. Yeah,
That's interesting.
There's a lot of videos like that. There's a lot of videos where they present the moral quandary that we went over, and he has to address it again and again. I mean, so yeah.
I'm sure he's tired of it by now.
Oh yeah. You know, I even got tired of it on this show. I mean,
yeah,
where like 2 or 3 people came up and made the same point. They're like, "Well, isn't that MK Ultra and shit?" So like, we had to go ahead and address that point. And yeah, I think even Drew sent me this like badly like made up conspiracy theories where like
he's like McKenna and
oh my god,
Dr.
yeah.
K are the same.
Yeah, there was some bad
Yeah, I
shit.
saw that video.
Yeah, there was some
I
horrible.
mean, technically, if I remember right, their voices do sound similar, but I mean, what do you do with that?
Yeah, it needs to take like a you know, like logical fallacy course or some shit like that, you know, or maybe just a analysis, right? Like how to do like like forensics analysis or some shit. It's just there's a lot of shit missing, dude. Like how intelligent is it to make an assertion like that based off of little to no information? You know what I mean? But yeah, that seems to be the entire channel. I mean, but yeah.
Well, I mean, we can take those letters from Dr. K and compare them with whatever writing we have from McKenna. See if they match or not.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think if it was supposedly some kind of psyop, they would have to really work the different handwriting or something. It would have to be a different person basically doing all the handwriting. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the one part of the theory that they said literally didn't make sense. Is like the handwriting's totally different. So like he literally admits that. I think that's like the thing that he admitted. You know, so yeah, but the thing is it's not worth talking about, really. You know, okay, here comes Mr. Anderson again. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah.
Internet's been in and out, so sorry about that.
It's all good. It's all good.
We still got some good conversations in, at least.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did for sure. Yeah.
I've been living in a small town and everything,
Could be
including
worse.
all the utilities are just like monopolies. So if you have a whack internet provider, it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, at least you're not in western part of North Carolina right now.
Oh yeah, I got family that lives out there, and my sister and all them live in North Carolina.
Hope they're okay.
Yeah. I mean, I talked to her on Facebook a while back, like several days ago. But the weather's been all kinds of crazy last couple of weeks across the country, you know.
Yep.
And everybody battles about the whole weather thing and what's controlled, what's not. I mean, I've always wondered what weather used to be like, because once you start fucking with nature, you know, you start creating a cascade of negative effects. Nature itself, of course, is a hard thing to nail down and define, but you know what I mean, as far as
Right, they don't know what the consequences of this meddling will be.
Yeah, like for thousands, millions, whatever of years, certain wind patterns come through certain mountains and come down through valleys, and when you interfere with one thing, it can create a whole cascade of things that you don't fully understand, you know.
Eventually changing the whole ecosystem. Everything's
Exactly.
connected.
Just like the human body with your system and your stomach and all that, the gut biome and all those things, when you start injecting certain toxins and interfering with that natural biome, you know, there can be a whole cascade of effects that when you're playing God,
Yep.
you don't fully understand the repercussions of.
For sure.
But that doesn't mean that everything under the sun is a conspiracy, you know. It's just for rightful reasons we've become paranoid. You know, why wouldn't we be paranoid, right? Like with all the agendas and different things that have gone on, it's just hard to separate fact from fiction these days. Everything's become so blurred, you know.
Right, and the technology, at least today, isn't as trustworthy. Well, I guess it may never have been as trustworthy, but with all this deep fakes and whatnot.
Yeah, it's become really crazy with the speaking of technology, like you said, with the deep fakes, because for what 100, 200 years they've been manipulating photos. Certain people say, oh, well, Photoshop was invented in this year. Yeah, but manipulating the perception of humans and manipulating photography has been around for a lot longer than Photoshop, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So yeah, it's getting crazy now for sure, where everything's kind of blending together. You used to at least be able to examine a photograph or something, but with the AI and everything, I think the AI they show us with Chat GPT and all these things are purposely held back and delayed. I think they have the capabilities of that or more for many years. I think it's held back intentionally, kind of a controlled release through the exoteric, you know.
Oh yeah, there's like, I guess, an art to it, how to play psychology off of people. It's all, you know, it's what it's called, psyop. It's a psychological art to it.
Because for a long time in the occult, so-called, psychology was part of the aspect, right, of controlling perception and the human mind and all that. It's not like now you can go to like college and study psychology and things like that, but I think that was more relegated to the occult societies in the older times, as far as how to manipulate the human mind. It's getting weird with technology, you know.
It sure is.
Because before, like they say, there's nothing new under the sun, right? So in the old days, people would have their so-called occult knowledge and secret knowledge and all these things, the same thing. But at some point, you have to start dumbing down the public to create that chasm between the so-called elites, you know. Once people start understanding reality and truth and things, you have to start dumbing down people because there's only so smart you can get, right? There's only so intellectual you can get before you start having to dumb down the public. And that's what, because I know, because Reddington, you seem to be pretty, like they say, based or whatever. But I mean, as far you seem pretty grounded, as far as your emotions and your psyche, you know.
I appreciate that.
And it sounds like, if I'm not mistaken, as far as, because I know there's been some different discussions about gravity and heliocentrism and flat Earth and all these different things. From my grasp, you're kind of sitting on the side of heliocentrism when it comes to cosmology.
If you were to take earlier, maybe, but not really.
Okay.
But at the same time, there's like maybe a couple things that don't really make sense on a flat Earth. So
No problem. So that's
like
improper pigeonholing of you.
it's like what does flat what I mean I haven't really I looked into it for a while, but then I'm like what's the point?
Yeah, I
the
like
other-
what I love what Mr. Anderson said last time he was here about the flat about heliocentrism and geocentrism being the difference between esoteric and exoteric. You know,
Right.
That was a deep point you were hitting on there, and I thought that was a powerful. Yeah, that was a powerful one there. Yeah, definitely. If I could break it down for a first timer, that would be one I would go to. You know.
Like
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Like for flat Earth, they have to explain why one tropic is like double the size of the other one. Was it Cancer and Capricorn? I forget which one the lower hemisphere is, but that
Cancer
tropic
would be the inner one on a so-called flat Earth. But yeah, I see what you're saying, because if
so
the
Capricorn
equator,
has to be double the size, so that means
correct,
people have to travel twice as long.
correct.
So I don't know how they explain that. I never
bigger.
really got an explanation. I never really looked though, so maybe
No, I
some
see what
flat
you're saying.
earthers maybe some flat earthers try to explain it. I don't know who, but
I see what you're saying, because the equator is the equal point between the two tropics, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. So on a globe, the equator would be right at the widest part of the globe, right? And then above that and below that would be the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. So it would make sense on a globe that if the equator was the widest part, it would then go smaller to get to the Capricorn. And on a so-called circular flat Earth, Capricorn would be a bigger circle. I don't know if it's double.
But significantly bigger, basically, is the point.
Yes, for sure. So in other words, once you go past the equator, it would take more distance to circumnavigate than it would before the equator. But to go to what Machine Lives was bringing up, that's something that I felt was interesting, because it's the reason why I made the video, the flat Earth, or not flat Earth, the occult reversal, because like I was saying a minute ago, there's nothing new under the sun. You can only achieve so much intellectualism, so-called secret knowledge over the people, right? Because in the mystery schools, I don't know, have you seen and I know I'm all over the place, but have you seen 2001 Space Odyssey, like
that's so fucking weird, because that's exactly what I was gonna bring up as the ritual that accomplished this task. You know, that it was a visual, like, Illuminati ritual that is basically the hidden in plain sight. You know, what you're trying to say is, the exact thing that you're bringing up, that it tries to hide the esoteric and the exoteric within this idea, of space, and a lot of people think that It's the same, Laurel Canyon, like directing of the scene where they had those astronauts in space or whatever, that was actually directed in Hollywood, and that movie actually shows you how they did it,
Yeah, that was
so
better.
yeah,
That was better effects than what NASA did, with what Stanley
yeah,
Kubrick was
definitely.
doing. And there's very profound themes in that movie. Kubrick obviously being revered as an occult superhero when it comes to Hollywood productions. The beginning of that movie, you've got the monkeys, right? Because they believe in evolution, and they touch that monolith. And in my opinion, that monolith is kind of the concept of Prometheus or Lucifer. To
So
where
also like black cube symbolism or something.
yeah, and then you notice in that movie at the beginning, the monkeys they all meet up with another group of monkeys at the watering hole, and they kind of just beat their chests and things, and then they go their separate ways. But then once they touch that monolith, aka what I would call Lucifer or Prometheus, the intellect, all of a sudden that monkey hits that bone on the ground, and it makes the other bone flip, and he realizes that he can use that. It's really the origin of technology, where he understands that he can use that as a tool, and then he uses that as a tool to beat the other monkeys over the head. Down goes Abel, right? And it's kind of this philosophy thing where there's this age-old debate of where the hell did we get intellect from, right? And so you have this mystery school philosophy where it's kind of the golden age where we've achieved enlightenment. The Christian philosophy calls it the downfall, basically, the fallen state, as Jesse Lee Peterson or someone would call it, the fallen state. So there's different philosophies and discussions about where the hell did we get intellect, and is it a good thing that we got it, right? So that seems to be a very ancient discussion, even beyond Prometheus or the Bible. I don't know. It's an interesting thing for me personally. And it's one of the reasons that I brought it up with the gentleman earlier, which was it Math Pig. Math Pig and both ETT equally. I have not met them and didn't really formally introduce myself or anything like that and meet them in that sense. So
yeah,
props to
I
them
would have
for having
stopped
a
him right
discussion.
there when he said that can you bring up a place where consciousness is non-physical, right? And I would
Or
say
not attached to something physical.
yeah, not attached to something physical. I said, there's no proof that it's attached to anything physical. So that would be square one. I would say there's no proof for the first one, right? So physical, there's no proof of
Yeah.
physical stuff, right? So
It's just basically assumed to be.
yeah,
And
right.
that's a good example of digging your heels in and taking a position firmly, as opposed to, because he was saying that he was open-minded to either or, but that to me sounded like digging your heels in position that the non-physical had to be tied to the physical. So
Well, it's funny. He said math magic, the math magic land, and then he laughed. He sneered after he said it. So I don't know. I wanted to ask him about that. Like, why are you talking about Donald Duck and Math Magic Land and then laughing maniacally?
well, yeah, I even put clips
Interesting
of
character.
Yeah.
Math Magic Land, that cartoon, because I remember watching that as a kid. And when I watched it as an adult, I was like, this is profound Neoplatonist philosophical concepts in this damn cartoon. Like,
And you always got to find it interesting when somebody says science good, hermeticism and the occult good, but religion bad. It's like it's
Yeah,
very
it's like
it's like wait though. It's like how did we
yeah,
it's like
that's a starting point with your Hermeticism. That's a dogmatic religious, what I would call a dogmatic religious position.
right. That's slanted highly towards the scientific worldview, right? And
Or
it's like
the trust the science thing.
Because modern day science and quantum physics is point blank Kabbalah. I mean,
right.
and that's one of the reasons I brought up Democritus, because you got this concept of the uncut atom and atomism, basically, and atheist materialism. Really, what ended up becoming atheist materialism. You have the cart before the horse. You've got the dogma before the so-called discovery. So anytime
Right.
that the dogma precedes the discovery, I'm always going to question it. I'm always going to be very skeptical when the dogma precedes. Like when Kabbalists are saying a certain thing, then hundreds, if not thousands of years later, they're confirming it with their empirical science. That's got to be questioned. Why wouldn't it be? Many of these quantum physicists and scientists admit it. Like, oh, Kabbalah's been saying this forever. Just so happens those Kabbalists were right this whole time. Like, how do you not question that?
Just so stories.
Yep. But yeah, I do think that there was a reversal done. And in Freemasonry, they talk about even Euclid and Pythagoras and these people as the original Masons. There's other branches of thought that say Nimrod and things like that, but really it comes down to these ancient figures. And something that was interesting, and I can't remember all my interactions with you, Machine Lies, but at one point in a chat somewhere or something, you were saying that it's philosophy that reigns, not ethnic groups or anything like that. It's the philosophy. And that kind of resonated with me because, like, the whole thought of you can't kill an idea. Like, what I would say is that so-called, what we call colloquially now, Jews, usurped Greece and usurped their concepts and their philosophies and created what we now call Kabbalah, and other things. So I did find that interesting that you were saying that it's philosophy is at the core, ideas are at the core, because that is what pervades, is concepts and ideas.
Yeah, and the trick that they pulled is that they said, well, the ideas are these non-physical entities, right? So once you see that, no, these ideas themselves are like tools. They're like,
Technology.
they're like physical constituents, and extrapolations of our own activities and interfacing with nature, and that's where you see that, um, you know, that, certain concepts and ideas, they're not exactly tied to, cultures, and that's what it is that technology and culture are not exactly tied together, that actually, and this is a point I brought up tons of times, and it's a point really made by Rousseau, that cultural refinement is not really linked to the science and the arts, but the idea of cultural refinement is much more at the base of a sort of perfectibility of a human character, that was sought after, in all times, and was actually much more a characteristic of a simpler time than of a highly technologically advanced society, right? There
Yep.
you actually see that people have less appreciation for cultural refinement, and definitely you see that as a hallmark of multiculturalism. Now, in the time of Rousseau, they were ramping up with trade and colonialism, and they were starting to build up these big cities, and I think he saw the effects of that, the effects of having all of these amenities of life procured for you, and the effects that technology had on cultural refinement were seen firsthand in his age, so, yeah.
That's because technology can become the barometer as opposed to like for progress, as opposed to because progress could mean many things to different people. Progress in what sense? So, are you keeping your culture intact? Are you keeping your balance with nature? Not keeping your literal muscles and arms weak because you're relying on technology to do everything for you. So progress itself it depends on what you mean by progress, not you particularly, but in general that anybody means by progress. You have to have your own barometers for what matters, right?
Well, that's the thing, is that one of the things that you guys were talking about earlier is that you can't measure the changes because the changes are happening too rapidly, and they're based on too many minute causes or instances. Like, for example, if you're manipulating the weather, well, you can't even predict weather patterns over 3 days, reliably, right? Because large scale changes that are based on the movements within so many other complex systems, you can't predict changes. There's too many factors. This is why scientists can't, measure the clouds. It's called chaos theory, right? In complex adaptive systems, you need a new probabilistic math, right, in order to measure the changes, and you won't get perfect prediction, right? So
Statistics and average as opposed to accuracy.
yeah. So how a new technological innovation will impact a large scale complex system, it's impossible to measure. You know what I mean, right? What swipe to unlock feature does to an economy, right? It's impossible to measure that, right? It's had
Too many
profound.
variables.
It's had profound changes. What the little red blip, for notifications does to an economy, right? It's impossible to measure. And yet, these are the primary changes that have changed human psychology, had the most profound impact on human psychology, in our technological age. Something as simple as swipe to unlock or a red dot appearing over a notification. They've had huge range of psychological impact on people, right? That they've changed the direction of how people conduct business, right, and order their day and respond to certain ideas, and
Looks like his internet cut out.
yeah, and yeah, but blessings to Mr. Anderson, and I know it's been a rough road with the internet, but yeah.
At least we had a good convo going there for a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. And it's excited to have him back.
That's the thing with technology, like it's EBT enslaved by technology, basically.
Yeah, really. Yeah, we got technological slaves, and the pawn slave guy got really triggered one day when I said that to him when we were on Pineal Power podcast. I really do respect the guy, but it seemed like he's got zero to no respect on me, and he's cycling and spinning about the little or no results that he's achieved online, for all this time, And we
It's
will.
kind of like that movie Wall-E, where all the humans are fat and sitting in floating chairs and whatnot. That's
Yeah,
enslaved by technology.
screaming at each
They're
other.
weaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that again.
No, it's all good.
Waves,
No worries.
just like when you got a bad flu or something, you just get the waves of the feeling. You know, the Wi-Fi seems to be having some sort of
Wi-Fi's got the coof.
because I'm digging what Machine Lies is saying in the interaction. So sorry about that.
Yeah, it's no worries. It's no worries. Yeah. Yeah. You know. And definitely feel free to reach out to me anytime for these conversations, you know, online or offline. You know, just call me on the Discord, and if I see your missed call, I'll call you back, you know, soon, and all that type of stuff. So it's no worries, you know. But also to anybody who's out there, you know, who wants to continue these discussions, feel free to reach out to me through Discord would be the primary place, that because I will be away from the computer on and off here, you know, for the next week, considering my situation here. But as I said, we will be trying to come back on Wednesday night, do a social interaction with me and my wife. You know, if you guys should so desire that. You know, it will only be a 3-hour, and there's no promises that will be coming on at all. You know, but yeah. But yeah, this whole idea of these complex adaptive systems and how changes are hard to predict is a one of the points. And there goes Mr. Anderson again, right when I start the convo. But yeah, it's I was mainly doing it for him, but yeah, you know, we'll figure out if Mr. Anderson will come back, but no worries soon, right? If he doesn't, you know, I'm sure we'll have tons of conversations with Mr. Anderson. We're on a. I just want to say, you know, I've had a few interactions so far with Mr. Anderson, and he is a brilliant addition to the show, and the caliber of conversations and knowledge that he brings to the table is deeply appreciated. And also, shout out to Annapurna, who laid down very, very deep conversations last couple times. You know, definitely the sister is a powerhouse, you know, of information, you know.
Yeah, that's where I got my title from. Is what she said last time.
Oh yeah,
Metaversal mangoes.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, Annapurna is a
3D printed apples.
Yes, an incredible resource, and I deeply appreciate her sharing her time. Mr. Anderson, we gotta drop his link here and show you guys the wealth of information that Mr. Anderson shares with the world. You know, because man, I'm so happy to have met this dude. And it's mainly through our friend Neurojack that we met this gentleman, Mr. Anderson. You know, and yeah, very highly intelligent interlocutor. Um, you know, a rare definitely event. And of course, he's like shadow banned out here. You know, let me go to the chat and just go from there.
Yeah, I'm trying to load his page. It's my computer's going slow.
Yeah, we got this. Yeah, we're gonna drop Mr. Anderson's link here. And yeah, Ryan Johnson, blessings, homie. Yeah, so go look in the chat. Definitely.
Beat me to it.
Yeah, we got. Okay, now I'm not seeing. All right, there it is. All right. And yeah, blessings, Ryan Johnson. And yeah, Anderson Josh. And this is the weird version of it. Okay, here it comes. Yeah.
That's the cheating. That's the cheating version.
Yeah.
So they have the 5G and the non-5G version. I tried connecting in a different way, so if it's just gonna fuck up, then it is what it is. But
You could turn off your camera and see if that helps with the
that might help. But
with the bandwidth.
even on the, let me get rid of the regular stream too on my other window, and that might help as well. And I've heard that running Chrome runs hella heavy. So I've heard that as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm running it on Firefox. It's
As
probably
far as-
about similar.
As far as live streaming and all that, I haven't really done a lot of live streaming. I did a couple tests, but a while back. But yeah, good old technology and whatnot. With my current job I've had the last few years, there's so much information and bullshit to know that I've kind of it feels like most of the information I took 20 years to accumulate is falling right out of my brain. You know, it's a classic dilemma. So Machine Lives, you're in the process of moving. So you're making different trips and all that stuff, or are you doing one big move to Ohio?
It's like a bunch of mini trips, you know, so
Okay.
yes. It's not gonna be like one big thing, it's gonna be a bunch of minis. And yeah. So yeah, I'm trying not to have it affect the show schedule too much. But so far it really hasn't, except for this one Wednesday. So we'll see going forward. But yeah.
You're way more consistent than most of us in either case, even if you're moving. So
Yeah, I think the schedule thing is a good thing. It's old school, you know. People go live whenever they want to, and they have little or nothing to say. But I guess I try to keep a schedule and then keep regular topics that I can engage with.
Yeah, which is not easy. Making sure you have the opener to open with regularly and all that stuff. That's not easy. So props to you for maintaining that.
Yeah, I notice it's not a regularity with the content creators. So I would assume that definitely, yeah, I would assume that most people don't have that much to say, or at least what I've seen, you know. So yeah, definitely we got lots of material here. No shortage of material in terms of the various themes, general themes that I've presented. You know, and I'd say the two big topics here that we cover is you know, the problem of technology and religious hoaxes, right? So those are the two issues, you know, on the table, and I think that covers basically everything. You know, people are not aware that those two issues basically run the gamut of all of the available issues that there are to cover, but they pretty much do, you know, and the fact that people haven't characterized world issues in relation to those two themes is quite staggering, because you definitely see that as a main idea in several movies and themes and art pieces and video games, even Sonic the Hedgehog. The Dr. Robotnik is like some Operation Paperclip scientist that's putting these animals into the robots, right? You got to go to the secret realm in order to free them, liberate nature from technology. Look at that.
The themes are there for sure because you got pre-programming on several fronts, and that's no doubt always been a theme maintained. I mean, remember Lawnmower Man and all that, where they took the autistic dude or whatever he was and evolved him, Technology definitely transcends just any particular religion as well, so.
Yeah, that's because the way we look for religion is through artifacts, right? So it would be one and
Yeah.
the same search,
Especially dogma and whatnot, or storylines, because some religions don't have very many artifacts that are predating them to a certain time. Like we were discussing before with the Ptolemies putting together the Bible and all that stuff. I wouldn't say that the Ptolemies wrote every word of the Bible, but I would say that they put together the original Bible. As far as the compendium that we now call the Bible, I think it was ancient Arabic fragments and this, that, and the other that they kind of consolidated. Because if you look at the Ptolemies, they're trying to become like God, emperor, kings of Egypt. They're not so concerned with Hebrew concepts as much as being God, emperors of Egypt.
Yeah, and if you look, it's crazy. Aramaic basically created Arabic. Right? I didn't actually know that until I started studying these things. That the language that Jesus reportedly spoke is precursor to Arabic, and it it's not really linked to Hebrew in any way, right? Or not that can be seen, or not that I know of, really.
Yeah, Hebrew seems to be a modern thing that's kind of projected into the past retroactively. I don't see any traces of ancient Hebrew other than people's imagination. I mean, they say that there's a book of Matthew in Hebrew and all these things. I'm like, that sounds cool, and I get that, but I'm not seeing it.
At best, it would be a copy. I don't think it would be any original.
Yeah. And when you look at Greek and Hebrew, I mean, you just turn the letters a little bit as far as the first 6, 7 letters, characters or whatever. You're basically just turning them on their head a little bit. So it's like, are we to believe that the Greeks turned Hebrew on its head? Like, come on. They're way more well established. It makes way more sense that the Hebrew is Greek turned on its head a little bit, just tweaked a little bit. Same with their philosophies, because I think the Greeks had something what we would call Kabbalah of the Jews before the Kabbalah of the Jews. I think they had
That's what,
some
yeah, that's
concepts.
what yeah, that's what Clement of Alexandria says, right? Right.
Yep. Alexandria was just can't be understated, really, what was taking place and what was going on. with the Hellenization and everything. That was like intellectualism at its prime there. People putting pen to paper. I mean, maybe not necessarily pens, but the quill to paper, papyrus or whatever it was. That was intellectualism run wild. There was all kinds of motivation to intellectually write something into existence during that time. Something that came to my mind earlier when you guys were discussing things with Zoroaster, the Persians. I mean, the Chaldeans were kind of a little bit slightly newer, but as far as Mesopotamia, Egypt, something that's always been very difficult to nail down is chronology. There's always endless debates about, was Egypt more ancient? Was Mesopotamia more ancient? Was Hinduism in India more ancient? There seems to be a lot of evidence that Egypt went really, really, really far back. So there's no simple chart that you can just look at to see what is the most ancient as far as theology and philosophy. That's always been something. Every time I think I have it nailed down, I find out that I don't, you know.
Yeah, it's tough because we've had thousands of years for evidence to be destroyed and things to be rewritten and misconstrued and everything.
Yeah, the chronology seems to be, and what Machine Lives was talking about earlier was these cultures basically taking what's unreachable to us basically way back into the past, and kind of consolidating and making sense out of it. And that's a common thing throughout history, to kind of make sense of some things and organize it basically. So there's no telling how far back these things go and what civilization actually originated these concepts, you know. Like there's the whole thing about Semiramis and Babylon, Nimrod's wife, the so-called virgin from the sea, and her inventing witch language and all these things. But is that the origins? Or is that just kind of a romanticized, consolidated concept that's been created? Peace Creek, Mary.
Hey, how are you?
How
My
you doing?
insomnia. Okay, I had a thought. At least one. Okay, here we go. I've been watching this little East Indian guy, and he has a lot of knowledge, and he goes to a lot of the really, really, really old temples. And when he goes in, he gives a lot of explanation of the carvings, and there's a lot in those carvings that I had no idea, really. And so when y'all were talking about Bibles and the written word, it made me start thinking about that to me, I started thinking that those kind of carvings, especially when there are so many details and meanings behind things, once you start being taught, that those are a sort of a Bible. When you go in and look at the carvings and contemplate what the meanings are, because they are pretty deep, golly, that is sort of like a Bible, but it's not written words, it's symbols. And then I started thinking you were talking about the Israelites and, you know, that language. And I thought they were not able to have like those temples. They had to be on the move all the time. So maybe that's why they started writing it down, and they had to carry it with them. Every time they camped out, they had to set up a new temple. And they couldn't have the carvings. So maybe that's why they had the words. Anyway, that was my thought. 3 o'clock in the morning.
No problem.
Oh yeah, the stones do cry out.
Absolutely.
The problem is though, I know for at least old churches, they would plaster over older stuff. So it's kind of tricky in that sense, but I don't know about the temples per se in India. They probably weren't as covered up.
Yeah, they are uncovering. I'll try and find the link to that guy's channel.
Yeah, that would be
I think it's
interesting.
like
Let me see
Praveen
if I can-
Mohan or something. I mean,
Yeah, I think you probably know who it is. He's a little Indian
yeah.
guy, and he's got a
Yep.
beard. I mean, yeah, but yeah,
Yeah, I know this guy. Yeah.
yeah. Because
Yeah,
I
definitely.
started watching his exploration of some of the old temples and what the symbols mean.
There's no doubt that you're correct about that, though, as far as when you say the symbology, the carvings, and everything being its own Bible. Absolutely,
Mhm.
no doubt.
Because I think that's when you have an illiterate population, you have to communicate with them. And I believe that symbols are probably a lot more powerful anyway than words. Because words to me are finite and limiting. But when you have a symbol that takes your mind away, there's more to it.
I would say words are symbols, but I would agree that they're not as powerful as symbols, for lack of a better term.
Well, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, and a symbol is worth 1,000 pictures. So I actually agree with that. That just like we were talking earlier when I questioned the one person on, I think it was the Australian dude, where I was
New Zealander, actually.
DK, or sorry, New Zealander. When I was asking the difference between myth and history, you can build a lot of, and it doesn't mean that the story is incorrect or it doesn't have a modicum of truth, but you can really refine a myth to have infinite value. And it's the same way with symbols. Symbols, it's not just somebody randomly uttered something. That is very refined things that are put into symbology, especially when you're talking about temples and ancient temples. They didn't just randomly carve that shit.
No.
It's not a random thought. Oh, I have a random thought and let me carve it. No, this is very, very refined concepts that are put into these carvings and symbols.
And I think you can subconsciously get triggered with a symbol more than you can with a word. I think that there is something in them that will trigger things in your mind.
Yep. Generationally, too, not to put too much emphasis or stock into epigenetics, but there's some level of generational experience with symbols that resonate with people.
Yeah. Probably related to your culture.
Indeed. And it's just like with anything where you can use certain things for good or evil, so-called. I think that was hijacked when these secret societies were created. They hijacked certain ways, certain things that are effective. Why wouldn't they hijack effective things? Why would they hijack non-effective things? So symbology is definitely something that was hijacked to manipulate people with.
And people are just unaware for the most part. I mean, subconsciously, people probably know that something's going on, but I think that there is so much distraction into the material world that you don't pay attention to your, those little subconscious niggling ideas. They get drowned out.
And that's what, and it's all interrelated when you talk about symbols, when you talk about subconscious and cosmology, really. Understanding how the earth actually works and its mechanisms. The ancient cultures, I think, had a lot stronger grip of how the earth was actually operating. with visible and invisible forces.
Well, that's all you had was experience. I mean, you probably occasionally would sit around and get all theoretical, but for the most part, it's experience. I mean, you see what the sun does in the winter, and you see what stars are out before a storm. I mean, so you're like in it, and it's based off of experience. You know, that maybe that's why.
Exactly. And like, for example, if you, all of us here, all four of us, Reddington, Machine Lies, Creek Mary, myself, if we all went out and observed the stars, we would observe the same thing. So we could come up all day with theoretical speculation of what's causing it and this, that, and the other. But as far as when I gotta have my crops ready at a certain time, that's based on actual experience.
Or a tornado coming.
Yeah, the speculation is not going to matter at that point.
So I think when you have leisure is when you get to speculate and get philosophical.
Yeah.
You can afford it. You don't have to survive.
When you get beyond the point of having to store away a certain amount of stuff in the winter, or during the summer, so that you can survive the winter. You know, when we get to this point of technology, and that's another point about technology. It's removing us from our connection to nature.
Yeah, definitely.
It's weakening our muscles physically. It's weakening our understanding of seasons and everything else.
Well, and just that intuition. Like my brother hunts, and so he's out there all the time. But from just being out in the country and just being there, wandering around, you know, looking at the woods and so forth, I know things that he doesn't know. Just from, like, I told him, example, it was a surprise to him. Some crows flew over, and I said, "Oh, I bet the deers are moving." He said, "What?" I said, "Yeah, the crows will come and tell you when something's moving." He didn't know that. I said, "Also," I said, "you know, Mr. Hunter," I said, "the crows will tell other things where you are too." You know, so things like that. You lose out and you lose.
For sure. There's always going to be that balance that we're forsaking for technology and convenience and comfort. It's unfortunate. It's hard to prescribe a solution to it, other than moving out into the woods and starting a homestead where you're in tune and you got to do what you got to do. But it's really difficult to prescribe what to do for the average person, you know?
Well, most people don't want to do it. Some people have tried out here. You know, we've got a lot of land speculators moving in and selling land to city people. And it's hard and it's rough and it's uncomfortable and it's dirty. You have ticks, you have chiggers, you have to worry about coyotes. And I almost stepped on a rattlesnake getting out of the car the other day. You know, most people don't want to have to deal with that.
Yep.
Nature.
There's no Netflix or Amazon out there, though.
I mean, no wonder you stare at the stars and imagine, because there's no Netflix, there's no internet.
It's not for the faint of heart, that's for sure.
Oh, God, no. First tick, and most people run.
But what do you do when Netflix and Amazon has been made very convenient for you? I mean, it's kind of like a heroin addict getting off heroin.
Yeah, because you don't really
even worse, actually, I would say.
Because I used to read, you know, so it takes even less effort than reading to just open your eyes.
Oh yeah.
And you
like when you
receive
tell somebody your muscles and your mind is getting weaker from doing this,
and it's very
that's not
passive.
enough to get somebody to stop doing it.
It will probably be a great shock if, you know, electricity goes out and there's no more internet. People wander around, their eyes blinking.
That's for sure, especially in these cities, like we've been talking about with the issues of the cities, and really you have the whole Malthusian thing.
See, he lost his internet again.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just in terms of the the quote I always bring up is this T.S. Eliot one. That where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in information? Right, and what it comes down to is that the more telescoping view, as you said, there's thousands. Oh,
He's all together, guys.
So this is what's happening between me and Mr. Anderson. But yeah, blessings, man. But I wanted him to hear this little point. Maybe I'll just wait till he returns. That's how it goes. But yeah.
Yeah, well, we're 8.5 hours in now.
Well, that's a
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. So, yeah.
Just saying.
If he doesn't, if he doesn't return, definitely
And
with the
it's 3
quickness.
o'clock in the morning. There's no telling what's going to come out of my mouth, so I'm going to go.
Well, yeah, I'm an hour ahead of you too. It's 4:30 for me.
Okay, I'll go lurk again. Bye.
And TML as well. Oh, you can stay if you want. I mean,
Yeah,
Oh, no,
blessings.
for real.
Yeah,
like
we're
I said,
literally
it's 3
just
o'clock in
yeah,
the
we're
morning.
literally
There's
just
no
waiting.
telling what's going to pop out of my mouth.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're
bye.
just waiting. Yeah.
surprised I
Where's,
haven't fallen asleep by now.
Mr. Anderson, and we'll see if he comes back on. If he doesn't within 5 minutes, definitely should have got this this point. But maybe I'll leave you guys with this, But yeah, I'll definitely have to write to Mr. Anderson about it. But yeah, I was thinking that earlier about how he was saying about the esoteric and the exoteric, and I was thinking exactly about 2001 Space Odyssey, even though I hadn't seen that movie. I swear to God, I was telling my wife about that. So it's fascinating that he then brought that up,
Yep.
So definitely similar thoughts there. But on top of that, I was going to talk about telescoping views of information. Here he is. Hey.
So sorry about that. It seems to be like a fever that goes every. Did
Oh
she?
man, I think my internet's acting up a little bit.
Did she drop out as well?
Yeah,
she's back to lurking. She said.
Well, peace to her and the lurking and whatnot. But that was a good conversation.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Creek Mary's very wise, and it's a blessing to have her here watching. Definitely. Yeah, back in the chat, blessings. Yeah, but yeah, the point I was trying to make is about this telescoping views of information. Where is the wisdom we've lost in knowledge? Where's the knowledge we've lost in information? And as you said, the symbol's worth 1,000, pictures. And what it goes down to is that once you have communication, right? Communication is simply the trading of information between 2 points, right? But language, it requires meaning. So it requires that there's a person to hear. Now, you could have language without meaning, right? And this is thought experiment by Willard Van Orman Quine called Radical Translation. Right, I played a clip of this earlier within my presentations. You know, I gave a little presentation on the philosophy of language, right? And so the idea that meaning is extraneous to language, and that information and communication are extraneous to language themselves, you know, that they're primary yet extraneous, right? That this whole idea that information can be sent between 2 points and they don't have to be you know, understand each other, right? But language and meaning go together, and meaning can be used to override symbols, right? Now, symbols require language, but they have tons of meaning attached to it, you know? So symbols are like a greater level, you know, it's like they're, you know, what language is to, you know, communication, the symbolic world is to language, you know, because, you know, symbols require language in the same way that language requires communication. But, you know, the same way that, you know, language doesn't need communication, you know, symbols don't need language, you know, and you can override meaning. You know, you can contextualize various sorts of meaning onto a symbol, right? And that meaning can change over time, right? So, you know, symbols are in a sense superior to language, you know, and you have this issue in modern times because the programmer is superior to the engineer, you know, and the engineer is superior to the electrician in almost the same way. You know, the electrician works with physical systems, you know what I mean, right? The engineer works with the math behind those physical systems, and the programmer, right, he works with the actual technologies, you know, that connect the math behind those physical systems, right? So it's like the programmer, you know, that combines different, you know, systems, right? You know, even though his task is more refined than the engineer, you know, and the task of the engineer is more primary than that of the programmer, you know, the task of the programmer surpasses that of the engineer. You know what I mean? You know?
Yeah, but it would require somebody who understands the meaning to tell the programmer what to program. Because the meaning is what transcends everything. So even if you've got I understand what you're saying though, as far as the language can be bypassed as long as there's meaning put into the symbols. But meaning is the core aspect, right? So if I tell you, hey, let's ice cream tonight, and you know what I mean by ice cream, the meaning is what matters. That's how I conveyed the point. So in either case, you would have to have the meaning. And if there's a programmer, a programmer himself could be impartial, but he would have to be programming what someone who understands the meaning is telling him to program, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. And and one may argue that a programmer can only go within the engineering, the confines of the engineering, right? But the fact is that the idea that I'm referring to is about linking different systems together, right? Like, for example, you know, you know, your cell phone works with your bank account. You know what I mean, or something like that. And right, and
That's straight programming, yeah.
yeah, you know, and you know that these two systems that don't normally, you know, that different electronics control these two systems, but they're linked together into one system, essentially, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and it is the technology that it's a I don't even know if double-edged sword is the right way to describe it, but I don't know. It comes down to with anything else. Where do you draw the line? Just like with anything, moderation. Because we were talking about that the other day, as far as defining technology, like a bird using sticks to create something, or if I were to go cut down logs and create a cabin in the woods, that's technology. So the issue is, from what I gather, what you were saying is once you transcend it past yourself, your family, once it becomes industrialized, so to speak, or on a mass scale, is the issue. So if I created a technology that can make it to where we can mass scale log cabins, now I'm making some other guy's muscles weaker because he doesn't know how to actually build a cabin. It's a very difficult thing to nail down.
Yeah, it's funny that you said transcend the self, right? And that's exactly what speech is. Communication transcends itself, right? It is
Yeah.
by far the most efficient way to do so that
Or
human
the
beings have
family.
ever, right?
Transcends the family too. So what if I have an
Right.
extended family? What if I have a very large family? So then where do I draw the line? Once my family becomes more than one house, or what if we have 3, 4, 5 houses with an extended family? That's not industrialized, right? That's not mass scale. When does it become mass scale?
Well, that's what it is that civilization is mega technology, right? And man is a symbol making animal, right? It goes back to Lewis Mumford, right? Technics and man, right? And I think that this whole idea goes to you know this concept of self mastery, and transcending the self, and about the whole notion of creativity as the barrier between the material and the immaterial, and the whole notion of transcending the self within the notion of the creative act and technology itself, right? And many ideas and cultures and civilizations see this as their, you know, myth of man's origin is related to these concepts, usually, right? But the whole idea, as we've seen, comes to this notion of, as Jizza said, right, liquid swords, right, and right that we create things that dissipate the dissipative harmony between our, creative acts, right, is essentially, brought forward through communication, right? The liquid sword, which is the tongue, right? The tongue has two edges, right? It can
Yeah.
help or hurt, right?
No doubt.
Yeah, I mean, for sure,
So-
words can help or harm, and they have the greatest capacity to do so, and what's the first song, within liquid swords, shadow boxing.
Oh, the first actual song, yeah.
Your greatest enemy is yourself, self-mastery, transcending the self, right? Shadow boxing, the special technique of shadow boxing.
So
So technique is the enemy, against yourself, right?
So if you're not drawing the line between natura, what do you call it? Natura and natural versus naturens, at what point of the naturens does it become problematic? If we're acting upon nature, right, which would be really anything. If I created a trap to trap a squirrel to eat it, that's naturens, right? That's me acting on nature. So at which point, and it sounds like what you're saying is the mass scale, but if I created a well, for example, for my community, that's well beyond the point of natural ends. Is that now mass scale? Is that an issue for me to make a well for my community? Or would it need to be for my extended family or my immediate family or myself?
Well, I think in the sense that the ideas for maintaining and procuring a well can be passed down from generation to generation, and it takes a single person to draw well out. To draw water out from a well, right? You know that this doesn't require the technique or prolonged effort, right? Or surrogate activities of thousands of people at a time, right? It doesn't require their collective effort, and it doesn't require the use of complex machines, right? So I think the ideas of building a well are pretty ancient, right? And I think where I would draw the line, see, Kaczynski seems to draw the line at freedom, right? Individual sovereignty, right?
How does that? What do you mean by that? Like the freedom?
Like he
Or
seems to draw the line at a need for autonomy, right? So he focuses on the actions of individuals, actions that can be performed by a single individual or individuals within small groups, right?
Does he
But
define small groups?
I think it would be a like a tribal configuration. I'm willing to surmise. Right? So I would say 30 to 100.
Yeah, I was about to say 100 to maybe 150.
Because I actually agree with that sentiment. I just don't know my own answer to that question, and so that's why I was asking it, just as a inquiry.
Yeah. I mean, I would say instead of using freedom and autonomy as measurements because they're abstract, and as he even reasoned himself, right, that people have different need to express different levels of autonomy, right, within groups and settings, right?
Yep.
I think a much more practical sensibility is technique itself, right? The level and scale of technique. Now, I think tools, right, they function at the speed and pace of human movement. Something like a pen, a hammer, a bow and arrow, a musical instrument. Now, these are all examples of things that function at the speed and pace of human movement and can be used by a single individual, wielded by a single individual, right? Even though they require the prolonged effort of others' skills to create. Right? I think tools that can be that move at the speed and pace of an individual should be, kept, right? And anything that is basically complex machines should not be used, right?
So if I were to create a mechanism or something, some form of technology, to where I can produce, let's say, and this is an absurd kind of example, but I can peel and produce 50 apples skinned or whatever to feed 50 people in my tribe. That's not mass scale, but if I did that for 1,000 people, that would be. I know it's a very bizarre example.
Yeah, and the emphasis would be on the technique, right? Whether you've produced that through automation or not, right?
Through automation.
Yeah, I
I
think
get the overall
automation.
emphasis of what you're saying.
Yeah, automation industry, right? Creating engines, right? Creating machines, that sort of thing. You know, I think that that is destructive,
So
right? And it,
convenience, once you
yeah, yep,
overcome the level of like for example, when I go out and actually work my garden and turn over the soil and do all that, I'm not making myself weaker. I'm actually having a balance there, to where when I if I had a machine going out there and picking all my stuff and turning over the stuff, my literal arms would get weaker. Um, so as far as automation in that sense, as soon
exactly. Like labor saving devices in terms of farming, right? See as we'll get into Taoist philosophy, they had a question about these things. You know, they would question
yeah,
whether it's ethical to use labor saving devices in society. You know, that is the
absolutely.
division of labor so necessary to keep, and that should we keep that at the price of, people having, well, they wouldn't argue autonomy, but they would say harmony with nature, that sort of thing.
So it's more so about the recipients. If I came up with a way to pluck 50 apples for people, am I robbing those 50 recipients of their balance? Um, when it pertains to nature, um, I think it'd be more about the recipients. Sounds like, because if I could produce that for 5 million people, I'm now robbing 5 million people of their balance with nature. And like you said, saying earlier about the Zoroastrian stuff about work being a good, quote unquote, good thing, which I would agree with. Um,
Yeah, and also personal responsibility and integrity in one's workmanship. That's being taken away, right? Big time, right?
definitely. And the perception is that we're making that part easier, and then you can contribute in other ways, right? But that's easier said than done. That might not. That might just be fallacious. Maybe
Yeah,
each and
and
everything you do needs to be in balance, not just one thing's easier while then you go provide your value somewhere else. Maybe each thing you do should have a balance.
yeah, and there's a connection between knowledge and skill and growth that doesn't appear with technique and technology, right? Techniques are imbued, right? Skills are acquired, right? This is a totally different process, right?
Yep. What if someone were to say, well, somebody else toiled the field and got me my apples and my green beans and got me this, got me that, but I provide my values in this other way, and they argue for balance in that sense.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that there's nothing wrong with the division of labor in a society, but it's the it's the use of techniques that are external to human effort, right? That's when it becomes a problem, right? So it's a subtle and dangerous, shift, in the momentum, right? In the creative momentum, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, it does everything. I mean, you could see how in only in the last 200 years have we had that, right? And what a massive
Yep.
scale change it's had, right?
So like the Venus Project, you've heard of the Venus Project, right?
Oh yeah.
So I oppose the Venus Project
Yeah, me
concept.
too.
So let's say somebody says, like, we have machines that are just doing all of the other stuff. Now we can focus on art and we can focus on this, that, and the other. Um, how is how is that a negative thing that we get the machines self-sustainable, quote unquote, enough to deal with all the physical labor. I mean, on its face, I would say it's robbing us of it's making us physically weaker at minimum. But how does that impact other things aside from physicality when we have like some Venus Project type deal going, which is utopian nonsense, obviously, but
Well, they're gonna have it no matter what. They're just going to combine it with the notion of stockholder capitalism, right? So they're gonna have anarcho-syndicalism, stockholder capitalism. They're just trying out different models. You know, they've had different expressions of this. You know, you could look at the writings of Temporary Autonomous Zone by Hakeem Bey, where he talks about the notion of pirate utopias. You could look at Mencius Moldbug, where he talks about the ideas of the patchwork, stockholder capitalism, you know, and open source economy, and these sort of ideas by Peter Thiel and these technocrats. You know, so they're going to hammer this thing out no matter what. But the bare minimum required to make this thing work is a world government, right?
yeah.
So that's the problem. So that's the hurdle, the initial hurdle that they're going to have to get over. Once they get over that hurdle, the rest of it is just, you know, it's not even a problem, right? So this this initial hurdle is so severe and so overbearing, and they've been trying to do it for over 100 years, and they've basically created a world system already. So the people who are asleep will continue to be asleep, right?
Yeah.
You know, so essentially, you know, the damage has been done between the ideas and what they seek to accomplish and where they're going, you know. But most people just simply refuse to wake up and understand these two words: technological slavery. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So
So you're saying when it comes to technology, if people did draw the line at the mass scale point, that would in turn prevent any type of new world order. That the new world order requires that.
oh yeah, it's written in every single, you know, one of the books, right? You know, it's written in the Gospels, right? You know, wars and rumors of wars. How's that possible? Right? I mean, right? I mean, you know, it's an impulse towards global politics. I mean, right? In a world system, you know, it's talking about it so clearly. You know, the Tower of Babel. You know, it's talking about it so clearly. We went over these examples. You know, so so the idea that, you know, in the Bible or in the Zoroastrian text or in any of these other ideas that they talk about, you know, global, economic, agricultural, right, and technological, right, disaster, right, that's created by man, right, created by all the wealth being ruled on earth by interest and usury, right, that's what creates the economic problems, right? Created by a technological system that where you know, human beings are engineered to run the machines. Okay.
That does
And
make a
created,
lot of sense.
yeah, and created by agricultural crisis by continued desertification of the land. Okay, in a Malthusian plot, right, to control the population. And so there's so many different levels, right? That you know, they're unveiling this, you know, world system. They've been unveiling it for 100 years and telling everybody about the 3 levels of changes that they're going to create in terms of what I'm talking about, right? But still, people, you know, they're you know, they don't they think we're living under a capitalist system, and that you know, and that you know, either the Mahdi or Jesus is going to come back and save everybody, you know, or some stupid shit like that, you know. So you know, it's obvious that you know, that you know, it's like it says in the Quran that Allah will not change a condition of the people until they change what is within themselves. I mean,
it does
The
make
Mahdi.
Because how are you going to have a one world system without the technology to have one world communications? So it does make sense. And I strongly agree with you with that, because my parents both are under that. They're both Christian pastors, so the whole Jesus is going to come back and save everything. I'm like, have you not read the Bible where the God is using prophets? God doesn't come down as some mysterious blue orb that goes around and just defeats everything. God is using people, so not sure what you're waiting on, but it's us that has to resist. Because if God wanted to, he can resist the whole thing, but people have to do something, you know? That's what I've always asked my parents: is God going to come down in some orb and just destroy everything? Jesus going to crack the sky and come down with a sword and defeat everything for us? So we're just going to concede all the way until then? It's always been a fundamental issue of mine. Because I've brought up a lot of these themes, you know, to a lot of people, not just my parents, and they're particularly Christians are open and willing for the New World Order. That means Jesus is coming back, because chronologically, that's what's going to happen first, is the New World Order, basically. And that's bringing in, I'm like, that is like Zionist type Schofield shit, where you're just embracing this stuff. Yeah, that's definitely a challenge. The Schofield thing and the Zionism thing has really corroded people. Like, oh, that's good. The New World Order is a great thing. It's like, what if there's wicked people who are using that stuff as a template? What if Freemasons are using the Bible as a template? And Zionists, whatever you want to call them. JG in the chat, some stupid shit like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I have a problem with the sitting back. Because people have debated for 2,000 years. Was Apostle Paul talking about Jesus literally coming back in his time? Was it a metaphorical thing? Hey, now that the temple's destroyed, now it's a metaphorical thing and all this stuff. It's like, the people have to do something. I mean, should I wait another 5,000 years, 6,000 years? This is just basic stuff I was asking as a kid to my parents, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you know, definitely there's a lot of you know, ideas that are pushing us towards, you know, this concept here in terms of, you know, there's already a global system. You know, there's already you know, this idea of communications. Now, this whole idea of this coding language, right, that they're setting up, you know, and the whole world language. Now, the best way to stop this, right, and it's an obvious way, and it's the only way, right, is that people are going to have to set up secret forms of communication. We're going to have to start developing our own grammar, our own symbols, our own writing systems, right? So that we can secretly communicate with each other through written letters and then hide that from the people that communicate. Because as long as we're using these communication devices in order to communicate with each other, everything we're saying is being monitored. Everything we're saying can be translated to code. everything that we're saying, there's total plasticity of content, right? There's total just vacuousness of information, right? With plasticity of content, right? So people need to realize that this is a serious danger, that nothing you say will matter, right? And that this is a serious danger, that you're not being heard by anyone, and that we're all just talking to ourselves until we develop our own forms of communication, that everything we're saying is being monitored. And you better believe that somebody watching you changes the way you behave. Somebody monitoring and choosing how you communicate is going to change what you say. And that is exactly what's going on. So the fact is that, two people can develop a language between themselves and they can communicate with each other, and nobody else has to understand what they're saying. And until we figure out how to do that back to that system, right, then they're going to constantly realize what we're saying to each other. We're never going to have any private means of communication. Everything we're saying is going to be read. Everything we say is going to be something that is literally a written script for us to tell to each other, right?
Definitely. No doubt.
It's easy.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, you need to fight technology with technology, and you need to descale the technology to fight the high-level technology. Low-level technology always wins against high-level technology. It requires less effort, it requires less skill, and it's always worked. It's always been effective. This is the problem that you guys aren't talking about. People always think we need to scale up in technology to fight. It's like, no, that's the trick, right? You guys keep playing the game and losing, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's true. Because you've probably watched all the old episodes of Outer Limits and all that, or what's the other one? Twilight Zone. Remember the episode of the librarian where he's like the last librarian, that's accessing books. Like, how dare him read books? But I hear what you're saying. That's a good point.
Yeah, like how do these occults take over the society? They created their own secret symbols of communication, and they used it to contact each other across different networks, right?
And it went beyond, in that sense, it went beyond communication. Like with the French Revolution and the American Revolution, you had people in actual cults like Freemasonry that went beyond language. There was ideology embedded into that.
Exactly.
It's a classic dilemma. I remember years ago, I had like a big clash with my younger cousin who was like, yeah, these occult themes work though. So you basically have to create your own shit. And I was like, I understand that, you're not wrong. I mean, random people don't just suddenly do grassroots movements and overthrow shit. It takes a cohesive group to do it. I mean, and that's just the reality behind it. That's how the American Revolution was done. That's how the French Revolution was done. For what I would say, I wouldn't agree with what they did, obviously, but it does seem to be the impetus of power, right? So if me and 99 other people just randomly got together at a bar one night and decided, hey, we're going to go do this specific movement or overthrow this specific group and we made some meticulous plans. Hey, you're going to infiltrate the media. You're going to infiltrate this. You're going to do this. Within like a day or two, somebody's wife would know because somebody snitched. Somebody fucking just opened their mouth, said whatever, and our whole plan would fall apart within days or weeks. Generally speaking, where power comes from is when people weed out and have a series of initiates and degrees and all these things and weed out the snitches and the weak people. And those 100 people can make a move. But it's just like they say about NASA and all these things. Oh, you think that many people could be in on it? No, 100 random people can't randomly be in on something. But the fact that only 40 or less people have been to outer space beyond lower Earth orbit, you can have a cohesive group of 40 cult members pull something off. if they've been through a series of degrees demonstrating that they won't snitch, and they'll be good boys and all this shit. So unfortunately, yeah, like mystery school style setups, secret societies is where power comes from, unfortunately. And in that sense, communication, having your own private form of communication through symbols and other means. But I question whether communication is enough, is what I'm saying, or if it has to go beyond that. Like a private form of communication itself could take on its own beast potentially, but I'm just not entirely sure of that. Just in my experience with Greece and Rome and America and Babylon, all these things, it was secret societies through initiate systems where the power came from. But ironically, that's the systems I'm trying to defeat. So it becomes this crazy fucking mind fuck.
Well, that's the thing. It's that, you have to know your enemy, and obviously it goes back to this concept of shadow boxing. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, how do we expose the mechanism itself when the mechanism itself is what we would need to expose it? It's a paradox, kind of.
Well, for Dr. K, he simply doesn't think of it as a problem. He says, "Well, just do it, once, and get rid of it, and that's it." I mean,
Just expose the technology of secret societies itself.
No, I'm saying get to, because he's not looking at things in terms of secret societies, right? But just to expose technique through the use of technique, and then dispense with it, because there's no other way. Because once you defeat technique by the use of technique, you won't have access to technique anymore, right? So you forego your opportunity to then use techniques, right? But the other idea is that, once you're done, right, taking down the system, right, one doesn't need to think about what to replace it with. He firmly suggests that, because he says that the idea that the system is going to continue at all costs, right, that is just simply just too much of a problem itself. That we need to simply just get rid of the thing before it does too much damage, or before we totally lose the option, of trying to get rid of it, right, rather than, and the whole idea of trying to replace it with some sort of perfect system, is a fool's errand, because you can't predict large scale changes, and there's never been such a system, right? So, it's just that the important thing is to get rid of the system, not to dream about what's going to happen after it's gone.
I actually agree with that, and I've actually clashed with gatekeepers, like we've talked about Jim Bob and these other gatekeepers who say that if you're not standing for something, you're standing for nothing. Like if you have a revolutionary spirit and defeat the system, what are you going to replace it with? If you don't have something to replace it with, then what are you really doing? You're creating a void for someone else who does have a system to jump into. And I do actually fundamentally disagree with that. I would agree more with what you were just saying.
Yeah,
That
he totally agrees.
The technology of the beast has become so strong. It's kind of like stopping the bleeding. If you have a gaping wound with blood shooting out, I can't say, well, what am I going to do to replace that? And blah, blah, blah. I need to stop that fucking bleeding.
That's exactly that's exactly the argument he uses. Look at this, this is Dim Bob actually agrees
Unchanging.
with the fact that
Well, God being unchanging.
that that progress, you know, has led to has led to a better moral resolution, in his words. You know, so it's interesting how he makes these arguments. You know, look at this. You know, so you know, and another one of these cohorts of his, Andrew Wilson, actually argued that the present stage of technological advancement could lead to a renaissance in the future, cultural renaissance in the future. And right, so so not only in culture but also in terms of morality, they believe that, you know, the current stage of technology could, you know, is a sign of progress, you know, which I believe is totally untenable on many levels. You know, I've explored the issue so many times on the show here, right? It's one of the main issues on my show is to prove that that is not the case, right? But you know,
So would you
yep.
agree with me that people like Jim Bob and these people, the reason they're using that rhetoric is because they belong to a giant hierarchical system?
Yeah,
And,
yeah,
and
they
on
want to
that,
preserve the status quo. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
but since you're Muslim, wouldn't that serve you to promote that rhetoric so that your religion could fill that void?
I mean, I'm not concerned with the success of Islam. If I believe Islam is true, then Islam is destiny. I could not
Yep.
seek to bring glory to Islam throughout the ages. That's not my job. You know. But yeah, you
No, I was
know,
just asking that in a direct way because of the comparison between, and I don't know enough about Muslim stuff as far as like Orthodox Church. That's a very direct and obvious hierarchical system.
yeah, they directly claim that their job is to bring victory to the Orthodox Church, even though the gates of hell will never, you know, you know, you know, I forget the line, but they say something like the gates of hell will never, you know, be victorious against the Orthodox Church. You know, so they'll never, you know.
So, if you
So,
don't mind, when you subscribe to the Islam philosophy or religion, is that what people like Jim Bob would call like the Protestantism of Islam, or is it that you promote a specific hierarchy?
well, what I've heard is that Jim Boob here, he simply conflates Protestantism, Gnosticism, and Islam into one um sort of wild nominalist, you know, like
Yeah.
faction within religion, and the whole conflation is totally just, you know, it's like dancing on stilts, you know. You know, it has no relevance to or bearing to being on the ground and talking about real issues, you know.
Well, yeah, he's
But
a master of rhetoric. Like in some confrontations I've had with him through the chat and other means, he'll tell his audience that I'm an atheist, for example,
yeah,
which I've never been. So it's
yeah,
he's a master of rhetoric to
yeah,
where he'll
yeah. They'll
try
just
to
label
pit.
you things. Yeah,
It reminds me of back in the day where you had like Phil Donahue and shit who were like, and I'm not saying Jim Bob's CIA, but um, Phil Donahue, who was obviously CIA trained to filibuster people and to wage an audience against you. And they would have this whole angle of, oh, you're coming on live. I'm dealing with live action people. It's like, yeah, but you're highly trained for how to have an entire audience pit against somebody. You know, so
Yeah,
it kind
totally
of reminds me of
controlled
that.
interactions on the show. There's never been more staged or controlled interaction on the show. There's actually another character named Mr. Anderson that actually exposed it. He went on his show and he noticed the controlled interactions on the show. You know, and I don't know if you're aware of this guy. I gotta send you his channel. He's got the same name as you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've heard of him where he came on there. He's like an atheist guy that
he's like
was,
a lawyer or something, and he
yeah.
used like lawyer tricks to try to get him in, and it was pretty funny. You know.
I've seen a couple of those interactions, but not a lot of them. They started conflating me with him.
But yeah, it's not. See, it's not just Jim Bob, because Jim Bob flat out said on his show that I'm not a Muslim. So he said, because somebody said, why don't you debate Muslims? And then somebody said, well, debate the machine lies. He's a Muslim, right? And then he said, I don't even think machine lies is a Muslim, which is just a total flat out lie, right? That's just a total lie, right? It's like, look, you're not part of the Orthodox Church. That's a fact, right? You're getting catechized, right, into the Orthodox Church. So it's a fact that you're not a part of the church, but it's a fact that I'm a Muslim, right? So the guy just straight up lies live, right?
Yep.
Then
Well, he's a hammer meant to hit certain nails he's designed to hit.
Yeah.
So he's
Yeah,
gonna
and
try
then
to form you into those nails that he can
yeah,
hit.
and then Andrew Wilson declared me a Gnostic on his in the debate, in the public debate we did, and I said that is literally incoherent. And I asked him, what is Gnosticism, and he couldn't explain it live in a debate. This is Andrew Wilson. He couldn't explain what Gnosticism is live. So yeah, it was a very poor failure, right? I mean, you can't imagine the embarrassment. I don't think he thought I was going to ask him that next, but yeah, definitely, he should not have made that statement, right? But yeah, he definitely looked foolish for the next, and that was the way he ended the debate.
That was one of the nails they're designed to hit, so they want to make you into that nail.
But yeah, like whoa, like it's like he missed the nail and hit his hand. Like it was horrible. Right? It was like crazy. It was like it was like Homer Simpson or something.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, what is this shit? Right?
Jim Bob's designed to hit vegans, atheists, so-called Protestants. Those are the nails, So if you try to
it's like
confront him, he'll say, "Oh, it's a fucking Protestant.
It's
a fucking atheist.
You're a Protestant Gnostic Muslim." It's like, well, what? It's like, what? It's like that makes zero sense. Like, what the fuck? Like,
and his whole
like, all right.
Like, oh, it's one of those evil fucking Protestants.
0 sense.
It's like, all right. Like, it's like, yeah, let's just conflate three ideologies that don't that you know what I mean, right? And tag them and bag them. I'm right. Like, it's like, all right, yeah.
That was my biggest red flag, is when he
bodied.
When he said that one day, well, if I wouldn't allow people to confront me live, if I was some sort of gatekeeper, it's like, why would you say that? You're smart enough to know that that's a technique. Like, they literally have CIA training for how to filibuster people when you can interact with them live. So why would you say that the fact that you allow people to come on there live is proof that you're not a gatekeeper?
Oh my God. Me and Neurojack have been called feds in their chat. So
it's fake and gay anyway.
Yeah, on top of that, they're extremely paranoid about their operation against the feds. Like, all right.
Operation.
Wow. Well, yeah, it's like what
it's like right there.
It's like, oh my
rhetoric
God.
for hierarchies, because all you got to do is ask them, is there one true Christian church? So yeah, the one true Christian church is the Orthodox Church. I'm like, well, what about your top Orthodox patriarch that's going and literally went to Mount Sinai to rewrite the 10 Commandments around climate change? Oh, well, we're decentralized. Wait a minute. I thought there was one true church. I thought you guys were the one true Christian church. Now all of a sudden you're decentralized. And I don't know if you've read those autocephalous documents of the American Orthodox Church, but there's more exceptions to the rule in that actual document than the rules. So they effectively can still exercise power over these people. So it's not as simple as just saying we're decentralized. Yeah, with more exceptions to the rule than the rules. It's like there's like 20 exceptions to the rule in that autocephalous document. So they're not as decentralized as they claim. And you say, why is your top patriarch wielding a fucking double, a Kundalini staff, for God's sakes? Like, oh, well, he doesn't speak for all of us. We're all decentralized. It's like, okay. That is the weirdest shit I've seen, because I'm kind of new to this Orthodox Christian thing. I've done so many deep dives into Christianity, the origins of the Bible and how it was canonized, and Tyndale and fucking Coverdale and all these different fucking figures, and the whole Geneva Bible versus, and then later, and then the whole King James.
Yep.
But the whole recent Orthodox thing is relatively new to me. I find it bizarre. I feel like in the 90s you had like the cool hip youth pastor. These folks are like the new hip youth pastors. They're throwing in some things about Jews and conspiracies to make themselves hip or whatever.
That's another thing I wanted to bring up, is that there's actual Zionists. Yeah, there's actual Zionists, in their communities. They say nothing towards these people, and there's also a bunch of wingnats in their community too. They say nothing against these people, right?
Yeah,
But
appeasement of those groups.
Yeah, and what's funny is that they will oust, like, people who are Protestants or Muslims or like gays or some shit. They will oust them from their community. So it's crazy. It's crazy that the type of who they allow and who they disallow from the community is fascinating. Really fascinating. For sure.
Yeah, they have this so-called mark of calling out Zionists and stuff, but like you said, they pick and choose that. I see it as appeasement. In my opinion, when you're gatekeeping an audience, you have to appease that audience and keep them around. So if you're trying to gatekeep, for example, white males between the age of 35 and 45, you're going to make jokes and say things that are going to appeal to that audience to keep them around, while you can continue your rhetoric to wear them down, and radicalize them and de-radicalize them to what you want. Because you can't just run off the target audience of the gatekeepers. You got to keep them. You got to throw in a Jew joke here and there if you're trying to gatekeep so-called anti-Jewish folks, right? You got to throw in an anti-Jew joke here and there.
Yeah, but ultimately it's like, we want to uphold the current system, that is run by the Jews, but fight tooth and nail against it being taken over by Islamists, that are just at our doorstep. They're just about to come over, but the country's already run by a foreign element from within. But we need to preserve that system. So ultimately, that is what they're fighting for. That is what they promote. Sad to, realize that, right? Then they're using this rhetoric about this church. Meanwhile, most of the people that are basically Christians and Muslims and don't want anything to do with the system, but are just using it to survive, right? They're gonna be here way after the system's gone. You know what I mean? Right. So that's the reality of it. These basically bumpkins, right, of the world, So I mean, that's the irony of this whole thing, but yeah, these people are trying to become the cultural elites, and they're trying to take on their ideologies and their rhetoric in order to compete with them. And even their subversive tactics, and you can tell that it's leaving a stain on them, on their,
Yeah, and one of the, because I know it's kind of a contrived beef between him and Owen Benjamin and all that, and I have my own issues with Owen Benjamin. Many years ago, he tried to tell his audience that I was a Fed because I was calling out Trump as a Kabbalist and all that stuff. But one thing that did resonate me with Owen is when that whole contrived beef happened with him and Jim Bob, was that he said it's almost
So
as if
lame.
you're trying to get them to die for something. Like, because you can't get a bunch of Protestants to die over their general belief in having a relationship with Jesus Christ. You know, you gotta, in order to gear people up for war and die for something, you would gear them up to die for a specific hierarchy, like the Orthodox Church. So that did make sense to me, is getting people ready to take a fall. But yeah, that's a little bit of a side note. But it's interesting. I remember when that whole thing happened, that Trinity debate and all that. And I was in the chat. He erased it now, but I was in the chat saying, I'm not buying it. Like, it doesn't seem like a real beef. It seemed like they were trying to separate their audiences, you know.
Yeah, that's what Krakow was saying too. You know, Davy Krakow. You know, he was one of the top trolls of Owen Benjamin of all time. Right, even when he passed away, Owen Benjamin made a piano song about him passing away, celebrating his death.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Total caterpillar of a man. Total caterpillar of a man. Right?
Yeah. Because
I forgot about that shit. Fuck him.
Yeah, fuck that
that's
dude.
fucked up. Yeah, it was Owen Benjamin's stream. It was like stream 597 or 607. It was around then. And I distinctly remember that he did a stream called Trump and Who Is His Masters, or Who Are Trump's Masters, something like that, right? And I was thinking, and this is right around when Trump reshared that tweet saying, someone saying that he was not only the second coming of Christ, but better than the first coming, you know? And I was thinking, okay, so Owen kind of markets to his Christian base, you know, he kind of always does this thing where Trump's a criminal, but he's our criminal, right? So I was like, well, he's got his back to the wall here. What is he going to do? You know, what is he going to say? He did this stream called Trump and Who Is His Masters. And at some point, he went on for hours. It was like a 3-hour stream, rambling, didn't say shit about Trump being Shabbat or nothing. And about 2 hours in, he put in a picture of him doing a Kabbalistic hand sign, Trump doing a Kabbalistic hand sign. And he asked the audience, he said, so what do you think this is? Is it, like, what is this? Why is he doing this type of thing? And I put in the chat, that's a Kabbalistic hand sign. And he read off my shit saying, oh, a Kabbalistic hand sign says a guy who's probably a CIA agent. And the irony was 5 minutes before that, I think 6 minutes, 7 minutes before that, he had just explained that when people say, oh, that's a CIA agent, it's probably people who are agents themselves. So it's like 5-7 minutes later, you turn around and call me an agent just for calling.
Yeah.
And then I remember like 10-15 minutes after that, he goes, just out of the blue, he's like, I'm just saying, man, maybe it is a Kabbalistic hand sign, but I don't know. What do any of us know? What do any of us know? So I can tell what I said stuck into his mind, but it was really gay. It was like, really, you're gonna call
they got
a CIA agent for accurately saying that's a Kabbalistic hand sign?
Yeah, they got like their mods like looking up your channel as you're saying shit, and then like basically they report to them through their private channels like, oh, this guy in your chat is like this, that, and the third thing. He believes in this, that, and the third thing, and we need to get him the fuck out of the chat. All right.
Yep.
Like that's literally how
Pretty much.
they roll in the shit. You know, like I seen this shit happen. Like as soon as I come into Jim Bob's chat, like like Dr. Crispy Johnson and a few other people starts like secretly communicating with each other. It's obvious, right? They're like, hey, hey, I just sent you a message in Discord, blah blah blah, and like 5 minutes later I'll be banned, right? So yeah, they secretly communicate and shit. They know I'm in the chat, like they know I'm gonna say shit that to disagree with what he's saying.
And they'll
Blowing
bring back up.
Benjamin.
Go ahead.
Blowing Benjamin. Gay bastard.
They'll bring back up too. Like when someone starts actually questioning some shit and really bringing up some good points, all of a sudden here comes Jay Dyer and fucking Andrew.
Oh
And
my God!
they'll bring
Yeah.
the backup in.
Well,
They're bringing in the big guns.
Yeah, they bring it. Yeah, they have like bitch ass trolls that like I'm pretty sure like follow me around from this shit because like these dudes show up like this like like this cat is funny. Like this cat shows up in Jim Bob's chat and in Tariak's chat and in all these other chats where Mr. Westford too, where like slow boy whiteboard's already there. You know what I mean, right? So it's pretty
Lols.
obvious. It's pretty obvious. Like they all like, all right. They're like essentially trying to troll me out of the chat or whatever. I show up in a couple of these chats. Definitely, I'm not allowed to go on the show. Definitely, my comments are not being put on screen and read ever. All right, that's not going to happen. All right. So
Definitely not.
yeah, and if I refresh the page, they'll be all gone. All right, so all right, so you know what I mean, right? So there's no point in chatting, in half of these internet chats. So they're just gonna pretend I don't exist, So
Guess me neither, since it's guilt by association.
yeah, especially
He'll post my chats here and there. It's kind of almost a it's hard to explain, but it's kind of like challenging it head on type of thing when I'm not going too crazy in the chat. When I go all out, he won't post shit. But when I keep it within the bounds, he'll post the chat.
Like Jim Bob is like Poindexter on screen, but he's kind of actually funny when he's in chat. I'll give him that, but other than that, faking gay, I guess.
yeah, and this is definitely guilt by association because these guys will hang out with the Hormaxer and the Gray Storp and the Toilet Turban, instead of have a philosophical discussion with me. But this is what they got to say. This is their so-called advanced philosophy right here. Let's take a look at some of this so I could take this shit off the screen because I've had this guy on the screen for so long. He's probably gonna think I'm like, doing a stream about him or something.
Yeah, some dumb shit.
Yeah, they get sensitive.
And the way in which Christianity is unveiled or say practiced in high resolution, that's not a contradiction. For instance, even from your secular view, do you think morality itself has improved over time throughout humanity?
I think that human morality waxes and wanes.
But it overall improved in comparison to all previous generations, civilizations. Would you say it improved?
That's too broad
Our sense of morality
for either a yes or no answer to be right.
Okay, so you don't. So you're saying you just won't answer that. Your assessment of morality and how we generally see human beings of value has not increased over time. How we perceive the value of human beings.
It would definitely depend on your starting point. Like I said, I think it waxes and wanes, and so
My starting point is as far back as you can remember, as we can document. As far back as you can go. Chronologically, is it true from both a secular position and let's say a Christian position that the resolution in which we've apprehended a moral position in the way we practice and treat each other has increased over time?
I would say it's decreased.
It's decreased.
Yes.
Really?
Yes,
Okay.
I would think so.
Okay.
Because morality, which is a biological function.
Is it? Where's the biological function?
It goes down after that. But what a weird line of argumentation. Right? All right. The secularists and Christians agree somehow the moral resolution has progressed or increased over time. Right. You know, I argue that similar to many of the liberals, has got an innate view in progress, right? View of the moral, view of the myth of progress, right? Uh, you know, and that's based on the moral progress he attributes not only to secularism but also to Christian morality, right? Or at least those are the implications I draw.
Are we losing Anderson again?
Oh yeah.
For like the millionth time?
Yeah. Yeah, when Mr. Anderson comes back, or if he comes back, we'll hear his response to this, and then I'll wrap up this show here.
Yeah, man, we're almost on 10-hour mark.
Yeah, we're getting way carried away here. But I'm thankful to Mr. Anderson for a little bit of these discussions because it's definitely been a slow night. Yeah. And I know there's been lots of fake, drama. I was on a thumbnail this morning. Hilarious. I mean,
For who?
For HOTW News.
Oh.
Yeah, because
all I ever think about is him owning himself with that stuff. Whenever his name is mentioned.
Yeah, it's wild. It's like a year ago they were doing the same thing with Paul Enslaved and Flow State and the Jack Talcott. They've been doing the same bit for a year, right? Where
Same shit, different day.
Same shit with Flow State, watching OTW's panel, OTW watching Jack Talcott's panel, then Flow State watching, Paul Enslaved show, them, what I mean? It's all just, it's the same shit that they all just watch each other's shows. So that's primarily what's been going on for many, many days, so, yeah. So definitely, that cycle has continued. And it's funny because, 6 or 7 months ago, they were doing the exact same thing, right? Throwing me on thumbnails and talking about, and actually I participated in some of that. I went on some of their panels and called them liars and all that type of stuff. That won't be happening this time. I'll just the penalty for saying my name is that I just won't talk to you for a few months. And we'll ignore everything you say. None of your lies will be taken seriously for the next few months.
Yeah, it's like whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, because the lies are extravagant, and by volume they fill up lots of time and space. Yeah, the capacity to engage with that sort of thing is gone. With the volume of material and with the constraints in time and all that type of stuff. But I gave you guys a little 10 minutes earlier. Some people who missed it earlier, they might have to dig through the episode. It was around the 7th hour mark where I actually talked shit.
Yeah, well, watching, waiting, hating, and all that.
Oh, yeah. I gave them their little 20 minutes. And the rest was, I think, about basically 4 hours of Zoroastrianism, 2 hours of conversation with the panel, and then the rest was conversations with Mr. Anderson. So,
And 2 hours of somewhat sciencey kind of conversations.
oh yeah, there was some sort of sciencey thing
And
going
some
on.
little bit of how do you say it, non-faith acting
Uh-oh. Yeah, we had
on
one.
ETT's part.
Uh-oh. ETT. Yeah, blessings. ETT. Thanks for joining. You know,
Yeah, like I don't hold anything against him. I think he's just a little overconfident, perhaps.
well, I think he's entered the arena here. So I think he'll know what's up, because this is not a place where you know, we're afraid to have a little bit of overconfidence, as you've seen. People have made stupendous claims in this arena.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, you're just in the baby pool. I'm in the I'm challenger deep," or whatever he said.
Well, some of the people that come in here straight up declare to speak for God. You know, we've seen that dozens of times. You know, so
That's true.
so by scale, he's rather.
Shout out to Wes Curry.
Yeah, yeah, he's rather competent by scale, but yeah, yeah. So we'll play some music as we either wait or don't wait for Mr. Anderson. But man, I greatly appreciate his time, even if he can't come back. I totally understand because of the in and out of the internet. You know, so
That and you have to go to sleep sometime. I mean, it's pretty much 6 o'clock for us.
Yeah, it's gonna be 6 a.m. here. So I greatly appreciate you guys' time. And I'm gonna play some replays here. And yeah, thank you guys for joining us here. And if Mr. Anderson comes back, we'll have him give a closing statement as well. But yeah, from me and Reddington, thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed, to realize the forces that impinge upon your freedom, right? And freedom is knowing, having a true assessment of what your limitations are, right? So you can gain control over your environment, as we stated earlier, right? Okay, but anyways, you know, don't believe the hype, you know, and you know, don't fall prey to commercialism, materialism, spiritual materialism, right? And material compassion, disinterested idealism.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna pack it up for tonight.
Yeah, blessings, Mr. Anderson. Yeah, so are we. You know, it's been a fateful journey, my friend, you know. And whether or not I'm here on Wednesday, you know, and I'll leave another extra little note on Tuesday for the people who missed it, right? Okay, about our little journey that we're taking, and whether me and Virgo Moon will be able to call you guys, you know. But yeah, you got anything you want to say to these people, Reddington?
No, just I'm down in the bunker reading The Art of War with my Shaolin sword with a bag of ganja.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. Jihad unit. I mean, blessings to the 19 people that are here. I never acknowledged you, you know, but you know, I'm deeply appreciative of you guys. I mean, and yeah, here's some songs for you guys, and then we'll close out the show. Thank you so much.
Woke up peaceful, man.
Yeah, it's like I found Atlantis in the sea. Or smoke trees out in the garden of the Eve. Or flew through the sky like the wind. Or rained every time a nigga sinned. This is just a glimpse, a whim, like phlegm on the ground. It's them, look around, paint, ink it down, then read it loud. Riding on some cumulus clouds. When the light strikes, you can hear the thunderous sound. Rumble the lake, awake in the wake, axis tilt, another earthquake shake. And then you can read the actions, the words making cracks in the ground, and some actual curves breaking. Big Jesus with his hands held out, the top of Rio, and pics with the people. Bright light shining down from the steeple. Feel the breeze so high, it feels kinda steep though. Tiptoe through the jungle, still ain't too late. Fucking with a crazy ass primate, irate. Y'all niggas 0 out of 100. Just cause I'm blunted, fuck up. Check it, check out the set from the down. Told the book on how to be live. When the shit goes down, be the last man standing. Can't beat them, then join them even though you can't stand them. It's the nigga that you love to hate. Yeah, I make the earthquake. You know what I'm saying? I'm a bona fide captain, straight classic. Yeah. Throughout the east, south, west, and north.
Even though the flowers bloom, and even though the flowers bloom, and even though the flowers bloom, and even though the flowers bloom, when I come down from these flowers got me on some other way out, way out, way out. And even though the flowers bloom, and even though the flowers, when I come down, these words for you, these words for you. And even though the flowers bloom, and even though the flowers bloom, when I come down, these words for you.
healthy atmosphere, very loving, positive, growing environment. I mean, I guess Provo said it was a little different last time, but look at it now. You know what I mean?
Hey, you were a part of this experience, and I want to genuinely thank you. I do hope to connect. We're coming up on 2 hours. I think that's probably around time to shut it down anyway.
Yeah.
I'll allow.
Thank you, Caden. It's all coming up, brother. Listen, keep reading the Bible, everybody. Keep seeking God, and then just live in love and live by spirit. That's it.
Praise God. Thank you, TJ.
Absolutely.
I'm
God
gonna
bless you guys.
allow others, please, other final words, and
I'll step
Jack,
up
have a
there.
good night. Later. Blessings to
All
you,
right, Jamie.
Thank you.
We made it a whole show without killing each other. Ain't that amazing?
That is amazing, Chuck.
Yes, sir. It's progress. Not
I would-
perfection, but it's progress.
I wanted to add something. Tarek, I heard you ask this question earlier, and I wanted to throw in a little something that might pique your interest as far as your research and
Sure.
just your life and, walking towards God and all things like that. When a lot of people, I believe, get hung up on doctrine and this versus that, and mine's better than yours and all this stuff, but I think that the true teachings of Christ aren't just in the Bible. That's what I believe. They're also outside of that. And they seem to state a oneness with everything and all of creation and God. And so I believe that what Christ was trying to tell everybody was to follow the Christic path, which is just that inward journey to God, which is a righteous pathway that he walked and other people before him walked. And, the Essenes, the mystics, the Gnostics, they walked it too. And I encourage you to look further into that because I feel like that this whole experience is broader and much larger and more grand than what we've all been told and just what man gives us in literature. And so I just want to encourage you with that, man. I think there's a whole lot more to the story than because I remember growing up as a kid and I'd be praying and asking God, well, what about the Native Americans? What about this group and that group? And I would have the most profound things that would just hit my spirit, in regards to that. And so I just wanted to give you guys that and give you that, Tarek, and man, I know we're everybody in these groups. I feel like we're all on the right track. We're getting there. We're seeking, those of us that are seeking, and we're going to find what we're looking for. So.
And thank you for that. And I would reply real quick, and I know Jack wants to shut down, is the main point I was trying to make is, for me at least, I actually was doing the opposite. I was trying to make sure that I'm not saying mine's better than yours at all, because what I was trying to clarify is, if in Christianity it says that if you don't follow Christ, you can't go to heaven. But in the Muslim religion, it says that Christians and Jews will go to heaven if they follow their book. So when that's what I was trying to clarify. That's all that means. I'm not trying to make a division or mine's better than yours. Actually,
Oh no, I know with your phrase. No, I know you're not. I'm just saying a lot of people in this world, there's all this division because of that very thing of just just divisive individuals over the years, and that's what I was getting. I wasn't saying you. I'm
yes,
just saying,
thank you.
Yeah.
No,
just saying,
division is not good.
No, yeah. I think, like I said, I think the whole thing is far more beautiful. So,
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Keep doing the thing, brother.
You too. And Jack, I'll make it short. Thank you for having me on. It was wonderful today. We didn't argue, nothing out of the ordinary. And I appreciate the time on the panel and everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. Shane Wise.
Greetings, Brother Jack. Yeah, I'm very tired today, but I'll make an attempt at redefining faith and just a few 4 lines here. I think faith is greater than love. Faith is basically like courage. And it's about love of one's own. And it's connected to a principle that we find in the heart. The heart is greater than the mind. It's about thumos. It's a principle of the spirit. Spiritedness. Even a dog has it. When it defends the ones that it loves and attacks the ones it does not know. You know, it goes off of faith. You know, and we have faith in our countrymen. We have faith in our spouses. You know, we have faith in each other. You know, and faith is very much important. It's not like logic. You know, it's like intuition, right? So it's a beautiful thing. You know, and we should all strive towards it. Thank you so much. And yeah, I'll talk to you very soon, Brother Jack. All right.
Thank you, brother. Blessings.
Well, I tell you what, I don't have time to do this, but I tell you
you know, gifts are things that make us all unique and special, and that is definitely true. You know what I mean? Each one of our souls cannot be replaced. He knows each one of us by name. You know, not trying to get religious with it, but like, you know, that's amazing. So I like.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating how the principle of life itself, it defies evolution. You know, because you know, how did new information get created? And the energy rate per density of a living form, you know, is exponentially higher than even a Milky Way galaxy or a star system. So there's tons of new information that has to come in for it to be possible, right? For the theory to be possible, you know, and there you have, you know, the understanding of God, because, you know, everything that God creates as a living spirit, you know, and you can tell that, you know, God leaves his blueprint on this creation, and that what's going on this planet is very, very profound, and you know, and life has purpose. And I think you know, we come to understand that life is something that's, you know, imbued with the notion of purpose, not for a certain end, but it begins with purpose. You know, that the spirit is something that begins with a purpose. It's not made for any particular end. You know, it's not made for you know, that things that just live and die, that's fatalism. But the spirit doesn't die, you know.
Brother, that
it just moves through, you know.
You reminded me of a number of thoughts I've recently had. The idea I had last night, in our path as people, especially in this current society, there's an individual and a collective race. There's a race to find either self-destruction or self-understanding. And that was the path I was on. And I think many addicts, we go down this path of self-destruction until we start learning self-understanding. I think that's what's happening in the greater picture too. America, the capitalist ideas, the governments, the economics, it's all heading towards self-destruction. But the good news is God sent us into the world, and we've been learning things. We've been learning a lot of things from the past. And the common denominator here is, not to keep going, but I am going to
keep preaching.
I am going to reach out to this organization. It's the World Transformation Movement. And they've got a website. This doctor has his email available, but I've discovered through many of the sciences and the scientists of today, we can prove, if given the opportunity. Here's what's been placed in my heart, right? I believe that if we can get the attention of these state and government leaders, we can present to them the case that shows beyond a shadow of a doubt that the current structures of economics, all of the
why not take something positive in instead of just hanging
So
up
your
a
girlfriend
naked
picked that up?
woman or whatever, some satanic photo or
Okay,
a monster?
one second, guys. Can you give me 1 second? Jim Bob, if I said that in your chat, I would be banned immediately. Can you like refrain from being a dipshit?
Ooh. What is there like a were you guys lovers in the past, you and Jim Bob? There's something going on there, some sexual
No,
tension, or what
No,
is
I
that?
think we're
That's
good. We're good buddies. We're good buddies.
Okay.
I love Jim Bob. I love
All
Jim
right.
Bob. He's
I
a good guy.
I think it's
He's a good
mutual
guy.
respect, Jack. It doesn't have to be gay. It's called mutual respect.
Yeah,
Jim
I
Bob's a
love
man of God.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's just I think he's upset that I'm making fun of his buddy Andrew Wilson.
Oh, is he?
And I understand that. That's fine. Like,
Yeah.
I understand that's fine. Like he's like propped him up.
Can I ask something before the video?
I get that. It's
Oh.
fine. It's fine.
Do you guys stream, all of you, or like I don't get like?
Oh,
I
Jack streams a lot. You should definitely go check out Jack's stream.
Give
He's
me
a
in the private chat here. I will go to. I used to stream too. Got a manager, big network, everything. Got thousands of views. YouTube. He's streaming on D-Live too, but I stopped doing it. Got a real job, blacksmith. Because
Jim Bob, I still get shit about like, what's crazy about people is like, even if I was like mean to somebody or like being unreasonable and kind of like being a douchebag, apologizing is even shameful. Like even like I have like weirdo randos in chats like talking about how I apologize to you, like saying like, hey man, that was kind of fucked up. It was kind of stupid that I was like doing this, that, and the other. And like, and people will demonize you for it. That's how nasty people are. And these are just normal people, Jack. Think about talking to fucking maniacs in power.
Good.
These people
Someone's
don't
got
fucking
to.
care. These people don't fucking care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care about us. They don't care about the proletariat. They don't care about the working class. They don't care about none of it. All they care about
Why you keep saying they don't care? It sounds like you don't.
They
fucking
don't
care.
care.
Like,
They
nah,
don't
it sounds like you don't care because you keep
I
focusing
do
on
care
that
because
shit.
I'm
Like
talking
what is
about
with
it.
you,
If I
man?
didn't care, I would not
Yeah.
talk about it.
Nobody talk about that, bro. You seem very like in your little nutshell over there in America.
I'm a little. What do you mean? I'm in a little nutshell. I don't get it.
Like you have this on the wall, but you don't even see religious in any way or a spiritual open or you know what I mean? Like this just seems like you look like a gay Jew from New York. I'm joking.
I'm a gay Jew from New York.
You know the guy? I know a guy on my network. You look like a little bit
Says the guy that has a sign hanging in his house. My wife would have bought.
Driving mankind insane.
I
Because
think that's the point. I think they want it. I
They
think,
do.
yeah, that then they're trying to do this reset on this world where, basically it goes back to almost being like a king, where you have a king, you have very few people that are powerful, that have all the money, all the wealth, all the influence, and they basically dictate on how this world operates. And that's why they want to get everybody on one currency. And that's the same reason why Babylon fell as well. You know what I mean? What happens is when we start, it's not wrong that we come together as a society. It's wrong that we think that we are gods or better than God when we do so, and when we completely leave them out of the picture. Fellowship is a great thing. Look at what we're doing right now. You know what I mean? When positive people get together and they actually, focus on doing something good, they can accomplish something pretty amazing, right? But if you're not doing it in the name of God or in a way that's pleasing to him, right? Well, then you're probably doing some form of destruction somewhere, whether you get to see that destruction that you're causing or not. In order for someone to benefit, you have to reap from somewhere. You know what I mean? And the thing is, when you're reaping from the devil, that's what ends up happening. I mean the world, you know what I mean? But
well, where you started driving everyone insane, it has been part of the plans. I think this is part of the unfoldment of God's story. The darkness has been ruling since before the time of Christ. So it was said, right?
Yeah.
And it's in the darkness, right? God's children suffer due to a lack of wisdom, of understanding. We have a society. It profits the people who know, and the people who know things generally, right? They've got the top view from the position and, the connections through wealth. It's in their best interest to keep the masses misinformed. But I think this is what God's purpose is. We're here to realize that without God, we are nothing. With God, we have a chance. But the current political economic system of rewarding selfish liars, that's the devil's game. I didn't realize I was playing the devil's game, following the devil's rules when I enlisted in the army, but it's obvious. It's obvious. What type of logical, sane man is willing to go into war and support the option of war for a paycheck? Who the hell is that ignorant? Hello. I did that. But so what if it's true that God is ready? I mean, here, I don't know what the prophecies mean. I don't know what God has in store. I know what it means to me, right? And what the words mean to me about the prophecy is there will be the day of the Lord. There will be a day where the truth, people are judged by the truth, not by some authority or rumor, where the truth will no longer be deniable. And why is the truth no longer deniable? Because God has touched and called many amazing men and women alive today. And if we follow the path of Christ, we're here to win that race, right? The individual race of self-destruction or self-understanding, self-enlightenment. Those of us who are finding our way out of the past addictions and crime patterns of whatever we used to deal with, we have within us the gift that can save someone else's life through the honest testimony. And if we follow the way of Christ, leading ourselves out of the darkness, we become a light, showing others that it can happen. Where we can be seen, though, man, that's entirely up to God. That's what I'm learning.
That's 100% truth. I'm dealing with that same thing, and I'm learning that as well. And I actually cried because it's like the performance of like my streams and stuff weren't doing as well. And I sort of ended up doing, this is where I screwed up. I started streaming prophecy. I had some guy on there that was like high on meth and he's all tweaked out. And I had him on stream just so I knew he was safe and he was hearing the word of God and accepting the love. And you know what I mean? I was bringing him in, and now he's giving his life to Christ, which is good, but no, I believe that it is undeniable. Like that's how my channel started, like live streaming. That is what I focus on when it's just me. It's like I talk about the testimony that, 6 years clean from heroin and all these other drugs. I shot them up. I had track marks that literally went from here up my hand all the way up my arm. You could see it. Not a single gap in that line. The whole curvature of my vein, you could see it. That's how bad I was. And the thing is, like, I should have died so many times. People see me and they say I never looked better in my entire life. And they said, "What's your secret? Did you lose weight or something?" And and I'm like, "No, I found Jesus, and I really gave it a shot." And that's what it is. He can make us so much more than we can ever be on our own. And the thing is, when we are used as a weapon for that, it is undeniable. But here's the issue, right? Because I've been studying prophecies and, the Olivet discourse and stuff like that. There's people that are asleep that are just pretending to be asleep. They know what's going on. They could see everything that's happening around them. They could see that Christ lives in people and that, his return is soon, because once Israel's a nation, we're the generation that's going to see Christ's return, because Israel became a nation. That's what it said, the generation that sees it in like the days of Noah, like it is right now. But there's people that are just so deep in their sin and so just stuck. Like they actually have Nephilim spirits, and I might sound crazy, but this is what the ancient Jews believed. The ancient Jews believed this up until the 4th century. Nephilim spirits, ghosts, demons, whatever you call them, they entice you to sin. But when people are just casually comfortable with sinning, it's like their soul's not alive anymore in there. It's like it's so deep down that it takes a literal like rock bottom and a personal experience with Jesus to bring them out of that dark pit. And you are right. It is Jesus and God that dictates when those people are seen and when they do awaken.
There's a lot of history, and even I'm finding more modern broadcasts, stories about the jinn, the dark energies that torment and mislead people. This life we're living is not as ordinary as, the mainstream networks want us to believe. This life is amazing. Where you said about people being asleep, every one of us this is the way I picture us for myself. Each of us were similar bodies, were energies of consciousness. And within each of us is an intelligence. There's the intelligence that is aware of the knowledge. And then there's the intelligence that's not aware of the knowledge. I lived a life when I was in addiction. I didn't realize it, but I was literally living in a subconscious state, which is in line with what the scriptures talk about. I was amongst the walking dead, dead of spirit, dead of faith, dead of inspiration. And that's where it really comes comes to be of importance, how we treat each other. I mean, what's the point of having a relationship or a religion? What's the point of having that quality if you go around diminishing others, right? Pushing others down. That's the world we were raised in. It's so backwards.
Well, it goes to a fundamental point that people are involved in a state of foggy somatic detachment, and they'll do whatever because they can't have real personal relationships, so they reach out to other means to satisfy themselves. And obviously the best is a personal relationship with God, but having a personal relationship with others will suffice to not be on the type of drugs that people are on. And I guess William Gibson made an interesting point. He said that all the drugs amount to is tweaking the incoming information that's coming in. And one has to be incredibly selfish to be satisfied with that. But we're using many mechanical means and synthetic means in order to tweak the information that's coming into us. And in order to entertain and distract ourselves and to hide what's really going on from ourselves. And all of those are sort of addictions too, because it's psychosomatic activities that we're engaged in that are caught ourselves in a behavioral loop, and we can't get out of it, and we're not thinking of what we're doing when we're engaged in these activities.
Hey Hank, just wanted to say that.
Hey
Yeah.
TJ, I like that that notion. I'm gonna write this down. Everyone I don't like has their soul replaced with a jinn. That's an unprovable and testable notion. I like it.
Well, if we simplify some of these ideas, we know there's a body in every one of us, but we also know that within the body there's a personality. And that personality, that behavior that each of us carry, it's going to have positive qualities and negative qualities. And even at different times, we'll show positive qualities or negative qualities. But what I've come to discern for myself, all the good is God, right?
Amen.
So look for the good in others. You see the God in them. And that actually, I just had an online communication with someone on Facebook earlier today. A man devoted to scripture. He's clearly a man of faith and he shares his ministry often. But some of these beliefs that only Jesus is good. Okay, but we're here to incorporate that beingness into ourselves. And if we see everyone as just sinful beasts of no good until they say the words that they found Jesus, I think we're kind of missing the point. We're here to lift each other up. And I've shared this elsewhere. The return of Christ it's in my opinion, it's pretty obvious and simple. The body of Christ, the children of God who are following the way, who found their way to the way, brothers and sisters of Christ unite together as the body of Christ. And, through the devotion to Christ, we become the new Israel, if I understand correctly, right? The new Israel is those who are grafted into the vine of life that Christ brought with his messages, but the true source of life is God. And so if we unite together with the ideas and the belief that we are here to be the body, the hands and feet of God, of Christ, well, let's unite. Brothers and sisters, regardless of religion or practices, let's unite to create a world where the truth reigns supreme. Where
I
love
will agree with that, Jack. I will agree with that. That every human is capable of doing good. And that is because the Holy Spirit, it dwells within us. God has given us each a Holy Spirit, right? And it doesn't matter what faith you believe in, God has given you a Holy Spirit. You just have it. You know what I mean? You can't argue whether you have it or not. I mean, unless you completely reject it, right? But because of having that Holy Spirit, right, there's something called the fruit of the Spirit. And this is what man's inclination to do good comes from. It comes from God. But when we act on that, right, when we act on like what you would call your good conscience, which is something that everybody seems to have, right? Everybody would agree they have a conscience, right? Even if you don't agree that you have a Holy Spirit, you have a good conscience. And that good conscience, I consider that the Holy Spirit. I mean, that's my interpretation.
Yep.
But we all have capability, but we shouldn't be beating each other down, because the devil is the destroyer. God builds, he edifies, he strengthens. And it's like, a true community will build each other. They won't be at each other's throats, stomping on top of each other, trying to climb on top of the mountain. They will see their brother reach the top of the mountain and congratulate him. And then the guy on the top will reach his hand down to help him up. There we go.
TJ, that's actually what I took from my own life. When through my trials and tribulations, I learned a lot of different things in my life. And when I finally started finding strength and recovery through the rooms of AA, realizing the benefit that you don't have to be an expert. You just got to have some experience and a perspective that's different than someone else, and you can help someone else. And regardless if they're older than us, younger than us, wisdom is the true gift to be shared. And when I had my spiritual awakening and my perspective changed and I started seeing qualities in me, that was my first thought. I thought I could help people, right? As a friend and a counselor, someone to help them navigate through the craziness in their own head, because I've been through hell. And so knowing that, or with the belief I thought I could help people, I looked at my options. And the idea of going to sit into a state certified classroom for someone else's rules and certificate did not appeal to me. So my hope is, unlicensed, uncertifiably, I hope to just be a coach, sharing some wisdom, because truly, that's what the original ascended masters were. The original spiritual and philosophical teachers. They were there to make the world better. That's what I think. That's all of us. We don't have to charge money to help someone.
No.
That's the thing that I hope to help the world realize. This nonsense of budgets and authority, it's all distraction to keep us from helping each other and overcoming the oppressive systems. So in my own personal development, like I said, I think my life brought a lot of lessons for others to consider, realize. I didn't realize my attachment to economic security, how much of my inner state of being was conditional on my thoughts of abilities to pay the bills. Something you mentioned earlier, TJ. I think my life is in some way evidence of this scripture. Therefore, take no thought saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or wherewithal shall we be clothed? For after all these things do the Gentiles seek. We all seek those things, and the Heavenly Father knoweth that you have need of all these things. But this one, seek ye first the kingdom of God. I did. And his righteousness, I continue to seek God's righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. It hasn't been in abundance, but by God's grace, man, I've maintained my comfort, my safety, my security. These things are real.
It is very real.
You had something there too.
Yeah. I want TJ to note that God is indeed a destroyer. Deuteronomy 9:3. Understand therefore this day that the Lord thy God is whicheth goeth over before thee as a consuming fire. He shall destroy them, and he shall bring them unto down before thy face. So shall thou drive them out and destroy them quickly, as the Lord hath said unto thee. So you made a mistake, TJ. The God is a destroyer.
I knew Hank would do that.
The context is that there's Canaanite gods, and there's different people, right? And what they were doing is they were taking babies, they were going to these altars on these high mountaintops. And if you agree with this, right, well, then you're just as bad as these people. So they were taking these newborn babies, or very young, and they're putting them on an altar, burning them alive and killing them, literally killing them alive, like on top of a burning altar. And they would do that just so it would rain, or just so the sun would come out.
So So basically, they were killing them too slow. So,
but God had a context for. He doesn't love death. He doesn't love people killing each other, but he doesn't do things without reason, and he gives people many years and many time, to get their act together. In the book of Judges, 400 years of grace. They were sent multiple leaders to help guide them. And then whenever a leader died or something, they just fell apart. It's like they needed a man to follow. That's why he sent Jesus. Now, God is a loving God, 100%. Like when to bring it back, when Jack shared that scripture, the Lord knows you need these things. Whenever I have a moment where I am stressed out, like worrying about having enough money to eat or something, I bring that verse in my head, and I feel it in my heart. I feel all the love from God in my heart, like a parent that will not let you go without. That's exactly what he is. He's a loving parent that will not let you go without. But the thing is, if you don't put your faith into him, well, then sometimes he does to teach you a lesson. There was times when I was shooting up drugs and I was homeless on the street, and I fell asleep in a sidewalk in an alleyway, with 2 feet of snow on top of me, had nothing to eat that night. You know what I mean? Up for weeks at a time because I had people trying to attempts on my life. I don't want to get your channel, but anyway, I had people after me, but God protected me that whole time. And then there was one night, and you might not believe me, but this is crazy. All these lights, they started going off in this town, and then one by one, they led me down this street to another street to another street. And then I finally made it to this apartment. The door was wide open. There was soda, there was food, there was a warm bubble bath drawn, there was a bed there, and it's like there was nobody home. I was there for hours, and I heard God's voice. He's like, "Rest, my son." And it's like, even though I didn't deserve it, he saw how rough I had it, and he still gave me a night where I could be taken care of. That's love. So he's not the God of destruction. He's the God of love.
Well, part of creation includes destruction. And in the scripture, a lot of the words that I read, there's the physical aspect, the mental aspect, the spiritual aspect. I mean, taking some of the words from Jesus too, even the first death. God will destroy our pride and our ego because it doesn't serve God. The pride, the ego, the selfishness, the self-centered patterns. Yeah, God will destroy that. And if we don't surrender, if we don't figure it out in our heads that, oh shit, it's not me who wants to die, it's my pride and my beliefs who want to die. If you don't make that connection for yourself, well, dark thoughts will creep in. I mean, what I realized in hindsight is just that. Every time these ideas and these feelings came up within me where I was better off underground than above ground, it wasn't me. I mean, it wasn't the spirit of me. It was my corruption, my selfishness, my pride. It was my ignorance. So I've said these prayers often, and I want to share them because they're sincere. I thank God. My prayers throughout the day, I don't know, I don't count, but thank you, God, come out of my mouth. I don't know how many times a day. And it's not just for what's physically here in my present moment, it's the experience I'm feeling and the realization God didn't have to let me learn this stuff. I mean, I could have kept going and ended up hurting someone or destroying myself. I could have been, there's a God who loves us, who knows us. And it's up to us. Do we want to know God who knows us and loves us? I think we do.
Yeah, I have some prayers I always do, and a lot of the times I perform some of these prayers at my grandmother's grave there, you know, and I won't be able to do that since I'm now moving to Ohio, you know, so I'll be very sad, you know, that I don't get to go Friday to my grandmother's grave and go make these prayers. But I usually say there, I say, you know, among other things, you know, I say that that God purify all our eyes, our ears, our tongues, our hearts, our souls, our minds, you know, and also that God save us from that knowledge that does not benefit, because there's lots of knowledge that can lead us astray in this world, you know, and get us to think about bad things. And then I also ask that God make me a friend of those who are his friends and an enemy of those who are his enemies, you know, and allow me to just face the consequences of what that brings about, you know.
Great share.
Accept the consequences of what that brings about. I was considering earlier today these ideas of have to, get to. The devil controls, the devil, you know, demands. God puts forth, allows. So I was thinking about this earlier regarding the positive and negative patterns of thought. We don't have to do anything in life at all. The only thing we have to do is accept responsibility for the consequences of anything we do and don't do. Accepting accountability, accepting responsibility, I'm pretty sure that's what God places on us, right? Are we going to be responsible and caring with this life we've been given? Or are we going to waste it? Welcome, Stephen.
Welcome, Stephen.
Hello. Hello. How are you today? How are you doing?
Filled with the spirit of love, the spirit of ambition, inspiration.
Oh, man. Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah, I know I bore you, so maybe this
No, I'm
isn't
not.
the place for you again.
I'm here for fellowship. I'm not bored.
I don't understand this. I'm the one who worked night shift, but I'm fine. But he's coming in tired.
You work the night shift, Hank? I didn't know that.
I told you before. You just don't have a good memory.
Oh,
It's deflection. Steven's a drama queen. He dramas up with hoping to get attention. And what it is, Stephen,
I'm not looking for attention.
Stephen, what I'm telling
Jack.
you is, despite your opinions and your denial of my words, your inner state of being is wanting you to look at you with honesty.
Wait a second. You're telling me my inner state of being? Is that what you're saying, Jack?
Stephen, you're clearly seeking attention.
No. Not at all.
Not at all.
I'm here to
So
learn.
just flat out, Jack is wrong. That's the bullshit.
I never
you
said
want.
you're wrong.
I just said, Stephen, what you've shown is your egoic pattern.
Gosh.
I've given up. Stephen, go get a life.
Or you can go measure the realm out so you can actually seal it. I mean, you can't seal something as simple as a plastic bag.
It's hard to disciple people sometimes.
That's how you do it, Stephen.
Oh yeah, there you go, Hank.
Yeah, this is how you do it. No one does it better.
I don't know what that was.
Oh, that's a callback.
Okay. Well, the patterns of many of these people online, seriously, look at the behavior. It's grown adults behaving as ignorant children who clearly lack a purpose in life. Stephen, I'm talking about you specifically. So, for whatever reason, God has brought a lot of these characters into my life. And here, let's play around, okay? Just play around with the imagination of what if. What if these are the answers? And what if we are the ones that God has sent to gather to confront the evil in the world? Not just the evil in a community, but the whole system. That's what I feel like I'm prepared to do. But
we're the 144,000. That's
so,
a metaphorical number, by the way. It's not literal.
Yes. And here, along those lines, we're the ones that God has called forth. And in our path, we heard some signs. We paid attention.
Yes.
So we are the ones who are here to lead the world to peace. And I considered this a long time ago. If I'm going to follow the way of Christ, which is what I pray to do, that's my intention. Well, my path brought me to quite a different experience than his. But if I follow his way, I don't believe God wants wars and slavery to continue. Right?
No.
So how could we, if God created this life and this is a game for us to create the experience we want, if we wanted to get the attention of the people in the White House and the US Congress, if we wanted to get their attention before the election, how could we do it? I've tried everything I could think of.
I mean, if you want me to be honest, so there's two obvious sides in this, right? So you got at the convention, that Kamala was at, that was actually a college. And I actually watched an interview that the two boys, they actually came on. And they literally said that there's students there, that they pay to go to that school, and that they were kicked out after just saying Christ is Lord. And then she responded to them that they're at the wrong rally. So it's like the one side knows it's doing evil, and then the other side knows that there's evil in there. But to be honest, there's evil in both wings of the party. It just happens to be that the guy running for the Republican Party isn't part of the establishment. That's the issue, is that we need to break this establishment. The establishment, I believe, is what is the issue. Because you have the FBI, the CIA, they're doing all these alphabet organizations that answer to nobody, that literally just operate however they want. And when you have that power underneath somebody that you don't even know who's controlling it, that's a very dangerous thing. Like, it's okay for someone to have an army, but you want to know who has that army, right? If that army is faceless and you can't see who's controlling what or what purpose it's being used for, well, then you're just a sheep that's completely left in the dark. And that's the issue, is that everybody's just doing what they're told rather than thinking.
So I have some suggestions, but I actually strongly disagree that that guy with the R by his name is an outsider, not part of the establishment. We have to factor in, full disclosure, I vote for that guy twice. I have 3 Trump hats over there from his website. So he is a multi-billionaire, from a second generation multi-billionaire that lived in the biggest city in the world. He was gets trained as a WWE wrestler, and he was the former president. My opinion, he was just a crappy manager that got by because he was lucky. So I wouldn't say he's not part of the establishment. I would say he's part of the establishment by definition. So my suggestion is maybe just paying one or just paying his friends to go over there with a sandwich board. They can't ignore that. I mean, like if you get Ben to go over there with a sandwich board right beside the corner.
What I agree, Hank. his separation, I think it's more deception and theatrics. He's part of the system. He's a perfect example of America, the bullyish, the manipulative, and he succeeded in this world of Babylon.
Well,
So,
that's the thing. That's who he was, and God even said he's not perfect.
well, this is the thing. I've heard, I can't think of the names right now, but there's been some pretty insightful prophets of recent times
Yeah.
talking about Donald Trump. And so if you look at the world, we've got to accept that the characters are who they are. God is creating this story. Well, me as a man, I realized this a long time ago. God works in mysterious ways. So look for the mysterious, look for the patterns. Who I am and who I intend to be, I represent in today's time an antithesis of both Jesus and Donald Trump. I'm the opposite of them both. But at the same time, I'm similar to them both. I'd love to have some true heart-to-heart conversations with Donald Trump to help him realize the Christic within him and maybe help him overcome some of his pride and arrogance, because the world becomes safer when Donald Trump actually humbles himself to God. He's admittedly says, I don't pray. He's immediately told the Christians, vote for me. You'll never have to vote again. Something the devil would say, right?
Yeah, but you know what I noticed? After he got the first attempt on his life, his shoes came off. And what happened to Moses when he talked to God in the burning bush? His shoes came off, and then he was baptized in the Spirit. So what happened was he fell down, and then as he was brought up, he had an encounter with God in that moment, was radically born again. He went out to the RNC the next time. They were chanting his name. He didn't give in to that. He just looked up and smiled. He didn't give the crowd any feedback like, yeah, go me. He was just looking up and smiling, and they even gave all thanks to God for why he's alive. The Antichrist would say, hey, it's because of me that I survived that bullet. He said God saved him. And it's only because of that. I was a never Trumper. I promise you, I'm a Bernie Sanders guy. I was a Bernie Sanders guy, like heavy. I was like super, like feel the burn and everything. Like I was way left, like way.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious. Well, I think it's pretty obvious that they may have, calculated a response. They may have gone with searching out the possible responses that would give him the most leverage, and among the ones that God saved him instead of the Secret Service saved him or somebody else saved him, and they tabulated that would be the appropriate response they would give the public, but
Hey,
but I
welcome,
look at
Yolanda.
people's fruits too. He might not be an easy guy to get along with, but at least he says how he feels, and he doesn't lie every turn he gets. Because that's the other thing too. What is Satan known as? The liar and the accuser. Who's been
Right.
accusing who of what, and who's been lying? And also, the biggest number one issue that Kamala is pushing is deleting babies. And that is the issue that is on God's heart the most, because when you were doing that, it literally says that the blank of Babylon will have a gold cup of immorality. And what this means is that the things that she represents are going to be things that are, not good. So what she went on a show called Call Her Daddy, which is a show where women go on there and give details about how they do stuff to men and have intercourse with them. I'm not trying to get graphic, but that's the whole point of the show, is they brag about how many guys they sleep with. And it's like,
yeah, but I believe
all these kinds of places. Like, why are you going after those people if you're not going to minister to them? Jesus only interacted with those people when he would minister to them or try to bring them up. She wasn't trying to edify anybody. She wasn't trying to help anybody. She's just flip-flopping on every single issue. She starts on one way and then ends up another. And then, like, that's why I judge people by their fruits.
Here's what I see. The entire political establishment.
Oh, it's all screwed up. All of it.
Right. It's theatrics. And I want to give the benefit of the doubt that this is God's plan, that those men and women serving in Congress, they've deceived themselves, they've deceived each other, and we wrestle not against flesh and blood. So Trump and Harris, those are just pawns in the story. The true problem, the problem is the solution. Our governments and corporations literally protect secrets. So if the government's keeping secrets from the people, guess what? We are enemy combatants. The government, by its structure, is an enemy to the freedom of people. So until we unite to set the truth free, the truth shall free us individually and collectively. Because if there's no more secrets and lies, no more non-disclosure agreement, there's no more oppressing or exploiting the workforce or the average people. We'll be able to stand up for each other better.
Yes, but isn't that just they were just putting everyone in the panopticon? Would that really protect us?
I don't understand what you're saying, Hank.
Well, just imagine this surveillance state, but it's infinite.
Imagine what state, but it's
the surveillance state, except everyone can surveil on everyone else completely.
Okay, but what are they looking for?
I don't know.
Right, so let's not worry about that. Let's face the fact that there are operatives in all of these special letter agencies, CIA, FBI, not to mention all the foreign players.
But it's not just them. I mean, Officer Snaps would be able to see everything about you. And you know how it's been ruining your life. So
well, this is the thing I see about the future. If secrets and lies are not normal everyday occurrences, I don't think we'll have as many people wasting their time and their lives against false accusations. I mean, right now, today, while we're free and online having these conversations, there's innocent men and women locked up in a cage right now because they don't have the bail money to get out from some accusation that, you know, we live in a corrupted world, and I never realized how bad these prison systems, court systems, the mental health, the physical health, I never realized how corrupted those systems were. I was an average Joe, just doing my job and telling myself I was helping the world around me. Holy cows, man. While I was focused on helping the world around me, the rest of the world went to shit.
I would be more comfortable if we had a way to test this without having to implement it across the whole world at the same time.
How about I'd like to at least have these conversations with people who might be able to take them forward. I mean, you and I, we don't have to work out the details here at this level. If we can just agree that it's time for wars to end and that immediate reforms are a good idea, let's find a way to invite ourselves to the table, so to say.
Operation Mockingbird's a huge issue, and that's a big reason. Because you used to be able to go to the media, and then bring them a story like this, and they would put it in front of people. Now, if you went to a news place, even if the story's really juicy, if it's against people that they work for, that they have allegiance to, they're not going to run that story because they're not going to risk damaging that person. It doesn't matter who it is. And that's the issue with Operation Mockingbird. This is where I make the connection. So Kennedy, this is the same. So after Kennedy was assassinated, Operation Mockingbird went into effect. They went and controlled the media. So this means that the big news organizations, they have to basically put out propaganda to the public. So before Kennedy, there was pre-propaganda news. After that, it was propaganda news. It just got worse and worse and worse. And now you got right side, left side, and the truth is in the middle. And that's like the biggest issue. So what both presidents had attempts on their life, Kennedy, and that's right after Operation Mockingbird. And then so they're trying to get rid of people that obviously aren't going to bow to the knee of what they want them to do. And that's the issue. And I'm sure he gets rich. I'm sure he makes companies money and makes money off of that. I'm sure, like every other politician does.
But didn't Obama
but I
get
don't think that's his main
attempt
focus.
on
I think
too?
he actually sees that there's something wrong with the country. But the issue is us as a people, we do need to have the truth revealed to us. We need to know what to do about everything. Like they're lying about what happened with FEMA down in the hurricanes. All those people that went down there to go help, it's because of the kindness of their own heart, not because FEMA sent them. And the governor of Florida actually said, stop spreading misinformation. Stop saying that FEMA sent these people. They sent nobody.
Yeah, something's weird about the hypothesis because President Obama had multiple assassination attempts too. There's a whole Wikipedia article on it.
Yeah, I don't agree either, to be honest with you at all. Because you have to understand, Trump, for example, the Republican Party is part of the president is the CEO of that party, which is the United States of America. It's a corporation. So who owns the party over the president? Like Jack said, he's a puppet.
Yeah.
The owners are not going to show themselves. So it's all part of a show. So even secrets that Jack thinks that he wants to, get out, that's also part of the show. It all has to fit in of the show. It's
They
all
know
a
that
show.
stuff is leaked already, probably anyway.
It's all a show. That's all I'm saying.
Well, this is the thing. We live in a world right now, the communication age. If we are living today with the blessings our ancestors didn't have, right? The ability to communicate, the ability to learn from what other people are learning from. There's a lot of people exposing the corruption, a lot of people exposing the evil in the systems and pointing out the evil characters. So let's take that information, and I think we've learned enough. I think the corruption is obvious. The truth is on our side. If God is with us, let's find a way. Let's pray and find a way. God, should you want the world to transform, and should you want us to play a role in it, what would you have me do?
Jack, can I ask you a question? So I'm sure you know that the media, the mainstream media, is all controlled by the people upstairs, right? And it's part of the show. So when you say, for example, that they're letting the truth out, we heard enough, which I agree with you. They're allowing you. It's not up to you or me, even though we want to do it and you have a choice. They're allowing you to have it on the internet because they have another mission.
God allows man limits, and then man creates the illusion that I'm letting you have freedom, I'm letting you live this life. No, God is allowing all things. God allows the information to be shared. God controls the algorithms. God controls what each of us find. God controls it all. And every day we live, we're learning more. But once we learn, as we go through our life, we learn all different things about ourselves and the world we live in. The true moral question is, What do we do with what God has allowed us to learn?
Okay. So let me ask you this. If God allows everything to happen, even evil, because that's what you just said pretty much, everything. Yes, even evil, right? So where's your free will then?
We get to choose. What are we going to allow? What are we going
Wait,
to
no, you just
ignore?
said God allows it. How could you
Right.
how could you
God-
choose if God allowed it?
Well, God allows life and the day to happen. God allows
Yes.
us to have life, to have free will.
He limits his power. So he makes it so
There
he
you go.
cannot intervene with our will. So
Yes.
even if he wanted to, right? He literally cannot intervene unless he wants, unless he
Yes.
literally has to, right?
Yeah,
So,
like Pharaoh.
So what he does is he lets you, right? He lets you learn from your own actions, your own mistakes. So if you do something stupid, like if you go down a hill and you're rolling down a hill in a shopping cart, right? If you end up falling over and breaking your neck and everything else and dying, well, expect that, because the Noahic covenant proves that a flood will kill you. But the other thing is that God also gives you the freedom to be like one of the sinners that ended up in that flood, or be like one of the people that chose to follow him. And what it really is choosing to be with God. It's just choosing to be family with God. That's what heaven is. It's just choosing to be family with
I just want to make this clear. God gives us as much autonomy as he feels like at any time. Is that correct? Okay.
Unless it's like Jonah and Nineveh, which I've had situations like this myself, where God has a certain will that he needs done, and he's going to make sure that you end up doing it no matter what, because it's part of his plan. If he has something in mind for you, say you're going to spread the word, the gospel, or whatever it might be, and he knows that you got a heart for him, well, guess what? He's going to make you do it. Just like Jonah with Nineveh, he tried to go on a boat, escape, go, to a different place. He ended up sleeping at the bottom of the ship. They end up having all these problems. The storm gets raging. The winds get crazy. Everyone at the top of the ship is like, what's going on? They're like, hey, did you make your God mad? And they're like, no, I didn't. Did you? So they went downstairs. They found Jonah, right? And then they were so nice, actually. They were like, Jonah, you could stay. And he's like, nah, I can't do this to you guys. I can't let you guys deal with this. So basically he gets kicked off. He gets swallowed by a whale. And then he ends up back, in Nineveh. And he ends up preaching the word to people that he didn't even want to preach to. So there are instances where even if you don't want to do it, God's going to have you do it. But that's because you're chosen. So, but it depends. It's a really case-by-case basis.
So is God allowing the children in Israel or Lebanon or Palestine to be dead?
They're apostate. He says they're fake. They're fake. They don't believe in him. Most of those Jews are.
No. Hold on. But you're deflecting for a second. Is God? You just said God allows everything that you choose to do. He allows it.
Okay.
Correct or not?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. If that's the case, the people that are dying in Palestine or Israel or Lebanon, is God allowing to die, and for what reason? I'm trying to understand this.
Yes, he allows them to die. He allows them to die, but that's because, think about it. If you read the Bible and you actually learn at the themes and the messaging, God gives a lot of grace before he allows judgment. That judgment, a lot of the time, isn't even by his own hand. He's just allowing humans to reap what they sow. He's just allowing them to deal with the consequences of what they reap.
So where's the free will then? I don't
Hold
get
on.
it.
Let me jump in
Go ahead,
here
Zach.
as well. So Tarek, God is with you. God is with me. Now, God has allowed me to realize and to share openly that the world will become safer when secrets are no longer legal. That the true evil being perpetrated in Israel against all of those innocent children that you want to bring up, we have failed to stop it, Tarek. So I guess it's the God within you, the God within me, that has been allowing it. So why have we not chosen? I mean, because I don't think God wants us to know that this evil is happening and then to do nothing about it. I really don't believe that. I believe that God wants us, in the face of evil, to go forward, in the face of injustice and injury, to stand up, to speak up. Let's become Let's become a voice of reason, a voice of truth from America, to be a voice for those innocent men, women, and children in other areas. That's what I'm inspired to do, Tarek. And please, for the love of God, we're here. What are we going to do?
So, under the same basis, is the God within you preventing you from releasing all your secrets, as an example?
What secrets are you assuming with your mocking smile, Hank? I know you're having fun, but I don't
Well,
see
like the passwords to all your accounts, those are technically secrets.
Is it a secret? Is that relevant? Is it somehow relevant? Or are you just trying to diminish me and find a problem with me, Hank?
So you say secrets are all bad, yet you keep your own secrets.
Hank,
It's relevant.
But that's off the subject, Hank. That's off the subject.
It's
for a
off
second.
the subject.
For a
There's a
section, yeah.
distinction between privacy and secret,
Yeah, that's
personal and relevant. This is where the
What's the line?
Relevance and intention. If you have a reason to know my password, Hank, and you ask me, Jack, you present me with the reason, I need your password because of this and this. Well, if it's moral and it's righteous and you're in good service, I'll probably give it to you. But this society.
But aren't you making the assumption that you should have access to everything the state has keep secret?
Hank, I'm suggesting that, wow, I'm not even sure.
I think that his questions are genuine questions. I don't
Do you think there's relevance? Do you think it's related to what I'm suggesting?
I think it is, because you want to end secrets and lies within the government, and he's trying in his mind find out what you mean by that. I don't think he's trying to discourage you.
I know that, Yolanda, but I don't see that. I appreciate you giving that benefit, but I don't see that. I see the ego mind asking questions not related to understanding, but many people like to ask me questions because they have their doubts. They expect me to fill in all of their questions and all of their answers. But that's what God is for. I'm presenting these ideas that are facts. There's corruption. It's in the systems. It's been manufactured in these political economic systems that we've all been participating in. We've all know a little bit. Some of us know a lot. But God created us. We don't need all the answers to move forward in life. If we see something worthy of getting done, which I do, I don't know that I can succeed, but I know that I want to try.
Me too.
I think that it.
Go ahead. No, please go ahead.
I think that it's great to have a faith system to back us up and uplift ourselves when we need it. But I think that it's a little pretentious for all of us to speak for God when none of us have any proof or any. I just don't see why it's necessary to always say it's God, 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 when God gave us this body and this mind for us to use it and to be able to help others with this physical body and with this mind.
Right. So you're right. We can take God out of the equation of our conversations, but I'm sorry the word was a distraction, but I find it completely relevant, to be honest. Because our God is the God of truth. The Lord of lies hides in the darkness. It grows power behind closed doors. That's where the corruption is happening.
No, who's typing that? Stop.
Don't pay any attention to it. Don't even pay any attention to it. That's exactly what they want. I appreciate, Jack, what you're trying to say. I just tried to logically get into the conversation about politics. In my opinion, I don't think God and politics go hand in hand. I think that politics is a man-made man created situation, which means that we have to fix that
Right.
ourselves.
That's what I'm saying we can do.
But
And here-
that's wrong, though. She's 100% wrong. She
How
said
is it
politics. Okay, she said politics has nothing to do with God, with religion and God. And if you understand their laws and anything they do in their constitution, it's all based on the Bible. All of it is. So it has a connection to God. It has a connection to the Bible. They just don't follow it. They're all corrupted.
It has, well, based on what you just said, to me that says that you're basing these claims after indoctrination and manipulating the people with the indoctrination and using spiritual faith against the people instead of for the people.
I agree with you there. I'm not saying, yeah, go ahead, Jack.
What I can speak for myself is that my personal testimony as a man who lives today, it brought me to a very deep devotion to God. Okay. And it's not limited by a religion. I see religions and governments and all of these systems are all man-made.
Yes.
So what we do is we go to what man has made to find the value. And there is value in the structures. But unfortunately, because selfishness and liars have been enabled, they haven't been confronted about these selfish people saying, hey, Bezos, Gates, Soros, all of these names who are living today. When is enough? When is enough selfishness? Greedy people. Here.
That's kind of how I feel about when I hear the conversation about politics, is that when are the people going to wake up and realize that that's what's holding us back? You know, these structures are constantly what's holding us back. And when are the people going to rise up against the system that is designed and what we're under right now?
Yes.
And they tell us, vote left, vote right. You have two choices over who is going to create the future for here in the United States. And I get so frustrated hearing the left right conversation when it's a much it's us, right? It's us that has to take care of ourselves and to take care of our loved ones. And the question is, how do we get past the politics and create something that has a more prosperous future?
Right here online. I can't be any more clear than this. Please, I am looking for other people who can imagine the idea of trying to confront the oppressive systems. Join me. Reach out to me offline. We don't have to have a conversation online for the public. You can do it privately. We can brainstorm ideas on what we can do. Because guys, this idea, I had these ideas in 2018. So far, I have failed to communicate properly or show enough value in me for anyone to really want to get on board. My faith is in God, that God is with me and my story because of the evidence. Like I said earlier, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven. I've been practicing day to day, moment by moment, living with the Holy Spirit since 2018.
Amen, brother. I could see it.
Well, I'm trusting that eventually God will allow it to be seen that maybe people here in Spokane, if anyone wants to help me get some attention from my hometown. As it said, the prophet is rejected from his hometown. I've said that.
Yes, he
help me
is.
overcome these things. I seriously think this is the lesson for the future of mankind. Jesus was the way, is the way, the example to embody, to live, so that we live as and with the living truth of God. It's how we're supposed to be. But what I think is happening, like I said earlier, in the development of time, I am the opposite of Jesus. I'm imperfect. There's no miracles. Nobody trusts me. Just ask around. You'll hear the reputation. I am worth less, and I'm a man to be avoided. So I'm
Me
nothing
too.
like, right? This is what I mean.
It sucks. I get ridiculed. I get all the time. You know what the thing is? I remind myself the only approval that matters is God. But I get frustrated because I know you had the same thing I do. It's called the shepherd's heart, and every single prophet has one. The shepherd's heart means you care about your neighbor, everybody on this world, their salvation, their peace on this earth, whether they're being attacked or have food on their plate to eat or whatever it might be that they're struggling with or going through. I know in your heart you don't want a single person to suffer in any sort of way, especially after seeing the things that you have seen and witnessed firsthand, I'm sure.
Well,
so
I think
totally
that
get where you're coming from.
I'm just curious, though, at what point do we logically approach these conversations with people and pursue that life path and potentially end up in jail, getting locked up, or being killed when we're martyring ourselves to prove a point? Or are we helpful to our community
That's not a big deal,
and
man.
our loved ones
No,
and,
that
and
is the
help
case.
in
You're
that,
right.
in that way? I know for me, I have to start with myself. I have to take care of myself so that I can help my loved ones and I can help my community and go that way. Or do I pursue a path where I end up at a political rally and this system that I'm supposed to be fighting against would potentially end up locking myself up? I mean, those are the choices that people make. I'm not in a position where I want to become a martyr and pursue that. Not that I'm saying that that's what you're doing, Jack, but I have to logically think for myself and my path, how am I going to be a help to others?
We can think of excuses or we can think of solutions. And I'm not asking anyone to do what you're saying. I'm not asking anyone
I don't
to
understand
be
why you're defensive.
I don't know why I'm not understood.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just bringing from my perspective on how I feel, how I would pursue something like that.
And I used to think that way too, Yolanda, but my experience caused me and allowed me or forced me, whatever you want to look at it. I reevaluated all my ideas. And when I align with Christ, what do I need? I need nothing. And here's where I'm at. Despite the opinions of my situation, the facts. I have no money. I have no social life. I have no respect from those who are around me in my hometown. You're right. I got nothing. And yet at the same time, I have the practice of surrender. I surrender Jack. Jack is not here. This life I'm living, this is what I realized earlier
He says
today.
you're already doing what you need him. He needs you to do. He says that.
Thank you. That's what I realized. This life I'm living is not my own. I didn't expect to end up here. Yeah, I bought this home. Yeah, I made the choices, but this is not my life. This is God's will.
So, Jack, let me ask you, and I have to defend Yolanda here, and I'm not defending her because I agree. Look, I do agree with what you just said, but
I know you do.
No, I do, and let me tell you why. Almost every war that has been done in all the world has been attached to religion. Correct? Would you agree there?
Okay.
They use religion to make it happen, so people can hate each other. And finally, they put it in a political system where people went to war, and that's usually what happens. It's usually attached to religion. Would you agree there?
Where are you going? What is your point?
See here again, you're not answering the question. Would you agree if that's the case or not? I'm going somewhere with it.
Hey, Tarek, if you can't explain where you're going with it, I'm realizing what you're doing. You jumped in because you want to support Yolanda. And I said, I have no doubt, because you have resistance with you too. So, okay, Tarek, let's play your game. Yes, in the past, religions have been involved in many battles. Was religion the problem in World War I? World War II? Korea?
I said most wars, not all wars.
Okay, so what is your point?
So let me get to my point. Ask your question, you don't answer, that's fine. One thing, me and Yolanda, just to prove you wrong, we don't get along, but I have to defend her when she's speaking the truth. That's just me. I don't care if I get along with her or not.
All right, you don't do it for me, so why should I
Yes,
sit
I
here
did
and
it
listen
many
to
times for
He
you.
does it. He does do it for you.
Okay.
Oh my God,
All
I did it on the break, the accusation, on many things. Come on, Zach.
All right, so I'm sorry that I'm not understanding, but please help me understand. What is
Okay,
your
so what I'm saying is, Yolanda asked you a question, you got a little bit defensive, which is fine. My question is, if most wars were based on religion, and you are here on this panel preaching God, and you also are attaching it to a political reason to stop wars, which is also connected to the political system. That's not the way to go for me. I don't think that's truthful. That's all I'm saying.
Great. Go somewhere else, Tarek. You clearly don't get it. I am not here to have you continue to tell me, Tarek, you and Chuck and Paul, I see you in the back, but maybe not today, my friend. For whatever reason, lots of people have found the, I don't know, the value of publicly opposing me, telling me that what I'm doing, how I'm doing me is wrong.
Do you feel like I'm opposing you by what I was saying earlier? Because I
Nope.
wasn't opposing.
No, not you.
No, not you.
Tarek.
Yolanda, my frustration, it's not, you're perfect, okay? But I know the limiting beliefs that I heard, the limiting that I can't help someone because I'm not better myself. Well, that's a partial truth. I don't have to be perfect to help someone, and I'm not asking for anyone to perfectly help me. I'm asking for anyone to try to help me find any open doors of communication in my hometown, because yeah, the prophet got rejected. I'm not a prophet though. So just, I'm a good man. I'm an ordinary man who's a caring father, who's desperately in my heart. I know reuniting with my son is the right thing for me to do. I know that if I can get the attention of people from some of the church leaders or some of the local city officials, I know that I can serve our community a lot better too. Everyone's had a reason to avoid me and push me away. So I'm sorry. Hank, what's up, man?
So here's the thing. I personally tried to assist you in getting your meeting with Margot at Starbucks. So I did something. I did my part. So
I know you did.
So I want you to know, just because I happen to disagree on the details on policy doesn't mean I'm an opposer. I just coming from my perspective, coming from my will, God, I don't think that's the right choice. But if it's going to be black and white, yeah, I'm evil. Well, God created evil too, so I can still work at God's will and still oppose you and technically within God's will. But I just have a policy disagreement. I don't think I'm evil in this sense, to saying, well, we shouldn't get rid of something that's been within our culture and has been supported by the Bible itself since prehistory, just because you have a feeling.
All right.
You want the truth, Jack?
Yeah.
So I received prophetic word along with visions from God. I don't like saying it because I don't like people telling me.
Sure.
I hate bringing it up.
Yep.
But and I get them while I'm awake. It's not while I'm asleep. It's not a dream. I haven't had a dream in 7 years. But God's saying to have faith in him, that, trust in his plan. He says these things need to happen. He's like, these people that are asleep, they need to be awake. And he's like, some of these people won't wake up unless they go through some of these things. So he says everything has a time, everything has a season. He's like, just be my good soldier and be faithful and loving to me as I will be loving, loyal, and faithful to you, Jack.
Thank you for that reminder. That is the truth. That is the truth that I know in my heart. So thank you.
You're welcome.
It's the way I find my inner peace, sincerely, it is with that. The acceptance that God's plans, God's power, God's purpose is far more than what I know. And please, for Hank, Yolanda, many of you who have been here and so supportive, I realize I share frustration. And that's kind of rude considering the support and encouragement you guys have offered. So thank you for sticking through it. I have faith. I have faith, and I've been saying this though for a long time. I have faith that things are aligning, that very soon there will be different perspectives.
Do you have Moms for America in your town? They are a powerful force to be reckoned with. There is nothing scarier than Moms for America. So I have Moms for America over here. And what they've done is they're active. They get stuff done. Let's put it that way. They get in front of people. They get stuff done. They get messages. It doesn't matter. Like they exposed many different schools and all these other different things and that have gone with our country with guns and everything else. It is everything else. And the thing is, like, they're actually like, pro rights and this and that. It's just the way that things have been handled and managed. You know what I mean? But the thing is, I have them in my hometown, and I used to work for the newspaper. And the thing is, they have groups throughout all America. I mean, almost in every single town. So it's like, so it's like we could get this message together. You know what I mean? You get it to one of them. And the thing is, I used to be in a group chat with them, and they're all Christians too. So that's the other good thing about it, is that they'll be willing to pass that message along. They'll be able to get it in front of eyes. They'll at least be able to say it in front of people. You know what I mean? That's the one thing I could think of that I have connections with. I got to get in touch with my friend Jared.
Thank you. It's a great idea. Okay. I haven't heard of it here in town, but this is something I learned. What's that?
What town are you in?
Spokane. Spokane.
Washington. Okay.
In my awakening, when I started opening my mind and my eyes from just my own little routine, I discovered all these amazing organizations, amazing groups in my hometown. One of them was Veterans for Peace. So this Moms for America, thank you. I'll explore it. And I'd like to welcome Jubilee. You there?
Yes, I'm also eating cheesies, so I thought it'd be off camera. Well,
they're good, aren't they?
They are,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Especially these ones. They're supposed to save till like Halloween to give out, but yeah, they don't come here anyway.
Hey.
I want to thank Jack again for coming to the chat on Friday. Today's Monday. We had a great conversation about what comes after capitalism, and I'm always enjoying. I always find I come to yours at the perfect time.
It often is. There's a divine. I'm sorry, what?
Oh, just that I would like to be part of the chat. I don't have anything specific I wanted to say today. Just enjoying the conversation.
I thank you. Appreciate that. I saw you were streaming earlier, and I hoped to join with you. And the morning kind of took off on me. But back to what you said. There is something magical about how time unfolds with us all. I used to, even when I started getting involved in these online stuff and the drama started getting my attention, I found myself putting too much time into into the online stuff, distracting me from my own path. But then I started paying attention. And it would seem that I turned something on at just the right time to hear someone talking about me or talking about something else. And so I started finding that there was a synchronicity. I'm being guided, and I'm trusting more and more in the guidance that brings stuff to my awareness. There's a pattern and a mystery to life. We don't have to be so divided, so competitive, so at each other's throats. That's what I've learned for sure. Oh, along the idea I had of the race we're facing, every one of us, we're in our own individual race between either self-destruction or self-understanding. The Spirit which knows, the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, which guides us and leads us to the truth, that Spirit within us, it's patient, it's eternal. So if we're running our life race and we feel the sense of urgency, realize that sense of urgency is the mind limitations. Most of our senses of urgency, most of our worries, most of our anxiousness, it's taking us on that path to self-destruction. Because when we don't think clearly, when we rush, we make foolish choices. What made me laugh is I just saw a video recently about how these social engineers have been developing the products, the layouts of all these fast food places or entertainment. Social engineers have been manipulating all of us into patterns that profit, not ourselves. So if we take the knowledge and the awareness, we're aware that, okay, there are others out there that want to capture my time. There's others out there that want to capture my attention. They want to move me in ways that maybe isn't best for me. We can, once we know of a problem and we can understand and comprehend, we can face the problem with more confidence, more calm, more control. And that's what I've been really trying to practice for myself. Being calm. It's a superpower, man. If you can be calm in a time of chaos and real insecurity, if you can find the calm and the peace to have clear mind, that's where the true blessings of people shine, I think. What are you guys feeling like? I'm feeling like maybe about time to wrap up. Other thoughts? Thank you, Hank, and others. Yes.
Yeah, someone asked for Jubilee's channel. I went ahead and linked it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I do think it is time to start wrapping up. Hank, I love you, my friend. I hope you realize that.
I do. And I hope you realize I love you back. So
I do. I appreciate you. Final words, though?
Skip. See you later.
Blessings, brother. Thank you. Jubilee?
I guess my final words are just, like I said, I really enjoyed having you on a panel. I'm looking to have more actual conversations in my living room on YouTube. My one child free time I have is Monday afternoons. So I will be going live at whatever time, Monday afternoons, if people want to join and have a conversation on what comes after capitalism and the weird jubilee that is unfolding. And
beautiful.
Enjoy seeing the familiar faces I meet over here, over on my channel. Like Michelle.
Yeah, I posted that that first conversation that we had last time at the end of my stream. So people viewed that. on my channel. Jubilee, I'm talking about you. Yeah. Yeah. So,
Awesome. That's great,
yeah.
Machine.
Yeah.
I do know when I'm on here, I get more subs. I get more people over there than any other thing that I do online. And I just trust that when I feel called to come up, it's the right time.
It is. You're,
Part of each other's origin stories, Jack.
yes, we are. Thank you, Jubilee. I appreciate you joining. I'm going to toss you. What are your thoughts, brother?
Well, on the issues that we normally discuss in terms of what we were talking about, how can we get to the powers, and I think the objective force of power, because I do talk about this one a lot, and I think we have to look to nature and look at technology. And we have to be serious about those two things. Nature is what's given to us, and technology is what we can create, with the force of our mind. So those two things intersect with the objective factors of power in our age, and what we're supposed to do about those. So I talk about that a lot. I did study political science. So the thing that I wanted to know a lot was about political theories, the way different political systems work. So I went into studying the way, like Plato's Republic and Hobbes and Locke and Machiavelli's, works and all of those types of things. But I think it really comes down to how we want to organize society, and it really does come down to communication. And I think communication technology in our age is so powerful, that we have to take a look at society through that lens. And there's two factors there that are significant in that, the system, it doesn't really need humans in order to function. Humans are interchangeable in the system. And in that, the problem is that it seeks to isolate people, but also over socialize them. So you have people that are extremely atomized, but then they're also very much interconnected with everybody. So this is the problem of our age, can be summed up in this political reality that we're facing. But as long as we could come together, and not isolate ourselves, find true bonds of connection, that are not mediated, then we can, be honest with one another. But thank you guys for having me again, and blessings, Brother Jack.
Thank you to you, brother. Appreciate you. All who joined the panel, all who joined the conversations in the chat today, especially if you were live, thank you. If you're tuning in later, speeding it up, thank you for checking it out. Sometimes at the end of the stream, and here I'm just sharing my feelings right now. I reflect and I continue to review myself, my performance, right? How well I treat each other, how well I maintain and communicate. And today, I didn't feel as good as I did yesterday, but we had some wonderful conversations again today. And I want to sincerely thank all of the guests, all who did and do join. What Machine Lies offered there at the end, it really, in my view, it comes down to communication, right? It's the systems that are broken. It's the belief systems. The belief systems inside the individual can be broken. And misaligned belief systems can.
Live each day like your last. One day you'll be right. Until that moment happen, I'll reach new heights. It's amazing how evil the world can be behind a beautiful face. Summertime murders when he get erased.
My friends say MF, you're in outer space, but I have to blast off. I hate this place. I mean, I love it so much, but it's going to waste. Mind control, people don't know what's real. Programmed to kill, so we reach for steel. American hunger, everyone is a meal. Fuck napkins, ease, wipe their mouth with sleeves. United States on its own, young and feeds. Born to starve because the others we greed. Trapped like lab rats, causing a craze. But I want out this maze. I say, for the trees, the birds, the bees, the all-seeing eye, floating in the sky. A satellite named Horus. This is for the sun, the moon, the stars. We'll watch from far by the all-seeing eye. A satellite named Horus. This is for life, for death, separated by one breath. Yes, we're blessed until all has left. Monitored by Horus. Tell me, is there a way out? I walked through the doors of hell. It said stay out, I didn't. Fell even deeper, trap floor was hitting. Programmed to eat fruit that's forbidden. Mankind don't live up to its name. Not kind at all, devour their brothers. Cry at funerals, kiss their mothers. Backstabbing for knives they're grabbing. Loyal to enemies are lies, they have them. I boil as a mic fiend, knowing I'm censored. Feds do stakeouts at my concerts, hoping I cross lines cause I'm a lifer. Corrected my wrongs, turn uplifter. Divine is comedy, from pain come laughter. With a clean slate, I choose to die with. While in park, I look up in skies. This is for the trees, the birds, the bees, the all-seeing eye, floating in the sky. A satellite named Horus. This is for the sun, the moon, the stars. We'll watch from far by the all-seeing eye. A satellite named Horus. This is for life, for death, separated by one breath. Yes, we're blessed until all has left. Monitored by Horus. Up in the sky. Look up. Keep your head
How many were here the night when I was here a few months back? Raise your hand. Let's see. Thank you so much. I'm speaking on think and act now. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Say it with me out loud. Thoughts determine what you want. Action determines what you get. Okay? Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Act now. You know the heartbreaker about a lot of people's dreams that never become a reality? All they ever do is think about them. They don't act on them. Because they have a fear if they act on them, they may not get that dream. But I guarantee you're not going to ever get anything with your thoughts until you put actions to back it up. That's going to be tonight. You be here early. It's going to be a great night. Think, act now. Think, act now. These tongues are difficult to bridle. You can cut someone's character, cut someone's qualifications, and cut someone's morals. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Say it with me out loud. Thoughts determine what you want. Action determines what you get. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Think. Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Act. Say it with me out loud. Now. Think. Act now. Think. Don't you know everybody went down with that flood? Glad he put some action with his thoughts. Action with his thoughts. You know the heartbreaker about a lot of people's dreams that never become a reality? All they ever do is think about them. They don't act on them. Because they have a fear if they act on them, they may not get that dream. But I it's going to be tonight. You be here. Be here early. It's going to be a great night.
cannot see what the Nazi. I come with Selassie. Bloody up in white sheets until they're soggy. Put your posse, your blood clot mugshot looking fussy. I thought I told your cats keep your fucking eyes off me. Your cats acting like you got too much with the softy. Watch out children cross the street, cause they double cross me. I mashed before they lost me. My presence is priceless, just costly. Your whole fucking squad needs some coffee. Y'all feeling better, making it a point to haul me and dog me. Y'all cats acting like you discard me, yeah, hardly. Judge your children, they not discard me, I'm sorry. Judge your love, I like I love Marley. I see John the Baptist and Garvey. It's time to work, this work is play, I play them hard too. Lawnmower woman always has access, so don't call me. I grab the gold medals.